you out this morning, but it's a really good movie. It's a shockingly earnest movie. It's the most earnest movie that Guy Ritchie has ever made. There's none of his detached irony here. This is a very serious and earnest movie about a staff sergeant whose interpreter rescues him in Afghanistan, drags him 100 kilometers back to Bagram Air Force Base, and when the staff sergeant gets home, he has to work through the bureaucracy and everything else of getting him out, and can't do it. So he personally goes back to Afghanistan to bring him back. I mean, this is all in a trailer. I'm not spoiling anything yet. Starring Jake Gyllenhaal as the staff sergeant and Dar Salim as the interpreter. It's great. It's great. It's incredibly frustrating. And there's a little bit of it that is almost dishonest in the Hollywood way that some of these things can be dishonest, in the sense that, look, here's the thing about the story of the Afghan interpreters. It's a horrible shame and stain on the American honor that we have not done more to get these guys out who face death and retribution and horrible treatment at the hands of the Taliban after we fled the country and it fell immediately back to the Taliban. This movie is about a guy who got out. I mean, it's fiction. It's not real. It's about a guy who got out.
Some people did get out.
It's like Rambo 2 in the sense that, it's like this time
go
we
get
get to
him.
win. That's what this movie is.
Or Wings of Ingalls. But we're living it again in the Sudan right now with Americans going to get people that have been left behind. Sonny Bunch across the movie aisle, and the Bulwark Goes to the Movie podcast on Twitter at Sonny Bunch. Thank you, Sonny. Coming back with Ben Domenech, America. Stay tuned.
Portions of the Hugh Hewitt Show are brought to you in part by Birch Gold Group.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's Medi-Share. Maybe you've heard switching to Medi-Share to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for Medi-Share is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. Medi-Share works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 888-SHARE-19. That's 888-SHARE-19. 888-SHARE-19.
This is the Hugh Hewitt Show.
Do you believe in the importance of preserving our history for future generations? Then listen up, because we have an opportunity for you. Introducing the Blueprints of Liberty Brick. This brick will not only allow you to become a part of the Blueprints of Liberty Village, but it will also help fund its construction. Liberty Village will be a place where families can come to experience history like...
Attention all motivated sellers. Are you ready for a more exciting career in radio and digital marketing? Look no further than News Talk 96.5 FM. Join our team and tap into the world of multimedia marketing, radio, and event sales. We're looking for individuals who are passionate about helping local businesses grow. We provide best-in-class sales tools to ramp up sales quickly and help you achieve your goals. Don't miss out on this incredible opportunity to elevate your sales career. Call Gina Langley at 731-800-6397.
I'm just texting him back. I'm just posting a story. I'm just changing the song.
No. When it comes to distracted driving, just don't. Sending a text takes your eyes off the road for just 5 seconds, but in that time, your car can travel the length of an entire football field. Any distracted driving just isn't worth it.
Visit StopTextsStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
And things are really looking up. I promise you guys, you will not regret it when you call Trinity, because it was such a relief and less stress in my life, and it was the best thing I could have done for myself, because once I called Trinity, they took care of me, and I felt such a relief, a weight off my shoulders. Trinity was great to work with. They wanted to help me. I love it.
If you're in debt and you need help, call Trinity at 1-800-990-6976.
I'm Corey. family, and I'm debt-free for keeps.
1-800-990-6976.
Hammock? Check. Arnold Palmer? Check. Motorized solar shades? Yes, please. Get your home and patio spring ready with brand new custom window coverings from Blinds.com. Blinds.com is the easiest way to upgrade your home with custom window treatments. You can even stay in the hammock while Blinds.com handles the install. Just click installation at checkout and relax while we do the work for you. No matter how many window treatments you order, installation is always one low cost. Need help choosing? Talk to a Blinds.com design expert for free to help you make the best selection, from classic shutters to outdoor roller shades and more. With over 25 million windows covered, you can rest easy with Blinds.com's 100% satisfaction guarantee. See why Blinds.com is the #1 online retailer of custom window coverings with over 40,000 5-star reviews. Shop Blinds.com and save 45% off selected products. 45% off selected products at Blinds.com. Rules and restrictions may apply.
The word is out. People are abandoning their overpriced wireless carriers and flocking to Pure Talk for the same 5G coverage, but at a fraction of the price. In fact, the average family saves over $800 a year when switching from Verizon, AT&T, or T-Mobile. Get unlimited talk, text, and 6 gigs of data for just $30 a month. Go to puretalk.com, then enter promo code HALF-OFF, and you'll save an additional 50% off your first month. That's puretalk.com, promo code HALF-OFF.
Welcome back, America. Ben Domenech is a Green Room friend of mine, longtime pundit. He's an analyst for The Spectator, a writer there. He's also the author of the Substack available, The Transom, and one of the founders of The Federalist. Good morning, Ben.
Good morning, Hugh. Good to be with you.
Thank you for joining me. This is early. I need to find Beltway people to do weeks in review. Sarah Westwood is willing, but you're willing to be up here and doing this. By the way, if your toddlers wander in, that's just fine. If you've got dogs, we don't care. I love seeing your face.
The toddler is asleep down at the end of the hallway. The 3-month-old I just heard stir a little bit, but I think she can make it through this segment at least.
All right, let's start with, I want to do each week a review in American politics, but I got to start with the president's awful press conference and the LA Times giving him a question. Karine Jean-Pierre out there yesterday saying, oh, nothing to see here, move on. But Dana Perino, Ari Fleischer saying, that never happened. What do you think of that episode?
Well, first off, it's an embarrassment. It's an embarrassment for the press corps. It's an embarrassment for this White House. And it's an embarrassment for Joe Biden, because I think that the fact that he has to have this kind of hand-holding is ridiculous. And we've all heard rumors. Any of us who's been around in the Beltway and talked to people who are covering the White House on a daily basis has heard the rumors around this president and the way that he's had to have this type of hand-holding approach, through numerous different interactions with the press. And, frankly, at a moment, Hugh, in which we have a lot of risk going on around the world, have a lot of threats that are very present and in the minds of a lot of Americans, and have, the potential for great power conflict in the near future with China, the last thing in the world that you want is to have a president, a commander-in-chief, who doesn't even know what's going on and can't be prepared for a question that's thrown at him. The idea that we would go from a president who took as many crazy things thrown at him, crazy questions thrown at him as Donald Trump, to someone who doesn't even have the capability to be prepared to answer a very low level, a very low octane question about his own administration's policies is something that I think is deeply concerning. And the fact that the press corps will go along with it until incidents like this happen is really an indictment of their own behavior in terms of treating him with kid gloves from the get-go when it came to his return to running for office again in 2020.
Ben Domenech, by the way, you can follow Ben on Twitter at @BeatDomenech. Ben, in terms of, Chris Sununu said on the show this week, he doesn't expect Biden to be on the ballot. He expects Gavin Newsom to go to New Hampshire regardless. Do you think Joe Biden will end up on the ballot?
I think he will be, and I think that all the people who hope on the Democratic side that he's going to be replaced are really engaged in wishful thinking. I don't think that they're going to be able to find any path to removing him, particularly given that he is someone who has overperformed in terms of the estimation of this last midterm. I think there was all this talk, this chatter that was leading up to that midterm, anticipating that if a red wave happened, then that would be an opportunity for them to replace Joe Biden. But the fact that it didn't, the fact that they did not have the kind of sweeping, result that a lot of pundits, including myself, expected, led to them to this point of saying, well, I guess we got to go with Joe again. And I think that that's really their best option at this point, even as unpopular as he is, even that, the vast majority of Americans, and certainly a significant portion of his own party do not want him to run again. I think that they do not have the ability to replace him on the ballot. And I think that he's shown no signs of letting go. He's going to white knuckle it to the end, Hugh.
I describe him as infirm because I don't want people to hear me saying the president has dementia or Alzheimer's. He doesn't. He's just infirm. He's just 80 years old. How do you describe the president right now?
Incredibly frail, both, I think, physically and mentally. We don't want to have the kind of situation where, someone, we've seen him tripping going up the stairs to Air Force One a couple of times. You don't want the kind of situation where if he trips the wrong way, he's going to be basically out of commission for a week. And that's the kind of thing that I think we have to openly consider as being a very real possibility. It doesn't give me any happiness to say that. It's just the effects of age, and people get old. And it's one of these things where, I think, unfortunately for America at this moment, we have so many people who are in such a state of advanced age in leadership positions in our politics that it really runs the risk of having a scenario where there's going to be a lot of change, I think, very quickly over the coming years in terms of the people who've been around for a long time departing the scene.
Ben, last question. I am in Republican Switzerland. I cover everybody. Donald Trump in New Hampshire last night, Ron DeSantis in Jerusalem. You got 45 seconds. Is it a two-person race already, or is it so fluid we can't really say that?
It's a two-person race. I think that the question is how long it remains a two-person race. And I think that Ron DeSantis really needs to come out guns a-blazing next month when we all expect him to announce, because he has a lot of ground to make up. But he does seem to be the only candidate who has a legitimate path to getting the nomination and to seizing it away from Donald Trump, just given the way that I think everybody else is stuck in single digits and really doesn't seem to have a path out of it.
Ben Domenech can be read every day at The Transom on Substack, and you can follow him on Twitter at @BDomenech. Thank you, Ben. Go find that baby. Always good. And thank you for getting up early. I love the American flag. Don't go anywhere, America. I'm coming back. Hour number 2 of today's Hugh Hewitt Show rolls along with Representatives Juan Ciscomani and Congressman Dave Joyce, just back from the border. Join me to talk about whether or not that issue is going to be an issue in 2024. I think so. Stay tuned.
The Hugh Hewitt Show is now available on TV. Go to SalemNewsChannel.com or download the app. You can also watch on Roku and Fire Stick. Salem News Channel, the antidote to the mainstream media.
When you absolutely, positively need the truth, this is where you turn. This is the Hugh Hewitt Show.
I go to the store and I buy all these fruits and vegetables, and most of them just sit on my counter. It was never my intention to let them sit there long and eventually rot over time. I just get busy and I forget to eat them. I know this can happen to anyone, which is why I'm excited to have found an awesome product that can help me incorporate more fruits and vegetables into my diet every single day. You can get the benefits of 31 whole fruits and vegetables by taking a few capsules of Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies. Not to mention, you can have peace of mind knowing that you're getting the nutrition that you need. Start your journey to better health with Balance of Nature. Call 1-800-2468-751 or go to balanceofnature.com to get 35% off your first order as a preferred customer. That's 1-800-2468-751. Go to balanceofnature.com or call 1-800-2468-751 and get this special offer by using discount code HUGH.
This is the Hugh Hewitt Show. During the COVID pandemic, doctors worldwide found established, inexpensive medicines that saved lives. But in the U.S., Dr. Anthony Fauci and Big Pharma made millions of dollars pushing their new, expensive, and potentially dangerous COVID vaccine.
Please get vaccinated. 1,200 deaths directly related to the vaccine.
This is a gigantic experiment that we're doing on the entire world's population.
In the new movie, The Real Anthony Fauci, see how they suppressed medical alternatives while they militarily enforced their vaccine vaccine for all mandate.
NIH and Dr. Fauci, they have pharmaceutical patents.
Facebook is invested in the vaccines. Google is invested in the vaccines. Microsoft makes the vaccine passports.
And made millions of dollars.
It's like in The Godfather, nothing personal, strictly business, you know?
This is vaccine terrorism.
Watch the must-see movie of our lifetime, The Real Anthony Fauci. Available now at salemnow.com. salemnow.com.
This is WBFG 96.5 FM. Parker's Crossroads, Jackson.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Rich Thomason. The military investigating the deadly collision and crash of 2 Apache helicopters in Alaska. 3 soldiers are dead, another injured. The copters were returning from a training mission at the time of the accident. The aircraft were based at Fort Wainwright near Fairbanks. A former vice president has gone before a grand jury.
Testimony from Mike Pence is expected to give prosecutors a first-hand account of some of the conversations and events that led up to the deadly riot at the U.S. Capitol January 6th, the day that Congress was to certify that Joe Biden was the winner. Pence has written in his memoir he was under intense pressure from Donald Trump to overturn the results, even though the former vice president didn't really have the power to do that.
Correspondent Jackie Quinn. Former President Trump has held his first campaign rally since President Biden announced his re-election bid. Mr. Trump on the stump yesterday in New Hampshire.
The choice in this election is now between strength and weakness, between success or failure, between safety or anarchy, between peace or conflict and prosperity or catastrophe. We are living in a catastrophe.
Mr. Trump boasting of poll numbers putting him far ahead of his Republican rivals. The latest University of New Hampshire poll gives Mr. Trump a 20-point lead over Ron DeSantis, although the Florida governor has not announced a White House run. Once the sun is up, they'll be surveying the tornado damage in Florida. More than half a dozen twisters ripping through the state's Big Bend region yesterday. Forecasters say that more storms could be in the offing this coming weekend. Watching Wall Street, stock futures in the red this morning. Dow futures down 104 points. NASDAQ futures off 43. S&P futures down 15 points. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Relief factor, pain relief that's natural, pain relief that works, and pain relief that attacks the source of the pain. That's the experience of tens of thousands of Americans who are taking Relief Factor right now. See their incredible video endorsements at relieffactor.com and then order your 3-week quick starter pack for just $19.95. That's less than $1 a day. Find out if it can work for you like it works for me by ordering your 3-week quick starter pack today. relieffactor.com, relieffactor.com. Be the next success story.
Foreman is the heavyweight champion of the world.
Now, experience the movie based on the miraculous story of George Foreman.
George Foreman ain't no new champ. He is the new chump. Foreman is down.
I'm not going to box anymore. I'm going to follow God.
It's the greatest comeback story of all time.
There's only 2 things I know how to do. Box and preach and won't pay the bills.
Foreman's 45 years old. The risk isn't losing, it's surviving.
How can you beat that man?
I'm going to do this my way.
Big George Foreman, now playing exclusively in movie theaters. Rated PG-13, may be inappropriate for children under 13. Commercials.
Britain's High Court rules a planned healthcare workers' strike illegal.
The court decision hands the British government a small victory in its bitter dispute with public sector unions. The court said a 6-month strike mandate given to the Royal College of Nursing by a member's vote expires 28 hours after the upcoming strike begins. That means the union will not be able to walk out for a full 48 hours as planned. For the first time, the walkout will include nurses working in intensive care, emergency rooms and cancer wards. Karen Chamas, London.
The Taiwanese Defense Ministry says China's military has flown 38 fighter jets and other warplanes near Taiwan. The display, which began yesterday, extending into today, was the largest since Beijing held exercises earlier this month in response to a meeting between the island's president and U.S. lawmakers. News and analysis, townhall.com. An emotional Brittany Griner talks about her time spent behind bars in Russia.
The WNBA star
had to take a moment to compose herself in Phoenix after being asked about her resiliency over the 10 months she was in a Russian prison on drug charges.
You know, I'm no stranger to hard times.
Griner was arrested last year at a Moscow airport after Russian authorities said a search of her luggage revealed vape cartridges containing cannabis oil. What did she do to survive?
Just digging deep. Honestly, you know, you're going to be faced with adversities throughout your life. This was a pretty big one, but I just kind of relied on my hard work, getting through it.
Griner was exchanged for a Russian arms dealer in December. I'm Ed Donahue.
Following a mild winter in a lot of places, researchers watching for a surge in the population of ticks carrying Lyme disease and other harmful bacteria. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Will Mayor Conger retain his position as mayor of the city? Find out first on News Talk 96.5 FM. Listen or watch at newstalk965.com and across our social media platforms. Election return coverage presented by Sports Orthopedics Inspired. World-class care focused on you with Dan Reeves, Gina Langley, Chuck Walker, John Avery Emerson, and Gabe Hart at the Election Commission headquarters. News Talk 96.5 FM election return coverage Tuesday, May 2nd, presented by Sports Orthopedics Inspired. With locations in Martin, Dyersburg, and 111 Stonebridge Boulevard in Jackson. SportsOrthoSpine.com. Election return coverage Tuesday, May 2nd. Listen on News Talk 96.5 FM. Listen or watch at NewsTalk965.com or by downloading our free mobile apps that fit Apple and Android products. Presented by Sports Orthopedics Inspired. Tuesday, May 2nd, beginning at 6 p.m. Only on News Talk 96.5 FM and NewsTalk965.com.
And number 45 steps on the plate. So far, he's batting 1,000. The pitcher delivers. But wait, that's not the ball. It's the taxes. 45 Automart takes a swing, and they're gone.
At 45 Automart, we're making your taxes go dark with Grand Slam savings out of the park. That's right. For a short time, we're going to whack your tax up to $1,500 on anything you choose, so there's no way to lose at 45 Automart. Go to 45automart.com. Check out our bullpen that's stacked with more clean Carfax Southern rides than you can shake a bat at. Mustangs, Silverados, Wranglers, Altimas, F-150s, Camrys, Tacomas, Rogues, 4Runners, Avalanches, Cadillacs, Equinoxes, Cobalts, Caravans, Grand Cherokees, Lexus, Mercedes, Siennas, CRVs. You get the picture. We're ready to whack the tax on all of them. Why strike out with Mr. Mega Dealer's base cash stealing stunts when dealing at 45 Automart is as easy as a lob, pitch, bunt? Check us out at 45automart.com today, where you're knocking the taxes over the fence with deals that save dollars and make tons of sense. Dealer!
When the game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Pick up Bud Light at your local convenience store today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Central Distributors, Jackson.
My name is Tommy Bland, and I just received the BioT hormone replacement therapy. For BioT, I was just not hitting on all cylinders. I didn't feel like myself. I was constantly fatigued, brain fog, lack of energy, searching for something natural, something that I could use to help benefit my body and help maybe take me back to where I once was. And while I was waiting in the waiting room, I saw a pop-up advertisement there, and I started reading over all the symptoms. And I went down the list. They all pertain to me. My experience with Ms. Kim Nichols, my case manager for BioT, was great. She was very informative, put me at ease, went through everything step by step, knew exactly what to expect and what the outcome was going to be in the end. After BioT, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. I can get off work, go home, catch my second wind, and I'm off to the races again. It doesn't matter if I'm working, selling cars, or if I'm on the boat fishing a tournament, I'm back to my old self again.
Give us a call at 731-318-5827 or visit our website at advancedrehabjackson.com for more.
News Talk 96.5 FM weather, presented by Dustin Ring. Dustin buys houses fast for cash. Call Dustin today, 731-200-1362. Friday brings clouds in the morning, then partly sunny in the afternoon. Highs in the upper 60s, northwest wind 5 to 10. Mostly cloudy overnight, low near 50. Dustin buys houses fast for cash. DustinBuys.com. For weather 24/7, visit NewsTalk965.com.
Take us with you wherever you go. Download our free apps for Apple and Android. Visit NewsTalkWTN.com.
then click to download.
Wake Up with Wood. Daybreak with Greg Wood. Weekday morning 6 till 10 on 96.5 FM and Newstalk WTN.com.
What seems to be the problem over there, brother?
Man, I've got it playing, and why it's not doing that, I don't know.
I thought you were DJing today. I thought you were going to be Mr. DJ and spin the tunes.
I'm not.
Come on, man, drop the needle. Let's
I'm trying to.
All right, we got that part. Yeah.
So when I do that,
I got do this other connection right there.
Which one?
Right there in front of you. Just take it apart. Take it apart. All right, now try it. Yeah, see, we're dead in the water. This is not going to work. I'm going home. That's it.
All right. See you tomorrow.
No, not tomorrow.
No, see you Monday.
Yeah. Let's
have a great weekend. All right, let's do this.
I'll buy you coffee up here at Starbucks.
I hope so.
Let's just get out of here.
Hey, I'll take coffee out of the break room here in a minute.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, we got coffee.
That's
here.
what I always do before we start the show, and before we screw up the opening with no music.
I don't know why nothing's working.
It is not. I've got signal flow coming. I've got outflowing signal flow. All the volume.
Outflowing signal flow. You sound like a urologist.
Well, here's what I'm playing. Hang on.
No, I don't want to hear that. We can hear it enough. Maybe that's why it's not working.
You screwed it up
because it doesn't want to hear Loverboy. I actually heard that yesterday on another radio station.
Did you think about us on our Fridays and stuff?
I did. I thought about you. I was like, oh, my God. And it was just Thursday, and they were playing it. I don't know where that station was out of. It's somewhere in Memphis, I think, because I was in that vicinity and was picking up Memphis airwaves, and somebody was dropping some Loverboy. I thought, here we go.
You mean you weren't listening to WLS on your AM dial?
No. The only time I listen to it's funny you bring that up because there's talk right now that the new model cars, electric cars, are not going to have AM radio.
Yeah, we've talked about that before. Yeah,
and that's a nod to broadcasters, and they have taken notice, or we have taken notice that is a real possibility. Now, who listens to AM radio? I'm not really sure. I haven't looked at those numbers in a long, long time because I don't listen to AM radio. Occasionally, if I'm in an area where they have a large presence on AM radio, like WLS, I will flip over and listen when I can, just to see what they're doing because they're great radio stations. They're programmed to the T. I mean, they're just perfect, and so I listen because of that when I'm able to. But I don't know the last time I listened to AM radio. But the talk is they're not going to be available in new car models, and that's going to be. Well, there's different schools of thought on it, whether that'll be the death nail for AM radio or not. And if they actually go through with that, then AM will have to super modify what they do as a product to stay relevant, to stay viable. And we don't know what that means yet, so just have to wait and see. But it's disappointing talk when you hear that. You've been in radio as long as I have, and I've been in radio since I was 18. And that's really all I've ever done as a profession. You watch things like that, and so we'll see about AM radio.
I remember listening to WLS in the late 1970s on my AM radio and holding up my cassette player, cassette recorder, and right next to the radio. And I remember recording Gary Newman, Cars.
Yep.
And I played it over and over and over. Exactly. And my mother would get so pissed at me, and she would like, if you don't put on another damn song, I'm going to come in here and I'm going to throw that thing up against the wall.
Enough of Cars.
But, I remember listening to WLS way back in the day because they had like 10 billion watts of power.
Yeah.
And they were nationwide broadcasting throughout the country on an AM dial, and on a clear night, man, you could rock out to some WLS.
When I was in college, I worked at a radio station, of course, and I would get off at midnight. And my shift was like 8 to midnight, 7 to midnight, something like that. I don't know. But anyway, we'd sign off.
Kept you out of trouble.
Yeah, it did. It did. And so at midnight, we'd sign off, and then I would be starving to death. And the only place open was either Crystal or Waffle House. This was in Murfreesboro.
Right.
And so lots of nights I'd get off at midnight and drive all the way out to the interstate to Waffle House, and I would eat at like 1 o'clock in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
And I would listen to a station out of Cleveland, Ohio, and I loved it. Was AM. That's what we're talking about is AM radio. And I would flip it over there, and it was the call letters were WWWE, and they called it 3WE. 3WE.
Tonight on 3WE.
Yeah, that's what they did. I mean, I don't remember where they were on the dial, but I just remember they were a radio station 3WE, Cleveland, Ohio.
Yep. Those are some good days, man. When you could listen.
And it was
to
a music station. It was a music station. On
I remember the DJ's the late night DJ's name on WLS back in the day was John Landecker.
Yeah.
And I recorded so many songs. I was Napster before Napster was Napster.
Yep. Good days. Good Friday morning to you. It is 6:17. We're looking at 55 degrees here at the Gene Langley Ford Studios in Midtown Jackson. Officially 56 at the airport, but it's foggy. Look outside, man. You can't see across the street hardly.
Like Jack the Ripper stuff out there.
It is bad. It's foggy and misty and officially 56 at the airport this morning. Foggy this morning, otherwise look for cloudy skies today, then becoming mostly sunny late afternoon. Look for a high near 70 today. Got a very slight chance of showers tonight. Mostly cloudy, otherwise look for a low around 52. Tomorrow, chance of showers, thunderstorms possible afternoon. That's your weekend. Patchy fog, otherwise mostly cloudy, high near 70 tomorrow. And Sunday, sunny with a high near 65. So sunshine's back on Sunday.
Thank goodness.
That's good news. But today, look for cloudy skies early. May see some sunshine late this afternoon, a high near 70. And then tomorrow, showers, possibly a thunderstorm afternoon tomorrow. Otherwise, mostly cloudy, high near 70. So forecast is pretty uneventful. Chance of showers, so we'll see what happens for us on Saturday. Good Friday morning to you. Greg Wood, G-Unit in the studio with you. This is Daybreak. News Talk 96.5 FM and newstalk965.com. It was 234 years ago today, back in 1789, there was a mutiny on the Bounty. Mutineers seized the British ship called the Bounty and set Captain William Bligh and 18 sailors adrift in a launch in the South Pacific Ocean. They've made that movie 3 times. Wow. Clark Gable was in the first one. Marlon Brando was in the second one. And they did it again with Russell Crowe. Wasn't called Mutiny on the Bounty.
Okay.
Don't remember what that movie was called, but that was that movie. But that actually happened 234 years ago today. 78 years ago today. 1945, Italians executed their dictator Benito Mussolini and his mistress Clara Petacci as they tried to flee the country. Seen those photos over the years. Really? 78 years ago today, yeah.
So he was trying to hightail it out of town, and they were like, no, not so fast.
Yeah, and they strung him up. Piano wire. Not a pretty sight.
Did not end well for Mussolini.
Those pictures are legendary. Let's see. 1947 on this date, a 6-man expedition sailed from Peru aboard a balsa wood raft named the Kon-Tiki on a 101-day journey to Polynesia. 1940. That's where we get Kon-Tiki.
Really?
From the balsa wood raft, the Kon-Tiki.
That's where that comes from.
101 days on this thing from Peru to Polynesia.
Man.
No, thank you.
Yeah, that's a hard pass for me too, brother.
76 years ago. 60 years ago, back in 1963, 19-year-old Andrew Oldham saw the Rolling Stones' first performance at the Crawdaddy Club in London, and he signed on as their manager the next day at 19 years old.
How well did that work out for him?
I don't know, but...
So, in other words, a smart move by a 19-year-old young man.
But the Rolling Stones, how would they... How old were they in 1963?
Probably about the same.
I was going to ask, what I see it from his side. He sees the band
Sure.
and he sees something. I get that. But the Rolling Stones, I can't see Keith Richards going up to a pimple-faced 19-year-old kid and say, hey, you want to manage us or what? Yeah, we'll sign on with you.
Right.
We trust you. We like you. What a good bloke.
But that's what they did, apparently.
Now go in the bathroom, pop that thing. I just can't see it. It just doesn't make any sense. 1967, 56 years ago today, Muhammad Ali was stripped of his WBC and WBA titles when he refused to be inducted into the Army. So they gave it to Joe Frazier. But Ali was stripped this date, 1967. 1988, 35 years ago today. It does not seem like 1988 should be 35 years ago.
That's the truth.
That hurts my feelings.
Yeah.
The Baltimore Orioles set an American League record by opening the season with 21 straight losses when the Minnesota Twins beat them 4-2. I remember that. I mean, they couldn't buy a win.
Not a good year
in
for the Orioles that
1988. I mean, they were just sucking eggs hard that year. I remember that. Their 1-22 record in April of 1988 was the worst single month in baseball history for a team ever.
I think
still stands.
I think Cal Ripken was still playing for them.
I think he was too.
Time.
I think he was
the
too.
Iron Man, Cal Ripken.
I think you're right. They would finish the season with their record was 54 wins and 107 losses. Are you kidding me?
Man.
I remember that. It was like the sportscasters every night at like 10 o'clock when the news came on. At 10:20, that's when sports was,
right.
10:20.
Yep.
And that they would lead off with that. Well, the Orioles lost again. Big Jack Eaton.
I remember Big Jack.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Let's see. 22 years ago today, back in 2001, Dennis Tito, I forgot about this, paid $20 million to become the world's first space tourist.
Oh, yeah.
He spent 8 days in orbit aboard the International Space Station. He went up to the space station back in 2001, paid $20 million to do that.
And now
I forgot about that.
You can do something like that around, $250,000, but you only get to experience weightlessness for maybe a minute? Something like that.
Well, that doesn't cost $25 million.
No. I think it's around $250,000.
Oh, $250,000.
Yeah, $250,000.
Yeah.
And would I pay that much to be up there for a minute? No, thanks. I'd rather go to Orlando and do it. It's in one of the rides down there.
Apple launched iTunes for Windows.
Mm-hmm.
iTunes for Windows. This date, 20 years ago, 2003.
You're an Apple user.
Not really. I mean, I have my iPad, but that is not my platform. I use that for a specific reason. I have that for a specific reason for my home studio.
Okay.
But I don't use Apple. I don't have an iPhone. I don't have a Mac. I don't have any of that
PC
stuff.
and Android kind of guy because it's primarily because of my business.
Yeah. But I do have an iPad. But in 2007, on this date, I'd forgotten about this. You probably know more about this than I do. Boy George chained a Norwegian male prostitute to his bedroom wall.
Whatever.
For some reason, the police didn't like that, and Boy George was eventually convicted of false imprisonment. He only had to serve 4 months of his 15-month sentence, but he chained a Norwegian male prostitute called G-Unit to his bedroom wall.
You better stop. I have tried to delete those pictures as best I could. So that's in my past.
Son!
Leave me alone.
Woo! Let's see. 2008, Ashley Dupree, who became world famous as Elliot Spitzer's call girl, filed a $10 million lawsuit against Girls Gone Wild.
Oh, yeah.
After they dug up old footage of her getting naked and slutty back in 2003.
Yeah.
She was just being herself.
Well,
Just being herself. She dropped the suit 3 months later. Tell me about this 8 years ago. This was back in 2015. The UFC stripped John Bones Jones of his light heavyweight title after he turned himself into the cops for a hit-and-run accident. You know anything about this?
I do not.
Who is John Bones Jones?
Apparently a dude who lost the title because of something he did out of the octagon.
Jones. He'd injured someone in another car with his rental car, and he fled the scene on foot. Yeah, you can't do that. And 7 years ago today, back in 2016, Jared Goff was the number one draft pick in the NFL draft. We had the NFL draft last night. We'll talk about that when we get to sports. But 7 years ago today, we had the 2016 draft, and Jared Goff was the number one. I've never even heard of that guy. I mean, where'd he play?
Jared Goff, I don't remember where he played. I'm going to speculate that he played at Cal. I'm right.
He played for the Rams until they traded him to the Lions for Matt Stafford.
And that worked out pretty well for Jared Goff. That worked out pretty well for
Matt Stafford.
Matt Stafford, yeah.
But I don't know who Jared Goff is. What's he doing? Is he still playing? Is he still in the league?
I'm trying to find it.
There it is.
It's all on Wikipedia, but he did play at Cal. Yep.
Okay, Cal.
Played at Cal.
Jared Goff. I don't know. I just don't remember him.
Yep.
Don't remember him at all. Birthdays today. Jessica Alba is 42. Harry Shum Jr. is 41.
Mm-hmm.
Jonathan and Drew Scott, 45. Stop me when you hear somebody you know.
I recognize the Property Brothers.
Oh, yeah.
That's those guys.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. Jonathan and Drew Scott, they're 45 today.
Those guys
I know
are
those
super famous on HGTV and all that kind of stuff.
Penelope Cruz is 49. Jorge Garcia, 50. Elizabeth Rahm is 50. Bridget Moynihan.
I recognize that name.
She's 52. John Daly.
That's our guy.
57. He loves golf, sex, cigarettes, and booze.
That's why we like him.
That's what it says. And gambling. He lost $55 million at the table.
Man.
$55 million he's lost at the table.
That's why he's selling T-shirts out of the back of his trunk outside Augusta.
He says he has sex 3 or 4 times a day. I find that hard to believe.
Yeah, I don't think that's true.
I mean, who can do that?
I shouldn't say anything.
I just don't have that stamina. You know why? You know why I don't have the stamina that John Daly does?
Oh, Lord.
Because I'm not on BioT. I really need to get on that so my nudes will be better.
The way they talk about it, I'm ready to sign up.
I hear it hurts. That's why I don't do it.
Well, I don't know if
I'm not into pain. Man.
Well,
Leave me alone.
Maybe the first stick and sting might hurt, but after that, the women just rave about it, and apparently it's
You're
not
gonna
just
feel
for women.
some pressure.
Just turn your head and cough. But apparently the after effects are wonderful because what I hear folks like Jenna Langley talking about.
You think John Daly's on BioT or something?
Probably not.
I mean, he says he's getting it on 3 or 4 times a day. With who?
I don't believe that. In his head.
He's got a little 10-minute private session with himself.
Like, excuse me.
I don't know. I mean, this little write-up says he's 57. He loves golf, sex, cigarettes, booze, and gambling. He's always horny and has sex 3 or 4 times a day. That's what it says. John Daly.
I don't believe the last part of that. No. Sorry.
I don't know. If anybody could pull that off, it would be somebody like John Daly.
No, I still don't believe it.
And he's 57.
That ain't happening.
He's 57. Mary McDonald, actress, 71. Jay Leno is 73.
I like Jay Leno.
Jay Leno's 73.
He's a car guy, and I'm a car guy,
He is a car guy.
Yeah.
Yep. Ann Margaret. I like her.
There you go.
She's 82.
Viva Las Vegas.
Her. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Ann Margaret.
Thank you.
I guess that's about it.
I feel better already just talking about her.
Today is National Superhero Day. Ooh.
Who's your favorite superhero? Wonder Woman?
Yeah. Let's see.
Remember
the Hulk.
The Hulk?
The Incredible Hulk.
Hulk smash?
Yeah.
Right?
He's my favorite one. Always loved that show.
Probably say Batman.
Yeah, Batman's an idiot.
Look, no, he's not.
I mean, he's got problems. I mean, the guy's twisted.
Dude's rich. He gets all the chicks.
He's an orphan. He's messed up, man. He's messed up.
Who among us is not?
An orphan? I'm not an orphan.
Why are you casting stones this morning?
I'm not an orphan.
Yeah, but you're screwed up just like he is.
No, I'm not.
So whatever. So I am too. That I can identify with Batman.
Yeah, I bet you can.
He gets all the women.
National Superhero Day. It's also National Blueberry Pie Day. Shut up and get me a slice.
Hey, listen.
My smoking
hot girlfriend makes wonderful blueberry muffins.
Okay, it's not Blueberry Muffin Day. It's Blueberry Pie Day.
Blueberries, whatever. It's close enough.
Pie. There's a big difference between pie and muffin.
Well, her pie is pretty good, too. You walked right into that, brother.
I did.
Better be easy now, bro.
I did. Y'all, I apologize. It's also Teacher Appreciation Day. 16 days to Mother's Day. And we're happy to announce today that it is 28 days to Memorial Day weekend.
We are in the countdown leading up to not only Mother's Day, but also to the biggest sporting event in the world, the Indy 500.
That's true. That is true. We've also got the Kentucky Derby coming up.
Kentucky Derby is next weekend.
Yep.
I would love to go to Kentucky Derby sometime.
Churchill Downs.
Yes, sir.
We used to have a guy here in town that went every year to the stables and would call and give us a report from the stables.
Right.
From the stables. So if he's still around, I haven't heard from him, but he'll be heading up after the weekend.
How cool would that be? Go up there.
He's there every year. Has been for years.
Wear a seersucker suit and
the mint julep.
A little mint julep. That's right. Or 9.
Ladies have complete, full, live peacocks on their head.
Some of them, yeah. Looks like it.
Is that a live peacock? Yes, it is.
Thanks for asking.
That is coming
That's
up.
It.
So.
Mother's Day coming up, 16 days away.
16
Govern
days away.
yourselves accordingly.
All right, it is right now 6:32. Sports is on the way. I guess we'll talk about the draft. That's coming up next.
Welcome to Hampton Inn & Suites of Jackson. Make yourself at home in any of the 83 rooms or suites. Hampton Inn & Suites exit 83 at I-40 is minutes away from all Jackson destinations like the West Tennessee Healthcare Sportsplex, Casey Jones Village, Jackson Madison County General Hospital, and many industrial complexes. Enjoy free Wi-Fi, free parking, and free hot breakfast. Also a 24-hour fitness and business center. Welcome to West Tennessee. Make your reservations now by calling direct at 731-427-6100 or visit hampton.com.
Watch Tennessee Championship Wrestling every Saturday morning at 11 a.m. on NewsTalkWestTennessee.com.
See all the Memphis legends: Jerry the King Lawler, Dangerous Doug Gilbert, Superstar Bill Dundee, along with stars of today: the Mid-South Prodigy Bam Bam Bundy, MJ Davis, Mr. Marvelous Mike Mayo, Insane Dane, Big Gravy, The Rocket Josh Benson, Lucky P. Larson, and many, many more. You can also view TCW on the News Talk West Tennessee app for all your Apple and Android devices.
Catch Tennessee Championship Wrestling every Saturday at noon on NewsTalkWTN.com.
Are you tired of the stresses of everyday life? Do you need a break? Indulge yourself at Bogey's Dream Studio. Experience the very best massage therapy. Shane specializes in hot oil stone massage, which will melt away your tension and leave you feeling refreshed and rejuvenated. Self-care is important. Regular massage will strengthen your immune system, decrease joint inflammation, and help you enjoy better quality of sleep. Bogey's Dream Studio will help you achieve a relaxed mind and body. Why wait? Call now. 731-402-0172. That's 731-402-0172 for the very best massage experience you'll ever have. Let Bogey's Dream Studio of Massage take you to a dreamy state of relaxation. Call 731-402-0172. That's Bogey's Dream Studio of Massage, 401 Federal Drive, Jackson.
Let's face it, people want to feel loved, appreciated, and pampered. Beauty to the Bone has a mission and a purpose to help you look and feel beautiful inside and out. From facials to Botox, fillers, lasers, IV therapy, functional medicine, and all in between, we've got you covered. Book your appointment today to feel your very best tomorrow.
Book your appointment today. Call 731-300-9103. That's 731-300-9103.
Looking to add a little spice to your love life?
Nothing adds spice like gunpowder.
Jackson's only indoor shooting range. Date night at the range. Here's what you lovebirds get: a shooting lane for two targets, 100 rounds of ammo, eye and ear protection, and a $30 gift certificate to Texas Roadhouse. All for just $99.99.
Now that's firepower.
Perfect for a gift card from the range. The Range, 2310 North Highland Avenue in Jackson.
Go to therange.com.
Vintage doesn't always mean long-lasting. As your home systems age, your repair costs, utility bills, and breakdowns rise. During Hiller's Vintage Showdown, we're giving away a free new system to the owner of the oldest HVAC unit. Submit a picture of your old equipment online to see if you qualify as the winner. Everybody wins with trade-in credits plus 0% financing for up to 48 months with approved credit on select new HVAC systems. Enter to win now at happyhiller.com.
Call the Happy Face Truck today.
Hi, I'm Terica Smith, a local attorney and proud JMCSS graduate, but I'm also a JMCSS parent. We chose Jackson Madison County Schools for educational options that are innovative and challenging. Whether it's the Academic Academy at Northeast or early college and career opportunities at JCM Early College High, JMCSS offers classes and programs that will prepare my son for college and beyond. Plus, JMCSS is a Level 5 district and tuition free. It just makes sense.
Hi, I'm Greg Hammond, Chief of Public Information for the Jackson Madison County School System. With an increased focus in the fine arts, athletics, workforce development, and early career opportunities for students, there's never been a better time to choose us. Tuition free, Jackson Madison County Schools. Visit jmcss.org today to schedule a tour or call 731-345-7011.
Not too expensive, nothing too fancy, just an authentic Italian family recipe served up piping hot, just like a pizza pie should be. Locally owned and operated Carico's Pizza, home of the $8 lunch special. 2 slices and a drink for just $8. Buy the slice or the 28-inch monster, perfect for the bowl game. Carico's Pizza, 1370 Union University Drive. For catering, call 731-240-1033. For the full menu, visit caricospizza.com.
Pansies, poppies, and daffodils aren't the only spring things popping up all over West Tennessee. Beautiful deals on new 2023 Ford cars, trucks, and SUVs are blooming right now at Gene Langley Ford in Humboldt. Hi, this is Sarah Beth Langley. Come by our lot at 3500 Easton Drive in Humboldt or visit us online at GeneLangleyFord.com. You'll see our personalized service, guaranteed financing, and lifetime powertrain warranty make buying your new Ford a bright and sunny experience. Or customize your new Ford car, truck, or SUV and apply for financing online at GeneLangleyFord.com, and when it arrives, we'll deliver it right to your driveway. In the market for a pre-owned vehicle, we have a huge selection on all makes and models, updated daily at GeneLangleyFord.com. And as everyone knows, if you ever have any service needs, our service department is known area-wide as the best in the business. Regardless of your make or model, we'll get you back on the road in no time. Whether it's a new Ford, a used vehicle, or service, you really should try Gene Langley Ford before you buy. The dealership service bill.
See dealer for warranty details.
Looking to add a little spice to your love life?
Nothing adds spice like gunpowder.
Jackson's only indoor shooting range, date night at the range. Here's what you lovebirds get: a shooting lane for 2 targets, 100 rounds of ammo, eye and ear protection, and a $30 gift certificate to Texas Roadhouse. All for just $99.99.
Now that's firepower.
Perfect for a gift card from the range. The Range, 2310 North Highland Avenue in Jackson.
Go to therange.com.
They say consistency is the key to success. They weren't wrong. So how about grabbing a beer that's consistently smooth, consistently refreshing, and consistently light? You might just find that the road to success can be pretty enjoyable. Michelob Ultra, the perfect balance of taste and refreshment, and only 2.6 carbs and 95 calories. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Central Distributors, Jackson.
96.5 FM. Home of the Dan Reeves Show.
Weekday afternoons, 3 till 6.
It's awful hard to try to make love long distance. But I really needed stimulation, though it was only my imagination. It's just a fantasy. Oh, it's not the real thing. Oh, it's just a fantasy. Oh.
7:42. We're 18 away from the top of the hour. Greg Wood, G-Unit. Gosh, look at the fog outside. That is amazing.
That looks scary out there, man.
I mean, you can't even see the AutoZone Superstore over there. I mean, you can't see it.
You're right.
What about our taco truck over there? Are those guys okay? We need to check on them.
I bet they'll be open probably here in about 15 minutes.
Holy moly, the fog has rolled in. What is this, San Francisco? What is happening? 55 degrees right now on the outside, 56 officially at the airport, and fog is obviously in the forecast this morning. It'll burn off. We'll see some sunshine late this afternoon, but right now, my goodness.
Man.
Get those lights on, y'all. Get those lights on.
Not on high beam.
No,
not on high beam, on low beam.
Yeah, you don't want to. It's not dark out. It's just foggy.
Yep.
You don't need to see. People need to see you.
Right.
So put your lights on.
That's it.
Put your lights on. Jerry Springer died yesterday.
We saw that, yeah.
Jerry Springer. He was at home in Chicago. He had a brief battle with pancreatic cancer. He was 79 years old. Of course, we all remember the Jerry Springer Show. Ran from 1991 to 2018. That thing was on until 2018.
Jerry.
In the 1970s, he was a politician who once had to resign for paying a prostitute with a personal check. Now that's, come on, man. Let me write you a check. What? You got to be, hey, will you take a check? Hey, baby. Let me write you a check, honey. Who do I make that out to?
How do you spell Trixie?
Yeah, you can make it out to Trixie, baby.
God, you crazy, man.
Wrote a prostitute a personal check. He was mayor of Cincinnati, Ohio for a while.
Yeah.
He was mayor of Cincinnati, and then he was a news anchor or local television. Local television.
Yep.
And then he got the gig and for the Jerry Springer Show.
Man, no telling how many people have wasted half a day when they took off from work watching Jerry Springer.
I know when I was in college, we would watch it. We would have like Springer parties in the afternoons, and we would all just gather at somebody's television and watch the Jerry Springer Show. Because, I mean, there was always hair pulling.
Yes.
Somebody's dress was going to get torn off, and there was going to be somebody's boob was going to flop out. So, yeah, we always watched the Jerry Springer Show back in those days. He got that gig. The syndicator, Phil Donahue, had the daytime talk show format. That was his for years.
Long time.
And Phil Donahue was getting ready to bow out. And the syndicator, the producers, came to Jerry Springer, which was doing local news. It was a news anchor. They came to him and they said, "You're going to do the next daytime talk show," when Phil isn't doing it anymore. Okay. He was on his way out. So they gave it to Jerry Springer in 1991, and he just went with it. Did he ever?
Man. There was always somebody cheating on somebody baby daddy not being a real man, somebody baby mama don't know who the daddy is.
There was always a fight.
Always.
I mean, that's why you watch, to see the fight. And
so when me and my smoking hot girlfriend, when we saw that Jerry Springer had died yesterday, we naturally pulled up some Jerry Springer clips on YouTube.
Oh, yeah.
And the last fight that we saw was like a pretend slap fight.
A pretend slap
fight.
It
wasn't a pile driver going on. None of that real good stuff. It was easy. I mean, I saw more action in those apartment wrestling magazines when I was a kid.
Yeah.
But no, the slap fight was not fun to watch. And
man,
anyway.
Used to love to watch it. Jerry Springer, dead at 79. He's survived by his daughter and other family members and multiple neo-Nazi lesbian biker gang members who are about to get a makeover and dress way too slutty for television. I know, right? It is time for sports. Good morning to you, G-Unit.
Good morning, Greg. This morning's sports brought to you by the dealership that service-built Gene Langley Ford. Pick your car, pick your color at GeneLangleyFord.com. On both sides of East End Drive in Humboldt.
Hello.
My smoking hot girlfriend and I, we were in Humboldt yesterday, went right past Gene Langley Ford.
Okay.
Listen, man, If you're looking for your next car, Gene Langley Ford will give you the hookup. Also brought to you by the Pest Control. Brought to you by the Pest Patrol, rather. Southeastern Termite and Pest Control. Man, we see their cars all over the place. That is the Pest Patrol out there.
I see them.
If they have invaded your house, Southeastern Termite and Pest Control will hook you up, and they will execute those nasty, mean, horrible pests with a machine gun. Southeastern Termite and Pest Control. Also brought to you by our friends at Lifeline Voice and Data. We will get to the draft in just a second, but a couple of local sports notes. The Southside High School JV Lady Hawks softball team had a big win over West Carroll yesterday, 10-1. So the JV Lady Hawks team, congratulations to them. And the Lady Varsity Hawks, rather, fell to West Carroll 5-2. So the JV team wins big. The Varsity Hawks took one on the chin. Southside baseball team also beat McNary yesterday, 6-1. Other local news, a standout high school basketball player in the area, Malik Curry, for Northside High School. That young man is about 6'7" tall. He can block a shot if you're shooting it from the parking lot. He signed yesterday to play with Columbia State, signed his national letter of intent, and his mother is just a treat. She is one of the scorekeepers for Northside High School, and I know she is very, very proud, and rightfully so. Aaron Woods does a fantastic job with that program. Aaron Woods, by the way, is about to graduate with his PhD in education. Wow. He is the basketball head coach.
A basketball coach with a PhD.
Basketball head coach with a PhD in education. So very proud of that young man.
Wow.
And his star player, Malik Curry, signed with Columbia State yesterday. So congratulations to the entire Indians basketball program out there. All right, big news.
Not really.
I predicted it.
You did.
Matter of fact, yesterday on the show,
yes, you did.
I stopped by Bourbon and Barley's with Dan, and State Representative Chris Todd was there. Casey Gold of Tennessee Championship Wrestling was there also. And on my way out, I said, "Get ready,
Roll Tide." That's what you said.
I did not say that.
Well, you should have.
But there's a lot of reason for the Tide to roll.
Roll Tide, roll.
Jesus. Do I have to?
Yes.
I have to get it from you. I have to get it from my nephew and my niece.
Yes, you do.
And my own family.
Roll Tide, roll.
Please.
Go ahead.
Do I have to?
Don't let me stop you.
Well, you're doing a good job. The Tide did roll yesterday with two of the first three picks in the NFL draft coming right out of Titletown. Bryce Young goes number 1 to the Carolina Panthers. I think that was a very good move.
Do you really?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
On yesterday's show, I mentioned that I thought Bryce Young reminded me of two players who both played quarterback and had successful careers. One more so in college, but still had a decent pro career, and another one who has had a very good pro career. Bryce Young reminds me of Doug Flutie, for one, because he can scramble around. He makes good decisions with the ball, and he's not the tallest guy on the team.
He is not. He is small.
But he can see through the forest and look for the tree, that wide receiver out there, and, the big offensive linemen who are about a foot taller than him. Yep. So Bryce Young kind of reminds me in that regard of Doug Flutie. He also reminds me of Russell Wilson, who wasn't the tallest guy coming out of college, but has gone on to have a very successful pro career with Seattle and now with Denver. I think this was a very good pick for Carolina. Carolina needed a quarterback that could come right in and fit in. Carolina's quarterback rating for the year finished 31st in the league, so they needed somebody to step up. His projected year one impact, according to ESPN, they say that he could be a Rookie of the Year candidate.
Really?
Yes. Again, that's according to ESPN.
Well, he did go number 1, so we'll see.
The Panthers made a big move to trade up and select Young, so they won't wait to get him on the field, according to ESPN. His composure under center, field vision, ability to extend the play, and full field accuracy will allow him to start and produce immediately as a pro. This according to ESPN's draft analysis. C.J. Stroud, the Ohio State quarterback, went number 2 to the Houston Texans, so they will hopefully fill a need that they have. I'm just not a big believer in C.J. Stroud. He's a really good system quarterback at Ohio State. Ohio State produces very good college quarterbacks, but some of them have not succeeded at the pro level. So I'm just not sold on C.J. Stroud. I hope he doesn't become the next Malik Willis.
Oh.
If you remember Malik Willis, who played, I think he started his career at Auburn, if I'm right, and then finished his career playing for Hugh Freeze at Liberty when Hugh Freeze was still at Liberty, and just hasn't panned out the way the Titans thought he would. The number 3 pick also went to the Houston Texans. So we had one offensive player from the Tide selected, and a defensive player, Will Anderson Jr., goes to the Houston Texans. And so Houston was a big mover and shaker in this draft.
I'll say.
They get C.J. Stroud at quarterback with the 2nd pick. They traded up and got Will Anderson Jr. for Alabama with the 3rd pick. And so you've got to think that Houston is going to be a team to watch in the AFC South. That does not speak well for Tennessee Titans fans. But Houston making big moves in this draft to get C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson at number 2. And
who'd the Steelers get?
I'm going to just wait.
I want to hear about the Pittsburgh Steelers.
I get it from you. I get it from my smoking hot girlfriend. I get it from Dan when I do sports with
Black
him.
and go.
I'm surrounded by this garbage.
Black and go.
So with the number 4 pick, the Indianapolis Colts selected Anthony Richardson, the quarterback from Florida. I don't like that pick. If it were me and I'm not a general manager, I would have selected Will Levis from Kentucky.
What happened to him? Where did he go?
He has not even been selected yet.
After day one, he's still on the board.
First round, he is still on the board.
What?
And ESPN projects him as being the best available player that is still undrafted.
Well, what happened? Did he not score well on his Wonderlic? Isn't that what that test is called? The Wonderlic?
I don't know if we could say that on the air.
That's what it is, right? You got to take the Wonderlic test.
Yes, you're right. It is called the Wonderlic test.
What did he do, flunk it? What happened? He was supposed to be gone by now. I mean, he was supposed to be up there.
If it were me, I would have selected him number 4 with the Colts. But Anthony Richardson from Florida, I just disagree with the pick. I also think that he was a system quarterback at Florida. The system made him look better than he was. I hope for this young man's sake and for all the Colts fans' sake out there that I'm wrong, but hey, I'm just an idiot on the radio. Devon Witherspoon, the cornerback from Illinois, went number 5 to the Seattle Seahawks. Bijan Robinson, I thought, was a good pickup for the Atlanta Falcons. They picked him at number 8. Jalen Carter, that big 6'19" defensive tackle for the 2-time defending national champions, Georgia Bulldogs, went to the Philadelphia Eagles at number 9. And the Tennessee Vols, good old Rocky Top. They got a player selected in the top 10, offensive tackle Darnell Wright, who has played all across the board for the offensive line for Coach Josh Heupel in the last year. Darnell Wright goes number 10 to Cincinnati. The number 11 pick was Peter Skoronski, the Northwestern offensive tackle. He went to the Tennessee Titans. And your Pittsburgh Steelers.
Here we go. Finally.
Oh, man.
Finally.
I get it from you. I get it at home. I get it from Dan. I'm surrounded.
Look, man, it's the Steeler Nation.
By this black and gold
worldwide,
garbage.
baby.
Pittsburgh Steelers selected offensive tackle from Georgia, Broderick Jones, so they have shored up their offensive line for Kenny Pickett. And I loved the pick with Kenny Pickett last year. I think he is a long-term success for the Pittsburgh Steelers. He's a Pittsburgh native, played at Pitt. My nephew and I saw him.
He was a rookie last year, right?
He was a rookie last year, and I think Kenny Pickett is going to reinvigorate that Pittsburgh offense. And Broderick Jones, the offensive tackle from Georgia, who did a fantastic job, won 2 national championships with Georgia, was a good pickup for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
All right.
As much as I hate to say it. It's Morning Sports.
Love the Steelers.
It's Morning Sports brought to you by Lifeline Voice and Data. Cambridge Men's Store. Hey, if you're planning a wedding and you want to look your best on her best day, go to Cambridge Men's Store for your fittings. They are taking appointments now. Plan your future at Jackson State Community College. Log on to jscc.edu. Your moods will be better. That's what they all say.
Yeah.
And I believe them. With Advanced Rehab Bio-T. Also brought to you by Pops Music in North Jackson. Watson's Cleaning. If it's good enough for the downtown courthouse, it's good enough for your house.
Yes.
And Dapper Dan's favorite, Mulligan's.
News Talk West Tennessee includes newstalk965.com and Newstalk 96.5 FM, covering local news, sports, and weather on an extensive network of platforms, including radio, social media streaming, digital TV, live stream, podcasts, all on your devices. Our local and live weekday lineup includes Daybreak with Greg Wood and G-Unit, Walker Talks with Chuck Walker and Julie Holt, The Dan Reeves Show with Gina Langley and Larry Newman, Dave Ramsey, Jackson-Madison County Schools Game of the Week, UT Vols Sports, and the Memphis Grizzlies. Local, live, News Talk West Tennessee and newstalk965.com. Hear it first on News Talk 96.5 FM. We might be talking about you.
If you're in business, you know just how important each call is. You don't have time for phone or internet downtime. Your business needs a reliable communications partner 24/7. You need Lifeline Voice and Data. Lifeline Voice and Data provides telephone service to emergency service facilities all over West Tennessee and beyond. For your business, we don't just provide a phone line. We provide a lifeline. Lifeline Voice and Data.
My name's Tommy Bland, and I just received the BioT hormone replacement therapy. For BioT, I was just not hitting on all cylinders. I didn't feel like myself. I was constantly fatigued, brain fog, lack of energy, searching for something natural, something that I could use to help benefit my body and help maybe take me back to where I once was. And while I was waiting in the waiting room, I saw a pop-up advertisement there, and I started reading over all the symptoms, and I went down the list. They all pertain to me. My experience with Miss Kim Nichols, my case manager for BioT, was great. She was very informative, put me at ease, went through everything step by step, knew exactly what to expect and what the outcome was going to be in the end. After BioT, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. I can get off work, go home, catch my second wind, and I'm off to the races again. It doesn't matter if I'm working, selling cars, or if I'm on the boat fishing a tournament, I'm back to my old home.
Give us a call at 7.
Lack of libido, having trouble losing the belly fat, having trouble sleeping, lack of daytime energy. I was suffering from all these things, and several months ago, I decided to do something about it. I called Dr. Shannon Bone at Advanced Rehab and Medical. A simple test can change your life. It did for me. So call Dr. Shannon Bone, do what I did, and ask if BioTE is right for you. You'll be glad you did. Not too expensive, nothing too fancy, just an authentic Italian family recipe served up piping hot, just like a pizza pie should be. Locally owned and operated Carico's Pizza, home of the $8 lunch special. 2 slices and a drink for just $8. Buy the slice or the 28-inch monster, perfect for the bowl game. Carico's Pizza, 1370 Union University Drive. For catering, call 731-240-1033. For the full menu, visit caricospizza.com.
For nearly 30 years, Cambridge Limited has been the place where West Tennesseans come for their dress clothes needs. We are so thankful for the many customers who have stood by us through the years and allowed us to play such a special role in the biggest moments of their lives. Our customer service is unparalleled, and our tailors work around the clock to ensure that your clothes are custom fit to you. With no suit in the store more than $259, there is something for everybody here at Cambridge. Come and see what we are all about, or give us a call to book your own wedding appointment today at Cambridge.
Is your office or home office in need of a new printer, copier, fax, or multifunction machine? Do you need business cards, envelopes, or office supplies? Are you looking to upgrade to new office furniture? Office World Incorporated in Trenton has been serving all of the Gibson County and the West Tennessee area for over 65 years. Office World is a franchise partner of OfficeZilla. Call today, 731-855-9131, or email officeworldinc@gmail.com.
Are you struggling with lack of libido, having trouble losing the belly fat, having trouble sleeping, lack of daytime energy? I was suffering from all these things, and several months ago, I decided to do something about it. I called Dr. Shannon Bone at Advanced Rehab and Medical. A simple test can change your life. It did for me. So call Dr. Shannon Bone, do what I did, and ask if BioTE is right for you. You'll be glad you did. Not too expensive.
At Gene Langley Ford in Humboldt. And right now, our price is your price. Our price is your price. Our price is your price. And remember, March is Ford Truck Month. What's better than 20% over invoice or 15% over invoice or 10% over invoice? How about 0% over invoice? It's happening now at Gene Langley Ford. Our price is your price. That's right. Our price is your price.
If you're in business, you know just how important each call is. You don't have time for phone or internet downtime. Your business needs a reliable communications partner 24/7. You need Lifeline Voice and Data. Lifeline Voice and Data provides telephone service to emergency service facilities all over West Tennessee and beyond. For your business, we don't just provide a phone line. We provide a lifeline. Lifeline Voice and Data.
9 a.m. weekdays on The Dan Reeves Show. The Range presents Rapid Fire. Answer the question. One sentence only. Brought to you by...
The capital in the first attack against the city in nearly 2 months. The Kyiv city administration saying the Air Force had intercepted a volley of cruise missiles and 2 unmanned aerial vehicles over the capital. There were no immediate reports of any missiles hitting targets in Kyiv, but in Uman, 134 miles south of the capital, Ukrainian National Police say 2 cruise missiles hit a 9-story residential building, killing a number of people and wounding many more. I'm Charles de Ledesma.
The European economy grew by a meager 0.1% in the first quarter of the year. That comes as challenges persist from inflation, eroding people's willingness to spend. News and analysis, townhall.com. A cavalcade of derailments recently drawing increased attention to railroad safety.
Federal regulators stopped short of telling railroad companies they should limit the length of their trains, but they do suggest precautions. Freight rail companies are increasingly relying on longer trains to help them move cargo with fewer crews. But the Federal Rail Administration says 3 recent derailments involved trains that were longer than 12,000 feet and says the size was a factor. 6 states are looking at limits for the length of trains, citing not only safety, but also the amount of time drivers and emergency responders are delayed at rail crossings. I'm Jackie Quinn.
A railroad conductor just north of New York City rescued a 3-year-old boy who wandered onto the tracks dangerously close to the electrified third rail, scooped up the child who was just fine. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Did you hear you can now earn your degree or certificate online at Jackson State Community College with degrees and certificates in criminal justice, business, healthcare, tech, and more? There's never been a better time to pursue your education online from the comfort of your own home. Jackson State also offers remote and hybrid options to cater to your busy schedule. Learn more about their online programs at jscc.edu/online.
They say consistency is the key to success. They weren't wrong. So how about grabbing a beer that's consistently smooth, consistently refreshing, and consistently light? You might just find that the road to success can be pretty enjoyable. Michelob Ultra, the perfect balance of taste and refreshment, and only 2.6 carbs and 95 calories. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Central Distributors, Jackson.
Looking to add a little spice to your love life?
Nothing adds spice like gunpowder.
Jackson's only indoor shooting range. Date night at the range. Here's what you lovebirds get. A shooting lane for 2 targets, 100 rounds of ammo, eye and ear protection, and a $30 gift certificate to Texas Roadhouse. All for just $99.99.
Now that's firepower.
Perfect for a gift card from the range. The Range, 2310 North Highland Avenue in Jackson.
Go to therange.com.
Papa, why can't we telegraph while riding a horse?
Son, there ain't no one to blame but Jeffro. He was riding old Betsy the Stallion, tip-tapping away at his telegraph, when blam! Ran right into the side of the saloon.
Well, if Jeffro can't do it, neither should you. Don't text and drive.
visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
My name is Steven, and I'm 41 years old. I started having problems with my weight, my focus, my energy all around. I spent thousands of dollars a year on supplements trying to get my weight down, and it never worked.
Are these problems affecting your work, your relationships, and your quality of life? You'll be happy to know there is an exciting, natural solution available called BioT. BioT uses a natural way for men and women to correct these problems by safely and accurately balancing hormone levels without the use of synthetic injections or creams.
I got the treatment, and it has been the best decision of my life. I feel great. I'm losing weight. I have more energy. I'm getting stronger in the gym, and I can focus so much better. And I notice that I also sleep better, and I'm always in a good mood. And I believe it's all because of the BioT treatment.
To schedule an appointment to find out if BioTE is right for you, call 731-462-3596. That's 731-462-3596. News Talk 96.5 FM weather, presented by Dustin Ring. Dustin buys houses fast for cash. Call Dustin today, 731-200-1362. Friday brings clouds in the morning, then partly sunny in the afternoon. Highs in the upper 60s, northwest wind 5 to 10. Mostly cloudy overnight, low near 50. Dustin buys houses fast for cash. DustinBuys.com. For weather 24/7, visit newstalk965.com.
News Talk West Tennessee includes newstalk965.com and News Talk 96.5 FM, covering local news, sports, and weather on an extensive network of platforms, including radio, social media streaming, digital TV, live stream, podcasts, all on your devices. Our local and live weekday lineup includes Daybreak with Greg Wood and G-Unit, Walker Talks with Chuck Walker and Julie Holt, The Dan Reeves Show with Gina Langley and Larry Newman, Dave Ramsey, Jackson-Madison County Schools Game of the Week, UT Vols Sports, and the Memphis Grizzlies. Local, live, News Talk West Tennessee and newstalk965.com. Hear it first on News Talk 96.5 FM. We might be talking about you.
Man, I cannot believe the fog outside. Look at that. You literally cannot see across the street.
This looks eerie out there, man.
I mean, that's incredible.
Hey, wait, who's breaking into our cars? Hey, get away from there!
Hey, the taco truck is open. I know that. You can see them over there.
Bro,
they got their neon sign going. You can see that breaking through the fog.
Yeah.
So we know they're there. I'm not walking over there today. You can't walk across this street.
Well, yeah, I know.
I mean, that's you're murdering yourself.
You would get mugged by the fog this morning.
So the street is dangerous. Add the fog to that, and it's treacherous out there right now. So please be careful and get those headlights on low beam this morning. It's foggy.
You know what I would do?
What would you do?
I would go across the street, and I would walk across the street and get something from the taco truck over there.
You think they got any boiled eggs?
For taste test Thursday someday.
Yeah.
That'd be a good thing for us to do.
We need a menu.
Because they're open before 7 o'clock, and we do taste test Thursdays at about 7:20.
7:20 is when we try to get to it. Yeah.
Right. I'd do it in a heartbeat, bro.
We need a menu. What's the name of their outfit? Can you look them up?
I don't
know. You know they got a Facebook page.
Probably.
What's the name of their outfit?
I don't know.
Look them up. Find them. Ask ChatGPT who the taco truck is across the street.
You know what? I'm going to do that. Let's see what it says.
He's got it bookmarked, y'all. He is so into some ChatGPT, man. What's the name of the taco truck across the street?
That's the exact question. So the exact question was, who is the taco truck across the street? It says, I'm sorry, but as an AI language model, I don't have access to real-time information about specific taco trucks or their location.
That sucks.
Well, I could ask Bard, but Bard would give me some kind of snarky answer.
Yeah, I like Bard because it's kind of got an attitude.
Listen, what
to
did we
it.
say?
It's kind of saucy. It's sassy.
Are your thumbs fingers? And it said, sorry, I don't have thumbs.
Yeah. Like, you idiot. Get out of here with that. Come on, man. It is foggy. It's 56 degrees, 56 at the airport as well this morning. Going to a high today around 70. We'll see some sunshine late this afternoon. We'll see sunshine. We got to burn off this fog first. Yeah. Oh, my word. It's foggy.
Scary.
Rain tomorrow, about a 50% chance of rain, so it's a good chance that we will have a wet Saturday tomorrow. But Sunday, we're back to sunshine, so that's good. But yeah, rain for tonight and tomorrow. But today, we'll see sunshine late this afternoon, making way for rain tonight, overnight, and tomorrow. And then back to sunshine on Sunday. Highs around 70. Low 70s throughout the week. That'll be your highs.
Yep.
So, would you wear a shirt with a photo of yourself on it?
No.
What about if it had my photo on it? Would you wear that one?
Definitely not. I don't want to scare little kids. I mean, come on, man.
If I had a shirt with my face on it, I would wear it like every day, man.
God.
I would wear it every day.
Come on, man.
I would. I think I'm going to have one made. You can get stuff like that all day long. You know.
No.
You don't want the real G.
No, I'm just look, man. Hey, I had to clean both of our coffee cups out this morning when I was met because they had drank out of your coffee cup and mine.
Did you see the sign that got posted over the sink in the break room?
I
you
did.
See that?
Yes.
Before you leave, take time to clean.
Yes.
You see that?
Yes.
Who's doing that?
I don't know. I know I clean up a little bit.
I knew it was just a matter of time. It was just a matter of time with this crew until the passive-aggressive note posting started taking place. It was just a matter of time.
We're going to have Post-it notes all over the place. Like, excuse me, especially can the morning crew contain themselves just a little better?
Before you leave, take time to clean. It's like, what?
It's like a garbage dumpster back there, man. That Mike and Ave, don't you know that Mike and Ave has had stuff explode?
I wouldn't put there's nothing I would put in there and then eat. Sorry, that's just not going to happen. I wouldn't pop a bag of popcorn in there, man. That's self-contained.
Well, I bet, now that I think about it, what we should have done is we should have put the bag of cotton candy in there yesterday.
Ooh, I wonder what that would have done.
And cooked it for about 2 minutes.
2 minutes?
Yeah. And just experiment like it's 8th grade science class.
One other place that I was at for many, many years, we got a microwave there. The one in the break room, and I don't know who made this. I don't know what brand it was. Mm-hmm. Apparently it was made by NASA because this thing would get so hot. You could put something in there for like 10 seconds. It would be melted. It was the hottest cooking microwave that I've ever been around. I mean, I don't have a pacemaker in my chest, but if you got close to this thing, you'd feel the flutters. That was one serious microwave. I mean, you could not walk off and leave anything in there. I mean, it would just disintegrate it.
Cook a roast in about 10 seconds in there?
Yeah, I mean, it was like a crematorium. I was like, what happened to my popcorn? It's gone.
Oh, God. That's crazy. Oh, man.
So I always watch microwaves when I go to a place for the first time and they have a microwave. The first time I go to use it, I'm like glued to it. I can't take my eyes off of it because I'm so used to that other one that would destroy your food.
Right.
You know, so I have to keep an eye on it. This one back here is pretty tame.
Have you ever sat and watched the microwave cook something just to wait for it to explode?
Oh, I don't.
Like a piece of chicken that still has a bone in it?
Gross.
And that marrow gets so hot.
Ew, and it pops the chicken.
Boom!
No, I've never done that.
I
didn't know bone would do that.
That's cheap entertainment, bro.
Yeah. Yeah, but then somebody's got to clean that up.
So kids, if you're out there.
Smell.
Yes, it's horrible. Kids, if you're out there, if you really want to gross your mom and dad out, but just run before they give you a whipping, put a couple of pieces of fried chicken in the microwave and set it on for about 4 minutes.
Well, you know, the first microwave, this was in the early 80s, I guess, when everybody got a microwave. Mm-hmm. I don't remember, but whenever I was a kid, the first one we got, the thing was, you know, you have to punch holes in your potato.
Yes. With a fork.
With a fork.
Yep.
You had to punch holes
that.
in it, which you don't have to do that, but they told us that. Or the potato would explode. I've never seen a potato explode in a microwave.
I haven't either.
You know, and the other thing is aluminum foil. Don't put anything metal or aluminum foil in a microwave because it will spark. It'll catch fire. I have seen that happen. Because the first time they tell you don't do it, what do? You do it. Where's the aluminum foil? I want to see what this does. And yeah, I mean, it produces fireworks. And what else did they tell you that you can't put in there? Boiled eggs.
Yes.
Because that'll blow up. Now, that's probably true. I can see that happening.
Yeah.
Have you ever put ivory soap in the microwave?
Ew, no.
Like a bar of ivory soap.
What would it do?
It just goes everywhere. It makes like a soap cloud. You never done that?
No.
It's pretty cool. I mean, it'll just it metamorphosizes into this billowy wad of soap. And it what starts out about the size of this mouse.
And it winds up looking like white insulation.
Yeah, and it just goes everywhere, and you can watch it do it.
Man,
it just starts disintegrating and metamorphosizing into, I don't know. Kids do it in like science class. I mean, that's a legit thing. What else can you put in a microwave? Crayons. You ever put crayons in there? They kind of do the same thing.
No way.
Don't let them melt all the way, but they'll start doing some weird stuff. What else have I put
So my smoking hot girlfriend says if you put eggs in the microwave, it makes nasty smells and explodes. She said it's like elephant toothpaste.
Elephant toothpaste. Oh, God. Woo. I don't know how we got off on microwaves, but a survey on T-shirt trends found that tie-dye shirts are back in.
All right.
Tie-dye shirts. But 34% of people wouldn't wear, they're wearing tie-dye again.
Okay.
But 34% wouldn't wear a shirt with a photo of themselves on it. I would.
Oh, well, we know that.
I would do it. I think I'm going to get one.
Hey, okay. On another note, related, what if they put our picture on a billboard?
We're on a billboard.
No, our picture. The Daybreak, Greg Wood and G Unit.
We're on
picture.
One.
Where?
Out at the bypass?
No, it doesn't. It has the call sign. Doesn't have Daybreak.
I think it does.
No, it doesn't.
I think it does.
Because I've watched it for about 45 minutes and it doesn't.
That was you sitting on the side of the road watching the billboard change?
I was trying to see if it was going to be us.
Well, I've been on a billboard.
But you would wear a T-shirt. I believe it. You would wear a T-shirt with a picture of yourself on it.
I certainly would.
That sounds crazy.
I would wear it anywhere.
Oh, Lord. To church, probably.
I would.
To Al Green's church down in Memphis.
I definitely would. And I would have them for sale in the trunk of my car as soon as we dismissed.
Like John Daly outside of Al Green's church.
$12.50. You can have a Greg Wood shirt.
Hey, I would go to Al Green's. And me and my smoking hot girlfriend talked about that. We will go with you to Al Green's church any Sunday you want.
Okay.
Because I know you spend time in Memphis on the weekends.
Yeah.
We would do it in a heartbeat.
I'll be there. I'll be there this Sunday.
That's a lie.
No. I'll be in Memphis this Sunday.
Oh, I thought you meant Al Green's church.
No, I'm going down tomorrow afternoon, and I'll be there Sunday.
Can you imagine the set list on a Sunday morning on Al Green's Green's church?
He's not always there, and they don't publicize it.
Yeah, but I don't want to go if he's not there.
Well, you don't know though. That's what I'm saying. They don't say, "Hey, come to our church this Sunday because Reverend Al's going to be there."
Right.
You don't know when he's going to be there. Well, they always have church. They always have church every Sunday, but he may or may not be there, and they don't tell you beforehand. Otherwise, they'd have to sell tickets. And you can't sell tickets to church. That's been poor taste.
But you can pass the plate about 4 times.
Oh, I imagine they do that.
But yes, we would definitely, if you say, hey, listen, I know that Al Green's going to be in town this weekend. He's going to be at church on Sunday.
I mean, we talked about doing it for years.
We'd do it.
We talked about doing it for years. You better go while you can. I don't know how Reverend Al's doing.
Let's
ask ChatGPT about that while I finish up this story. In a poll on T-shirt trends, some people like plain T-shirts. Others prefer T-shirts with designs or brand names. And some like showing support for their favorite movie stars, musical acts, events, or small businesses. Custom, personalized shirts are also popular, but apparently there are some no-nos. 38% of people surveyed won't wear anything with bad language on it.
Okay.
Oh, I know somebody in particular that'll wear any kind of T-shirt, especially if it's got bad language. Especially if it's got bad language on it, they will wear it. I mean, it better have foul language on it. It should have foul language. 35% aren't interested in wearing anything with the likeness of someone they know. And 34% wouldn't wear a shirt with a photo of themselves. Well, that's terrible. I've got a shirt that a friend of mine gave me that said, there's Wood, then there's Greg Wood.
Oh, my God.
And I wear that out.
Oh, jeez.
I do. I wear it out.
Do you look like the picture on it?
It doesn't have a picture on it.
Oh, okay.
It doesn't. It's just got those block, like, looks like a ransom note.
Oh, my Lord.
There's Wood, then there's Greg Wood. I got one of those. You want one?
No, I do not.
I'll get you one.
No.
You wouldn't wear it?
No. I'm still waiting for
Would
us
your
to
smoking hot girlfriend wear it?
No.
Like just around the house or to sleep in? I'll get her one.
I might use it as a rag in the shop or something. Clean up an oil spot.
So does this mean that 66% of people would wear a shirt with their picture on it?
I'm not.
I mean, I'm in that category. We
know.
So the T-shirt trends that are popular right now include tie-dye. That's back in. It's funny how that comes and goes.
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen tie-dye come and go like 3 or 4 times. That's back in now. So tie-dye, then we've got T-shirts with phrases and quotes. Bright colors are in. And ones that spread awareness of social and environmental causes.
I believe that.
Yeah. And here are the top. I need to look at this first.
I don't know if
the top 5 phrases you should never get on a T-shirt. Free R. Kelly. Are you? Come, give me a break. Would you wear that shirt?
No.
Man, you would get tackled.
Oh man.
More robocalls, please.
Oh, Lord, no. Please, no.
The top phrases you should never get on a T-shirt. Kill all bees. No, we don't want to do that.
You don't want to be... We need the bees so we can be beesing.
Hold that thought because I saw something about that.
Uh-oh.
Eat homeless people.
Stop. No way.
Team Russia. Man, that's what I think I'm going to do. That's actually not funny. Shouldn't make fun of that, but that's funny.
No.
Raise the price of EpiPens.
No. How horrible that is.
Do you have to have an EpiPen nearby?
I do not. No.
Okay, I don't either. Smash Mouth World Tour 2007.
I don't think that happened, did
Remember when they came here and there was like 13 people at the Coliseum? Remember when they did that? Smash Mouth was in town?
It was not a good thing.
I mean, we were able to grab them because they were coming through town, you know. I think we'd like put like a speed trap on the interstate and pulled them over. And it's like, okay, you can either pay the ticket or you got to do a show at the Coliseum. They're like, well, let's do a show. And it wasn't very well publicized.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, it was, I mean, they didn't even sell enough to fill the floor.
Oh, Lord.
It was bad. It was so bad.
I remember there was a 3-6 Mafia show that had the same thing. There were plenty of seats available.
3-6 Mafia came here?
Yes.
Where? At the Coliseum?
They wound up not going on. Yes.
Was it at the Coliseum or the Civic Center?
At the Coliseum.
Because, you know, we had another, it was Ludacris. Wasn't it Ludacris that came here and Mo down at the Civic Center unplugged them in the middle of it?
That I don't remember.
Was it? I think it was Ludacris.
Okay.
But Mo, you know, Mo at the Civic Center.
All right.
I mean, they kind of got, you know, they started doing their show and it was all this filth and foul language and profanity. And he just walked over there and kicked the plug out of the wall and shut it down. I'm not making that up. I mean, he just clunk and it was over.
I ain't having this.
I mean, the sound was out, the lights were off, and I mean, get out, you're done.
Sorry, we just threw a breaker. Sorry, everybody.
He just went over there and kicked it out of the wall. Show's over, everybody.
Would you wear a Al Green shirt?
Heck yeah, I think I probably got one.
Al Green.
I've got on a Rolling Stone shirt now.
You do, and you had a Pink Floyd shirt on the other day.
Yeah.
Those are cool shirts. But going back to how old Al Green is, Al Green is 77 years old. He just had a birthday a couple weeks ago. We mentioned him on the Daily Birthdays when it was his birthday, April 13th. So it was a couple of weeks ago. He's 77 years old.
All right.
No, I would not wear a picture of you or me on a T-shirt.
What would you wear one that said "I love Bud Light"? You would. I know you would.
Let me tell you something.
I know you'd wear it.
Listen, baby, that's just wrong. That is anti-dream. And the Dream wouldn't wear a I Heart Bud Light shirt.
We love Bud Light. There's some in the fridge right now. There's some in the fridge.
Have you seen the picture on the can?
I haven't.
Well, don't look.
I'm going to go look. It's Friday. We can do that. It's Friday. Bottom of the 7 o'clock hour. This is Daybreak.
Vintage doesn't always mean long-lasting. As your home systems age, your repair costs, utility bills, and breakdowns rise. During Hiller's Vintage Showdown, we're giving away a free new system to the owner of the oldest HVAC unit. Submit a picture of your old equipment online to see if you qualify as the winner. Everybody wins with trade-in credits plus 0% financing for up to 48 months with approved credit on select new HVAC systems. Enter to win now at happyhiller.com.
Call the Happy Face truck today.
Flash sale just for mom. Flash sale May 8th through May 12th at King Jewelers. This Mother's Day, show mom some love with sparkling jewelry from King Jewelers. Don't miss out on this 1 week only sale from May 8th to May 12th. Just for mom. Everything in stock is on sale just for mom. Choose from select loose diamonds and stud earrings. Diamond stud earrings a whopping 50% off from May 8th to May 12th. Just for mom. Everything in stock is on sale just for mom. Just for mom. And that's not all. All jewelry 30 to 70% off and watches are 10% off. Give mom the gift she deserves this Mother's Day. It's a flash sale May 8th through May 12th at King Jewelers, 16B Conrad Drive, Jackson. Just for mom. From May 8th to May 12th. Just for mom. Everything in stock is on sale just for mom. KingJewelersJackson.com.
My name's Tommy Bland, and I just received the BioT hormone replacement therapy. For BioT, I was just not hitting on all cylinders. I didn't feel like myself. I was constantly fatigued, brain fog, lack of energy, searching for something natural, something that I could use to help benefit my body and help maybe take me back to where I once was. And while I was waiting in the waiting room, I saw a pop-up advertisement there, and I started reading over all the symptoms. And I went down the list. They all pertain to me. My experience with Miss Kim Nichols, my case manager for BioT, was great. She was very informative, put me at ease, went through everything step by step, knew exactly what to expect and what the outcome was going to be in the end. After BioT, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. I can get off work, go home, catch my second wind, and I'm off to the races again. It doesn't matter if I'm working, selling cars, or if I'm on the boat fishing a tournament, I'm back to my old self again.
Give us a call at 731-318-5827 or visit our website at advancedrehabjackson.com for more.
Pansies, poppies, and daffodils aren't the only spring things popping up all over West Tennessee. Beautiful deals on new 2023 Ford cars, trucks, and SUVs are blooming right now at Gene Langley Ford in Humboldt. Hi, this is Sarah Beth Langley. Come by our lot at 3500 Easton Drive in Humboldt or visit us online at GeneLangleyFord.com. You'll see our personalized service, guaranteed financing, and lifetime powertrain warranty make buying your new Ford a bright and sunny experience. Or customize your new Ford car, truck, or SUV and apply for financing online at GeneLangleyFord.com, and when it arrives, we'll deliver it right to your driveway. In the market for a pre-owned vehicle, we have a huge selection on all makes and models, updated daily at GeneLangleyFord.com. And as everyone knows, if you ever have any service needs, our service department is known area-wide as the best in the business. Regardless of your make or model, we'll get you back on the road in no time. Whether it's a new Ford, a used vehicle, or service, you really should try Gene Langley Ford before you buy. The dealership service bill.
See dealer for warranty details.
Have you seen the trailer to that Winnie the Pooh movie, Blood and Honey?
No.
It's a horror film which stars Winnie the Pooh and the other characters from Thousand Acre Woods.
Oh my Lord.
Here's the synopsis.
Okay.
And I'm getting somewhere with this, but there's a movie out called Winnie. I think it's just called Pooh, Blood and Honey. It's a horror movie, but it's got Winnie the Pooh. And what happens is Christopher Robin grows up and he leaves the 100 Acre Wood and doesn't come back and visit his pals, Winnie the Pooh and Eeyore and Piglet and Rabbit and all the gang, you know. So he leaves them. And while he's gone those years, they go crazy. And they end up eating Eeyore. Are you with me?
Yes, eating Eeyore. That's crazy.
They ate Eeyore, and when they did, they went insane. They went insane after they ate their friend. And he comes home to visit, brings his girlfriend. He's been like off at college or whatever, and he takes her to the 100 Acre Wood to meet the friends. Oh. He doesn't know they've gone cannibalistic crazy, right? So they get to the 100 Acre Wood and find them, and the characters try to kill the girl. They don't like the girl.
Oh.
In fact, they don't like Christopher Robin either. It's like, why did you leave us? Why did you leave us? And then they go on this murderous, spree. Can you believe somebody made that movie?
That's crazy, bro.
It is. I'll show you the trailer. Well, I bring that up because there's a new R-rated Winnie the Pooh series in the works called Christopher Robin, where Christopher is a disillusioned New Yorker who talks to weird animals who, quote, live beyond a drug-induced portal outside his derelict apartment complex. You can't make this up, right?
Lord.
Sure, Winnie the Pooh is public domain now, but that does not give Hollywood carte blanche to destroy the Pooh Bear.
Oh, my Lord.
But they've done it twice now. There it is. First, he was a serial killer in Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey. That's what I was telling you about. And now he's being turned into a drug-fueled hallucination in an R-rated series called Christopher Robin. According to the official synopsis, Christopher is no longer an innocent kid with sweet talking animal friends. Instead, he's, quote, a disillusioned New Yorker navigating his quarter-life crisis with the help of the weird talking animals who live beyond a drug-induced portal outside his derelict apartment complex, the 100 Acres. That's all the details I've got.
Oh, my God. This just sounds crazy, bro.
So what has happened, and I forgot about this, but the whole backstory to both of these films is that Winnie the Pooh and those characters have fallen into public domain now.
Oh, my Lord.
So they're not protected like the Muppets. Oh. The Muppets are protected, and Disney, of course, Disney is protected.
Right.
All those characters, and the Muppets and the like. Disney may even own the Muppets now. It seems like they do. But Winnie the Pooh, all of those characters they're now in public domain. So Hollywood and you could get a T-shirt with Winnie the Pooh on it.
I'd rather wear that instead of your face on it.
You remember the?
There's Pooh, then there's Winnie the Pooh.
Remember the comic strip Calvin and Hobbes?
Yes, because you had a dog. You had a dog named Hobbes.
He was. Yeah.
Yep.
But that guy stopped doing that series because people were stealing that character and putting them on the back of pickup trucks.
I remember that.
Remember the Calvin thing?
Yes.
And he's like urinating on a UT sign, which I've got a bunch of those.
I believe it. Yeah. Whatever.
Or he'd be like taking a whiz on the Chevy sign or the Ford sign. You remember all those things?
I remember it well.
And those things started coming out, and he was like, well, I'm just going to stop doing it. And he did.
All right.
That's why there's no more Calvin and Hobbes, because rednecks.
Listen, man, you can say whatever you want.
Rednecks killed Calvin and Hobbes.
About Tennessee football.
And now rednecks are fixing to kill Winnie the Pooh. Because you're going to start seeing that kind of thing everywhere. Eeyore, Piglet.
Winnie the Pooh peeing on an Alabama Crimson Tide sound?
Nah, they won't make those.
All I know is, listen, you can bash the Tennessee Vols all you want. All I know is you cross the state line into Alabama and you have to set your watch back 30 years.
I'm not busting on UT. What I'm busting on is the fans. That's where the problem lies right there. There's nothing wrong with the football team. Nothing wrong with the football team. It's the people that show up to watch the football team.
You know, Winnie the Pooh is a Tennessee fan. That's all I'm saying.
If you want Winnie the Pooh for yourself, you can have it. It's okay. You can have it.
Winnie the Pooh UT
T-shirt. We'll let you have it. It's not a problem.
Now
you
available
want Winnie the Pooh
on my Etsy page.
Yeah, you can have all the Winnie the Pooh and all the Bud Lights you want.
Now you're going too far there, pal. Those are fighting words around here.
Oh, my word. It's 7:38 now the time. 22 away from the top of the hour. Here's G-Unit with sports. Good morning.
Good morning, Greg. This morning sports brought to you by Gene Langley Ford, the dealership service built. You can log on to Gene Langley Ford. You can pick your car. And some of the new Broncos that we've seen, me and my smoking hot girlfriend absolutely love the new Broncos. You can pick your car. You can pick your color at GeneLangleyFord.com. You can have it delivered to the dealership right there. You can pick it up. You can customize what you want. You've always wanted to be able to do something like that, customize your own car. You can do that at GeneLangleyFord.com. That's the dealership service built on East End Drive in Humboldt. Also brought to you by Southeastern Termite and Pest Control. Hey, we saw some of the Pest Patrol out yesterday. That's the Southeastern Termite and Pest Control fleet of cars. That is the Pest Patrol, and they are patrolling your area, ready to shoot down the pterodactyls whenever they invade your house, just like they have done in mine. Also brought to you by our friends at Lifeline Voice and Data. Well, Greg, you know, you're a racing fan, and I'm a racing fan.
Yep.
The Indy 500 is just about 1 month away on Memorial Day
28
weekend.
days, yeah.
So I started looking up some stuff here just a little bit ago about the purse for the Indy 500. Now, I couldn't find what the purse for this year is, but I found the purse for last year. There were 325,000 people that attended the Indy 500 last year. That marks the most attended sporting event in the world since the pandemic began. So the payout, the lowest paid out driver in the Indy 500 still made over $100,000.
The loser.
The loser,
the guy that lost the race, gets $100,000.
Came in 26th place out of 33 qualified cars. The rookie of the year, by the way, who was Jimmy Johnson from NASCAR fame and all that kind of stuff, he still made over $200,000. The actual last place driver, Rinus VeeKay, who finished last in the race, made over $485,000. I'm thinking we're in the wrong business, bro.
That's not too bad. That's still not anything compared to what those Formula One racers get.
Not compared to Formula One, but this is still not a bad day's work.
No, IndyCar's pretty serious racing, no doubt about it.
They are. The fifth place driver pocketed almost $550,000. Second place driver, Pato O'Ward. I can't say it. Pato O'Ward.
Okay.
I would screw that up horribly. Made $1 million. The winner last year, Marcus Ericsson, took home a cool $3.1 million. So, and then, the Kentucky Derby is next week.
Yes.
So I started looking up some of the
Saturday.
That's right.
Next Saturday.
Coming a week from tomorrow, next Saturday. So I started looking up the field. Right now, there are 24 horses entered in the Kentucky Derby. And, those horses, they will make a whole lot of money.
Yeah.
The lowest earning horse that is currently scheduled in the Kentucky Derby has made over $135,000.
Who's the front runner right now?
Front runner right now on the leaderboard rankings is Forte. Now,
Forte.
I don't know about this horse. I don't know anything about Kentucky Derby, but I do enjoy watching it. Forte has earned, are you ready for this?
What do they call it? The fastest
2
minutes?
The most exciting 2 minutes in sports.
That's it. Yeah.
Yep. That's what they call it. That's a Kentucky Derby. Next, a week from tomorrow on television, Forte has earned over $2.3 million in lifetime earnings. And I think that's just for a 3-year-old horse.
What's the silver-haired trainer that Bob
Baffert?
Bob Baffert. What's his horse this year?
It doesn't say who the doesn't say who the trainers are. It just gives the name of the horse and their career earnings. There's another one called Angel of Empire, has earned over $1 million. They've got a Japanese horse that's entered the race so far, has earned over $1.1 million.
What is that one right there?
Domo Arigato.
Derma Sotogake.
Mr. Robato from Japan.
Oh, Derma Sotogake.
Has earned over $1.1 million.
You want baked potato?
Yes.
You take baked potato, we good.
Okay. You cook it. You cook the mic in the microwave. Yeah. Derma Saragata. What?
Okay.
I just butchered that.
Out of Japan.
Out of Japan.
Kings Barnes.
$1.1 million. Kings Barnes, ranked number 8 on the leaderboard in the earnings, has earned over $600,000. So it's cool to watch because there is a boatload of money bet on the Kentucky Derby. So if you're going to get your bets in, I wonder if you could bet on that here in the state of Tennessee. Good question.
That's a good question. You may have to go over to West Memphis to the track.
You may have to do that.
Yeah.
Well, in baseball last night, a couple from around the league, the Marlins beat the Braves 5-4. The Marlins rallied in the ninth to stun the Braves. Braves have won 17 games so far this year. Your Dodgers.
Here we go.
Took one on the chin from the Pittsburgh Pirates, 6-2 last night. And let's check out the Tampa Bay. The Cardinals, by the way, they beat the San Francisco Giants 6-0. Alec Burleson and Paul DeJong also homered for the Cardinals. And the Tampa Bay Rays, they are on a winning streak, bro. They're 21-5. They clobbered the Chicago White Sox yesterday 14-5. Isaac Paredes had a career-high 5 RBI game in the win for the Tampa Bay Rays. And in other sports news, tonight's the night. Game 6.
Oh, yes.
In L.A.
Yes.
The Grizz
they
and the
have
Lakers.
moved the series to L.A. What's going to happen?
If this is as bad a situation.
I mean, the win night before last in Memphis, that was a 17-point win for the Grizz.
They did.
I mean, they shut it down.
They did. And the best thing that I saw was John Morant absolutely throwing down a dunk right over LeBron James' skull. And I love that.
That blew the top off the FedEx Forum,
Absolutely. So the line is L.A. minus 4.5. So Las Vegas likes the Lakers in this game. I hope that's not the case because the Grizz are facing elimination. Again, they faced an elimination game in the last game in Memphis, but now the series shifts to L.A. That game is tonight at 9:30. I believe that's 9:30 local time. You can listen right here, I believe, on News Talk 96.5. Pretty sure that you can listen to that on News Talk 96.5. Don't look now, but here come the Golden State Warriors. The Warriors lead the series 3-2 after Sacramento jumped out winning the first 2 games. Here come the Warriors. You cannot count them out with Steph Curry. Las Vegas has Golden State favored by 7.5 points, so there's the money line right there. The Grizz and the Lakers tonight, along with Golden State and the Sacramento Kings. NBA action tonight. NBA action last night. We'll go back and check that out. A couple of closeouts on the, I believe, on the eastern side. Scoreboard, let me find that. The Hawks beat the Celtics beat the Atlanta Hawks to win the series 4-2, and they are advancing in the Eastern Conference. So we shift gears to the Western Conference tonight for the Grizz and the Lakers. Everybody says, go Grizz.
Yeah.
Beat the snot out of the L.A. Lakers.
I'm even pulling for the Grizz.
This morning sports brought to you by Cambridge Men's Store. If you're getting suited, if you're getting fitted for your wedding, you want to look your best on her best day, go to Cambridge Men's Store. They are taking fitting appointments now. Also, pick your future, map your future. I cannot say it right. Pick your future at Jackson State Community College. Log on to jscc.edu. Your moods will be better with Advanced Rehab by OT. Precision Auto Body with a lifetime guarantee on all paint and body work. Visit your nearest location in Milan, Martin, or Dyersburg, or log on to precisionautobody.tn. Also brought to you by Pops Music in North Jackson. Watson's Cleaning. Hey, they clean the downtown courthouse. If it's good enough for the courthouse, it's good enough for your house. And by Dapper Dan's favorite, Mulligan's.
Just settle down, man. Don't get so excited.
I'm trying to be cool.
Just one word at a time. Just settle down. Take a few deep breaths. Let me go get you a Bud Light. You want a Bud Light? Let me go get you a Bud Light.
I'm not drinking that. Stop it.
Just settle down. Settle down. We're back after this at 7:47, 13 away from the top of the hour. This is Daybreak.
Welcome to Hampton Inn & Suites of Jackson. Make yourself at home in any of the 83 rooms or suites. Hampton Inn & Suites exit 83 at I-40 is minutes away from all Jackson destinations like the West Tennessee Healthcare Sportsplex, Casey Jones Village, Jackson Madison County General Hospital, and many industrial complexes. Enjoy free Wi-Fi, free parking, and free hot breakfast. Also a 24-hour fitness and business center. Welcome to West Tennessee. Make your reservations now by calling direct at 731-427-6100 or visit hampton.com.
Hi, I'm Terica Smith, a local attorney and proud JMCSS graduate, but I'm also a JMCSS parent. We chose Jackson Madison County Schools for educational options that are innovative and challenging. Whether it's the Academic Academy at Northeast or early college and career opportunities at JCM Early College High, JMCSS offers classes and programs that will prepare my son for college and beyond. Plus, JMCSS is a Level 5 district and tuition free. It just makes sense.
Hi, I'm Greg Hammond, Chief of Public Information for the Jackson-Madison County School System. With an increased focus in the fine arts, athletics, workforce development, and early career opportunities for students, there's never been a better time to choose us. Tuition-free, Jackson-Madison County Schools. Visit jmcss.org today to schedule a tour or call 731-345-7011.
Watch Tennessee Championship Wrestling every Saturday morning at 11 a.m. on NewsTalkWestTennessee.com. See all the Memphis legends, Jerry the King Lawler, Dangerous Doug Gilbert, Superstar Bill Dundee, along with stars of today, the Mid-South Prodigy Bam Bam Bundy, MJ Davis, Mr. Marvelous Mike Mayo, Insane Dane, Big Gravy, The Rocket Josh Benson, Lucky P. Larson, and many, many more. You can also view TCW on the News Talk West Tennessee app for all your Apple and Android devices.
Catch Tennessee Championship Wrestling every Saturday at noon on NewsTalkWTN.com.
My name's Tommy Bland, and I just received the BioT hormone replacement therapy. For BioT, I was just not hitting on all cylinders. I didn't feel like myself. I was constantly fatigued, brain fog, lack of energy, searching for something natural, something that I could use to help benefit my body and help maybe take me back to where I once was. And while I was waiting in the waiting room, I saw a pop-up advertisement there, and I started reading over all the symptoms. And I went down the list. They all pertain to me. My experience with Miss Kim Nichols, my case manager for BioT, was great. She was very informative, put me at ease, went through everything step by step, knew exactly what to expect and what the outcome was going to be in the end. After BioT, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. I can get off work, go home, catch my second wind, and I'm off to the races again. It doesn't matter if I'm working, selling cars, or if I'm on the boat fishing a tournament, I'm back to my old self again.
Give us a call at 731-318-5827 or visit our website at advancedrehabjackson.com for more.
Wake up and text. Text and eat. Text and meet up with a friend you haven't seen in forever.
Hi.
Oh, hey. Text and complain that they're on their phone the whole time. Text and listen to them complain that you're on your phone the whole time. Text and whatever. But when you get behind the wheel, give your phone to a passenger. Put it in the glove box. Just don't text and drive. Visit StopTextsStopWrecks.org. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
When the game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Pick up Bud Light at your local convenience store today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Central Distributors, Jackson.
Wake up with Wood. Daybreak with Greg Wood. Weekday morning 6 till 10 on 96.5 FM and NewsTalkWTN.com.
about that coming back with a little Low Cut Connie?
Man.
Low Cut Connie. You can see him next weekend in Memphis.
That's right.
That's a Low Cut Strut from Low Cut Connie. You're not going to get that just anywhere. Low Cut Strut. 7:52, we're 8 away from the top of the hour. Dolly Parton has got a rock and roll album coming out. A rock album.
Right
Dolly Goes Rock.
Man.
And she tried to get Mick Jagger on it because it's a collaboration, you know,
Okay.
and Mick's not going to be on it. She tried but could not make it happen. No hard feelings. She loves Mick no matter what, she says, and she's always had a crush on him. She says. She's got a bunch of big names on her upcoming rock album. Mick Jagger's not one of them. She told E.T. Online that she tried and tried but never got him. One of the songs on the album is a cover of I Can't Get No Satisfaction, which I'm sure is completely not true at all.
Stop.
That's the song she had in mind for dear old Mick. She ended up getting Brandi Carlile in Pink to sing on it instead. It's not clear why Mick Jagger couldn't do it, but she's got no hard feelings. She says, quote, I love Mick Jagger no matter what. I'll still be running after him all through the years because I've always had a crush on him. Dolly says about Mick Jagger. She also announced a new pop-up store that she's launching for the ACM Awards next month called Dolly All Access. And it'll sell products that she's involved with along with some exclusive merchandise. It'll be open in Frisco, Texas from May 9th through the 14th. What is that?
Frisco, Texas?
I mean, what is a pop-up store that's only going to be open a week?
Oh. Yeah, that's a thing now.
Is it?
Yes.
I did not know that.
Yep.
Where is one? What is it?
I think they did one in the old Sears location one time. Here at our mall.
What was it? What did they do?
It was just a shop can go in and rent a space for a certain amount of time.
And they can
you can sell their stuff, yes.
So it doesn't have to be a particular item or anything.
No.
It can just be anything.
Yep. It's a thing now.
Huh.
Pop-up shops, yes, sir.
I did not know that.
Hey, listen, I want to go back real quick to Low Cut Connie because we talked about Low Cut Connie ever since we saw
that they were going to be at the
music festival. Yep. Yes, they're going to be on Friday night on the Volkswagen stage. Following them is going to be PJ Morton, and following PJ Morton is the Lumineers. So that's pretty cool.
I love the Lumineers.
Yeah.
I play the Lumineers on the show every now and then. They come up in the rotation.
Yep.
Been doing the Lumineers for quite a while. And now we've added Low Cut Connie.
Low Cut Connie.
Man, we're so ahead of the curve.
I'm digging
we
it,
are
man.
so cool. We are so cool.
Hey, one thing I would love to, we talked about this during the break. On the Sunday on the Volkswagen stage, Gary Clark Jr., followed by Robert Plant and Alison Krauss. Man.
That's Sunday?
Yes, sir.
That might be worth doing.
If you and I do that, we probably will not be able to be here on Monday morning.
Oh, yeah, we can make it.
Robert Plant doesn't even go on until about 8:30 at night.
Yeah, we can do that.
I won't be out of jail till probably noon the next day.
You can't make bail till the judge gets to work.
I know it. Excuse me, Mr. Jailer, can I call in to the radio show?
The judge will be in at 10:30, so you're going to have to wait until then. So just settle down and have a seat and put your shirt back on. That's how you got in this predicament to begin with.
That's right.
It is 7:56. We're going to make way. We got one more break to catch up on, and we're going to make way for the next show coming up right here. But this is Daybreak, Jackson's News Talk 96.5 FM and newstalk965.com. Why is it not working? You put some voodoo on me or something.
I didn't. Low Cut Connie did that.
Low Cut Connie. Here we go.
Attention all motivated sellers. Are you ready for a more exciting career in radio and digital marketing? Look no further than News Talk 96.5 FM. Join our team and tap into the world of multimedia marketing, radio, and event sales. We're looking for individuals who are passionate about helping local businesses grow. We provide best-in-class sales tools to ramp up sales quickly and help you achieve your goals. Don't miss out on this incredible opportunity to elevate your sales career. Call Gina Langley at 731-800-6397.
If you're in business, you know just how important each call is. You don't have time for phone or internet downtime. Your business needs a reliable communications partner 24/7. You need Lifeline Voice and Data. Lifeline Voice and Data provides telephone service to emergency service facilities all over West Tennessee and beyond. For your business, we don't just provide a phone line. We provide a lifeline. Lifeline Voice and Data.
Hey y'all, this is Mary at Mulligan's. Come see us soon before the new wears off. Hard to believe, but we're coming upon an anniversary in our locally family-owned business at Union University Drive. We still have our daily lunch specials, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m., which will remind you of Grandma's cooking. Or try our Irish dishes, fish and chips, Reuben's and shepherd's pie, or everyone's favorite, the Mully Burger. And how about brunch on Saturdays and Sundays? Yep, every weekend, serving Jackson for over 25 years. See you soon at Mulligan's.
Looking to add a little spice to your love life?
Nothing adds spice like gunpowder.
Jackson's only indoor shooting range, date night at the range. Here's what you lovebirds get: a shooting lane for two targets, 100 rounds of ammo, eye and ear protection, and a $30 gift certificate to Texas Roadhouse. All for just $99.99.
Now that's firepower.
Perfect for a gift card from the range. The Range, 2310 North Highland Avenue in Jackson.
Go to therange.com.
Award-winning Watson's Cleaning Service specializes in commercial and residential cleaning. Watson's cleans huge commercial buildings: West Tennessee Agriculture and Education Center, the Federal Court Building in downtown Jackson. Watson's also specializes in residential cleaning services, stripping and waxing floors, buffing, pulling trash, sweeping and mopping, vacuuming, household cleaning, baseboards, walls, dishes, dusting and organizing. Call 731-293-3808. Family owned and operated Watson's Cleaning Services. 293-3808.
Why won't you hear me? What I'm saying, baby, simmer down. If I hit the bricks, well, you'll be the victim when I skip this town. Don't you point that thing at me unless you're gonna use it, baby. They shame around each and every corner, sadness in your heart.
This is WBFG 96.5 FM. 96.5 FM. Parker's Crossroads, Jackson.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Rich Thomason. The military investigating a deadly training exercise accident in Alaska.
Two AH-64 Apache helicopters based at Fort Wainwright near Fairbanks, Alaska, collided and crashed Thursday on their way back from a training flight. According to a statement from the U.S. Army, 2 soldiers died at the scene. A third died on the way to a Fairbanks hospital, and a fourth soldier is being treated for injuries. The crash happened near Healy, Alaska, a small town about 10 miles north of Denali National Park, a popular base for tourists that was made famous by the book Into the Wild. The Apaches were from the 1st Attack Battalion, 25th Aviation Regiment. In a statement, Major General Brian Eifler with the 11th Airborne says it's an incredible loss for these soldiers' families, their fellow soldiers, and for the division. I'm Jennifer King.
Russia targeting the Ukrainian capital with at least 20 cruise missiles. Central Ukraine also hit. Fatalities in an attack on a residential building. Eyewitnesses report heavy explosions, gunfire in Sudan's capital, Khartoum, despite a ceasefire agreed to by both sides. Meanwhile, the Biden administration continuing to appeal for an end to the bloodshed.
White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre says there was an initial reduction in reported violence after a truce was agreed to, but the U.S. is deeply concerned about the increase in ceasefire violations.
We urge the SAF and the RSF to fully uphold and extend the ceasefire.
She also says the U.S. is working to create options for American citizens to leave Sudan.
White House correspondent Greg Clugston. He was there for several hours. Former Vice President Pence sat before a grand jury investigating the events leading up to the U.S. Capitol riot. On Wall Street, Dow futures down 107 points. NASDAQ futures off 32. S&P futures 12 points lower. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Relief Factor, pain relief that's natural, pain relief that works, and pain relief that attacks the source of the pain. That's the experience of tens of thousands of Americans who are taking Relief Factor right now. See their incredible pack today. ReliefFactor.com, ReliefFactor.com. Be the next success story.
My name is Jason Hansen. I'm a former CIA officer and New York Times bestselling author. You can protect your hard-earned retirement assets with a tax-free loophole that allows you to convert your retirement into physical gold and silver. Advantage Gold is the nation's highest-rated gold company. They have the best process, pricing, and service. If you want to get your free gold and silver investment kit, please contact Advantage Gold right now. Call 800-900-8000. That's 800-900-8000.
Advantage Gold is not an investment advisor or a tax advisor. Consult with your financial advisor before investing.
Call 800-900-8000.
Australia's oldest coal-fired power plant is closed, the country emphasizing renewable energy sources.
Liddell Power Station, north of Sydney, operated for more than half a century. As the last turbine powered down, there was some emotion from the people who'd worked there. Once the giant structures are demolished, the site will be used for clean energy projects. Australia no longer needs coal for power like it once did. Renewable energy, including wind and solar, now supplies up to 2/3 of its electricity. But coal is still economically important. Australia is the world's second largest exporter.
That's the BBC's Michael Bristow. Italian police say Austrian authorities have handed over one of the suspected smugglers of the boat, which capsized in February off southern Italy, a tragedy that killed 92 migrants. News and analysis, townhall.com. No arrests yet in the assassination of a Sayreville, New Jersey councilwoman, Eunice Jumfor.
Jumfor's daughter, 11-year-old Nicole, remembers the day her mother was shot and killed.
We were waiting for my mom to look for a parking space, and then she was taking a lot of time, so we started calling her over and over again, but it wouldn't pick up, and then we heard gunshots and we started calling the police.
On February 1st, neighbors saw a man in dark clothes argue with Jumfor at her driver's side window, then opened fire before running off. I'm Donna Warder.
A court in Utah is set to consider a request from Planned Parenthood to delay the implementation of a statewide ban on abortion clinics. That ban due to take effect next week. Specifically, under this law, clinics will no longer be able to apply for operating licenses in the state of Utah. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Hi, my name is Scott Conger. When I ran for mayor, my commitment was to make Jackson the best it can be for us and future generations. I want Jackson to be a place that my children will want to call home. Over the past 4 years, we've restored fiscal responsibility, reduced our debt by $33 million, and produced a budget surplus of $21 million. We've increased funding to fire and police departments, and we've had a 19% reduction in crime. We've made historic investments in infrastructure and quality of life, and invested $3 million per year in street resurfacing. The mayor's race is nonpartisan, so that we can focus on what matters in Jackson, not Washington. Our schools, our jobs, our people, our neighborhoods. That's what matters. Party politics too often focus on what divides us. By putting people over politics, we build a stronger community for everyone. We've accomplished so much, but now it's time for us to dream even bigger for our city. I need your help to build a better tomorrow, and I'm asking for your vote for me, Scott Conger, for mayor on May 2nd. Paid for by Scott Conger for mayor, Lonnie Harris, treasurer.
Precision Auto Body strives to provide you with excellent customer care. Precision Auto Body will gladly handle your insurance work. Get a free quote by logging on to precisionautobodytn.com. A lifetime warranty on any auto body or paint work. Precision Auto Body. Visit our location nearest you in Milan, Martin, or Dyersburg. PrecisionAutoBodyTN.com.
When the game goes into overtime, but the game goes into overtime. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Pick up Bud Light at your local convenience store today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Central Distributors, Jackson.
News Talk 96.5 FM weather, presented by Dustin Ring. Dustin buys houses fast for cash. Call Dustin today, 731-200-1362. Friday brings clouds in the morning, then partly sunny in the afternoon. Highs in the upper 60s, northwest wind 5 to 10. Mostly cloudy overnight, low near 50. Dustin buys houses fast for cash. DustinBuys.com. For weather 24/7, visit newstalk965.com.
Take us with you wherever you go. Download our free apps for Apple and Android. Visit newstalkwtn.com. Then click to download.
Good Friday morning. It's Julie Holt Said It. That song is always what I want to hear on a Friday and Saturday. Cheers to the freaking weekend. We have made it. It is Friday. It is 56 degrees with a high of 70. We had a low of 51, so we are climbing. It is cloudy, but at least it's not raining. I'm sure it's going to. But we've made it. We've made it to Friday. This weekend, there is some stuff going on. I don't know about you, but I will be going to the Fur Ball this weekend on Saturday. It's going to be at the Country Club. The Fur Ball is a fundraiser for the Jackson Animal Care Clinic, which used to be the Humane Society. We got a text that came in bright and early this morning on the Advanced Rehab text line, 731-800-8398. And it said, Happy Weekend Eve, Miss Julie. Happy Weekend Eve to y'all. I wonder what you guys are going to do this weekend. I know that we're going to be doing some housework, and then we're going to go to the Fur Ball. I'm sure we're going to have some softball practice, Sunday church, and just kind of get with it and relax, sleep in a little bit. I'm excited. I hope today we finish a closet remodel that I decided to rope my husband into because my little children like to go into my makeup room where my jewelry and all my stuff is and destroy it. So we are making an area that will be locked away and safe from them and their little grimy fingers. This came in on our Advanced Rehab text line, 731-800-8398. And it said that we're going to be doing house organizing, gardening, and grilling. Ooh, grilling. You speaking my love language. What you going to grill and what do you grill on? We recently just got a Pit Boss pellet grill. And it's really cool. It kind of takes the fun out of grilling, but kind of doesn't. It's got a little Bluetooth thing on it. And so you can control it from your phone and see what the actual temperature is. Which is, it grills good. We like it. When we had the kids' birthday party last weekend, we did hamburgers and hot dogs on it. We've done chicken. We've done ribs. We've smoked them. We've done steaks. I think we're really going to break it in this summer and really do some cooking on it. Also, I don't know if anybody was paying attention last night, but there was a vote made in Jackson on the charter schools coming by the school board. Everybody voted yes to deny the charter application, except for two. We had one person pass, Gall, and one no, which was Mr. Walden. He wanted them to come in. So I think that's huge. I guess we know that we've denied the application. Maybe next time they'll get Madison County correct in it. But, Olivia Abernathy did put out a really good article that Brandon Shields published on the Post, talking about how there were so many errors in their application that it kind of makes you wonder if they're able to do all these things that they said they were going to do. Then we've had Ron Schultes come in from the Capitol. We've talked to Representative Todd and kind of all heard a little bit of what they have to say. I do feel like that maybe if they would have come in a different way and did more public outreach so more people could understand what it truly meant and all these crazy rumors that were swirling around, those could have been nipped in the bud and there could have been a better chance. Plus just a little more due diligence in their application, I think would have helped a lot. If you don't know if we're Montgomery, Rutherford, when we're obviously Madison, there's a problem there. Do you know your demographic? This came in on our advanced rehab text line, 731-800-8398. And it said, G-Unit and his smoking hot girlfriend are going to get jiggy. Yeah. I had to go to ball last night, and we really thought that it was going to get called off because it was going to rain, which it did rain. And we played anyway, and I missed getting to meet the smoking hot girlfriend. Instead, I had to go sit out in the rain, watch the kids play. We did not have a good game. We did not win. Our girls were giving it a great effort. I saw some of these girls they're hitting. To be 9 years old, the swings on those girls. I was very, very proud of them. Unfortunately, we did not have a really good umpire. At one point, the batting order, they were batting out of order. And then when we called it and said, hey, wait a minute, they had it done where they had mixed up the numbers, but the names were right. So then they got to keep their runs. There was just little things that didn't quite work the way it should have. But we're gonna get it together. We're gonna get it together. They're going to go their next game. I think they have next Thursday is when we go back. We're going to go back to Melissa's and whoop tail. Normally we're at Pope. But I have noticed that Pope and Melissa's have different rules. Even though they're the same, I guess you'd say the same group playing. I think I like the way Melissa's plays a little better. It's more like the travel ball. But it's all right. We're going to get there. G-Unit, if you're out there and you're listening, tell the smoking hot girlfriend that we got to get back together and get another time together so I can meet her. Because I know she's real. And we're just going to have to let Greg know. We're going to take a picture or something and be like, look, you keep missing the smoking hot girlfriend and she's right here. Melissa that works at the front and keeps all of our lives together, she's met her. Gina Langley, who's also on the radio and amazing sales, she's met her. It's my turn. I need to meet her, G-Unit. This just came in on the advanced rehab text line. It says, rumor has it that G-Unit's smoking hot girlfriend is Greg Wood's ex-wife. That's why he's keeping her hid. Oh, shots fired. Shots fired. Is there any truth to that? G-Unit, I'm going to need a call in or Greg Wood. You know the number, 731-265-6496. Apparently the smoking hot girlfriend, rumor has it, is that it's Greg Wood's ex-wife. Now, if that won't cause some turmoil on a morning show, I don't know what will. Oh, this is a messy day already, but I'm loving it. This came in on the advanced rehab text line and said that I get to meet the smoking hot girlfriend at my victory party. If you don't know about my victory party, that is May 2nd. I got a lucky victory. I am running unopposed for city council. So May 2nd is the early voting's over. It ended yesterday. So your next day to vote for your mayor or your city councilman is on the 2nd, which is next Tuesday. So get it together, get out there, vote, and then I'm going to be celebrating an easy victory. But I got to get in there and show the people I'm ready to work for them and that we're going to do big things. This came in on the advanced rehab text line. Oh, this is the smoking hot girlfriend. That's right. She said, they've met me twice. Now, smoking hot girlfriend, is there any truth? Is there any truth as to why you're being quote unquote hid? The texter said that it was that you could have been Greg Wood's ex-wife. You could be the one to put this all to bed and to rest, smoking hot girlfriend. This came in on our text line and said, good morning, sounding great as always. Enjoy my mornings with you, my friend. Downtown Ricky Brown. You know what, Downtown Ricky Brown, I enjoy my mornings with you, and I also enjoy my updates throughout the day. You keep me together. Without you, I would know way less. Way less. The smoking hot girlfriend texted in and said, Dan's met me 3 times. The others have met me twice. I think Greg is a lily-livered, egg-sucking dog. That's hilarious. An egg-sucking dog. That's one thing I don't want to be called. But you know what? I might use it on that umpire on the next kids game. When the ball obviously bounced on the plate and he said it bounced behind it. No, it didn't, you egg-sucking dog. I saw it. We all saw it. You still called it a strike. Still called it a strike. It's been a tough one. I hate to watch the kids lose it. I hate to watch them lose the game. I got in a text message that had told me to blow my nose. I understand how I sound. I'm sick. I could blow all day long, but ain't nothing coming out. Can't do it. I'm so glad, though, that you took the time to send me that. I would have never thought to do that. I've been sick since Tuesday. Monday night it started. So I have taken medicine and done everything I can, but thank you for your tip. I wouldn't have known to do it without you. Such a nice person. Such a nice person. Moving on. Did you know what next month is? It's National Stress Awareness Month. And there is a local business that is going to be helping people relieve stress with an interesting way to work out. I don't know about you, but that stresses me out. For National Stress Month, they partnered with the local businesses that promote or prevent stress. This is HotWorks. Inside their store, they have an art studio, chiropractors, massage therapy, essential oils, and a fresh fruit truck out front. All of the HotWorks studios across the nation are celebrating and just bringing that awareness. I just listened to a statistic yesterday that 4 in 5 people in the United States, 80% of people, are struggling with anxiety, stress, and or depression, said Jill Joyner, general manager of HotWorks. You can go to HotWorks located on Union University Drive in North Jackson during their staffed hours for a free workout. So if you're stressed and you need a way out of it, go on in there and get stress-free. I might go in there. I don't know if I'm going to work out. This just came in on the Advanced Rehab text line 731-800-8398. And it said, hey, wanted everyone to know this Friday, April 28th, which is today, Relay for Life has their biggest fundraiser for fighting cancer. It's a free community event and will be a fun night of coming together. It's at the Jackson Amp Farmers Market from 6 to 9, filled with food trucks, vendors, musics, that's pitiful, music, activities for the kids, and giveaways. For more information, email Nicole.Russell, Russell, at cancer.org. Thanks. Brian Seach with Southeastern Termite and Pest Control, a cancer survivor. That's so awesome. Always clap and stand up for anybody who survived cancer. It's one of the most terrible things. It's taken a lot of people, and I wish that there was some way that we could fix it all. But then we can go into that side of, well, do we really know how to cure it? And Big Pharma doesn't want us to because then they couldn't make the money. We're not going to go there. But this is awesome. Friday, April 28th, Relay for Life, biggest fundraiser for fighting cancer. It is free. So if you're looking for something to do tonight that is free, go out there. The Amp and the Farmers Market, 6 to 9, food trucks, vendors, music, kids' activities, and giveaways. If you want more information, Nicole Russell, Nicole.Russell, Nicole.Russell, Russell, at cancer.org. Thank you, Brian Seach, for sending that in. Maybe we can get a bunch of people out there. This just came in on the Advanced Rehab text line, and it said G-Unit says to eat some horseradish. I did do that the other day. I DoorDashed some plastic spoons and some horseradish sauce up here, and I took a spoonful of it. I don't know if it helped. Maybe I didn't get pure horseradish. Clint Doris was in here and he was like, that is horseradish sauce, Julie. You need the pure. I don't know. It definitely made my mouth hot, but it didn't change my life. This came in on the Advanced Rehab text line and it said, yep, that confirms that G-Unit's smoking hot girlfriend is Greg Wood's ex-wife. She's bad-mouthing him. Still some feelings there. Huh. I feel like we've kind of fallen into these are the days of our lives. There's no way. No way. Where's G-Unit or his smoking hot girlfriend calling in when you need him to either let the rumors keep going or to put them to bed? It's got to be one. This came in on the Advanced Rehab text line. It said, Miss Julie, SHG here. Please text me the info for your victory party. I gotcha. I got you, super hot girlfriend. I'll send it to you right now from my cell phone. This came in on the Advanced Rehab text line. And it says, Julie, you had horseradish flavored mayonnaise. That might have been true. It was still hot. I didn't know any better. Bring me some real horseradish. I'll do the real thing. It said horseradish on the DoorDash, so I figured it was real. How was I supposed to know? I was, this time this year, I even went and got tested for COVID. I mean, when I tell you it knocked me down Monday night's when it started. I mean, it knocked me down. And I don't get sick. I'm not that person. But this one got me. I got on TikTok. I looked at chiropractic moves to do to my face. I was in there in the bathroom turning my nose, pushing points on my face, doing everything. Put all the Vicks Vapor Rub I had up my nose. I'd have put it in my eyeball if they would have told me. You know, when my babies were sick, we've always covered their feet in it and put socks on. I was doing that. I was doing anything. I've taken Claritin. I've shoved water up my nose. I got one of those Vapo inhalers. Heck, I've done it all. But this thing is lingering. My voice is gone. I sound like I smoked all the Pall Malls in Madison County. Diet Coke is not fixing it. I don't know what to do. This came in on the advanced rehab text line 731-800-8398. And it said, real horseradish has chunks. Now, how come when I've been at a nice steakhouse, now you remember Big Rick says I've never been to a nice steakhouse, but I get prime rib or something like that, and the horseradish that they give you with it in the au jus usually is just a very creamy horseradish. Help me understand. Tell me more. Uh-oh. This came in on the advanced rehab text line from our wonderful G Unit. He said, will you eat horseradish with us on Taste Test Thursday? I'll do it. I'll totally do it. I'm down to ride. I will ride with you, G Unit. We will do it. We could even do wasabi. Because isn't wasabi predominantly horseradish? We did look up the ingredients on it Wednesday, and I'm pretty sure it is. We'll do something. I'm down to ride with you, G Unit. Horseradish it is. We're going to have to get the real one. This just came in on the advanced rehab text line 731-800-8398. It said, go to Buffalo Wild Wings and get their blazing sauce. I promise it will open you up. Is that the one that if you can eat it in so many minutes, you get all this stuff for free? Like your meal, not, they're not giving away a ton of stuff. I get that. But like, is that sauce? Because I've read where people have had reactions and even their lips begin to swell. It was so hot. That might not be called blazing. I can't remember. Oh, they texted back in on the advanced rehab text line. They said, no, not for free, but yes, that's the sauce. G Unit, that may be what we need to do. Maybe we should get that sauce. Put it on some Peeps cotton candy that looks like insulation. If y'all don't know what I'm referring to, yesterday they did a taste test Thursday and they found a Peeps cotton candy. And we opened it, and I mean, it was yellow and it looked like insulation from a house. And when you bit into it, it crunched. I don't know about you, but the cotton candy that I've had, which is not much because I'm not a fan, I've never had cotton candy crunch. We don't know if it was old. We don't know if it was insulation. Either way, we tried it. G Unit liked it. I was like, whatever. Crunchy cotton candy. This came in on our advanced rehab text line. It said wasabi is a species of horseradish. You need to get the Silver Springs prepared horseradish. All right, that's what I'm going to be Googling for on the DoorDash. This came in and said you went to the Sizzler. The Western Sizzler? Show did. As a kid, that was our place. Now, let me tell you something. When we got to go to the Western Sizzler back when I was a kid, you couldn't tell me anything. I thought we were highfalutin, high cotton. I also thought that if you had a refrigerator in your garage, you were rich. It's funny the things that we see as kids that we think, oh my God, This makes somebody rich. Now, I do have a refrigerator in my fridge, and I realize a refrigerator in my fridge. A refrigerator in my garage, and I realize that we are not rich. I just got lucky. Got one for free. This just came in on the Advanced Rehab text line, 731-800-8398. And it said, only in West Tennessee would someone be so critical and small-minded to tell you to blow your nose. I bet that caller needs a nose job. So rude and hateful. It's not how you sound, it's what you're saying that keeps us listening. Show some respect, callers. Hey, they probably woke up on the bad side of the bed today and they just wanted to be mean to somebody. And hey, throw it at me. If you feel better at the end of the day, good, because it didn't bother me. It didn't bother me. Well, that's a lie. It bothered me for a minute. At least I'm here working, even though I know I'm sick. And I showed up because I love y'all. I'd like to see them come do it. It's a lot harder than you think. Well, yes and no. Well, that's a whole nother subject for another day. But thank you for taking up for me. And thank you for understanding that I'm just here trying to have a good time with y'all. And I am sorry that I sound like crap because I am sick. This text just came in and said, come today. I work there. I'll hook you up. And I saw you at the ball field last night. You did. I was there. Did we talk? Next time you need to come grab me and be like, hey, I'm the one with the blazing sauce. I'm the one. This came in on our Advanced Rehab text line. It said, having a fridge in your garage improves your credit score. I don't know about that. I'm going to check mine. I'm going to go on creditkarma.com, see where it's at. I might be up to a 400 by now then, because I've had that fridge for about 1.5 years. So I should be a 400, right? What if you have a deep freeze too? So whoever this texter is, they know me very well because they just texted in and said on the Advanced Rehab text line 731-800-8398 or call in and talk to us on 731-265-6496. But they just said, I tell you to stick your tongue out, but you can't. So for y'all who don't know, I'm tongue-tied. And I can't. My tongue doesn't go past my lip. So if you've ever, stuck your tongue out mad at somebody and you're like, that doesn't work for me. I can't do it. I'm not cool enough. This came in on our Advanced Rehab text line. It said, pure wasabi is a root. The green paste is prepared mainly with horseradish. Wasabi is actually white. It will definitely open up your nasal passages. Maybe I need to call the friends down at Secure and be like, can I have a little ball of that wasabi and see what happens? I don't know who this is, but I love them. This came in on our Advanced Rehab text line. It said, people with a fridge in their garage drink Natty Light with a pinky out. I have been known to drink some Natty Light. And I have been known to drink some Natter Days, which is also made by Natty Light. But I don't know if I put my pinky out. I'm going to have to figure it out this summer when we're drinking it. See if my pinky's pushed out or not. Huh. So far, y'all are hitting me right on the dot today. Tongue-tied, sick, stopped up, sound like a horse that smoked all the Pall Mall with Natty Light. I'm down for it. This came in on the Advanced Rehab text line. It said, ball of wasabi was Chris Holt's nickname in college. Chris, I know you're listening. Is there any truth to that? Is there? Because I need to know. I need to know. I know he's listening. He's probably giggling and laughing. Oof. This came in and said, Chris Carroll drinks Bud Heavy with his pinky out. Shots are being fired all over today. This came in on our advanced rehab text line and said, Pall Malls lower your credit score. Well, if that's the truth, then I'm probably down to a 100. Nothing good's happening for me over here. I'm sick. Can't stick my tongue out. The refrigerator boosted my credit score and the Pall Malls took it away. I don't know what I'm going to do. I guess I'm just going to roll forward with life and try to fix it all and blow my nose. I'm going to blow my nose. That's what I'm going to go do. See if I come back any different. This just came in on the advanced rehab text line and said, Bud Heavy drinkers wear wife beaters and Crocs. If there's one thing that's not allowed in my house, it's Crocs. We don't have those at my house. People be like, I'm going to buy your kids some Crocs. No, you're not. I mean, you can. But if you do, they're not making it past the threshold. Crocs are an abomination. And then, Balenciaga went and made a designer Croc with a high heel. Crocs. What a crock. We're going to take this break and we will be right back.
Wake up the dawn and ask her why. A dream, she never dies.
Vintage doesn't always mean long-lasting. As your home systems age, your repair costs, utility bills, and breakdowns rise. During Hiller's Vintage Showdown, we're giving away a free new system to the owner of the oldest HVAC unit. Submit a picture of your old equipment online to see if you qualify as the winner. Everybody wins with trade-in credits plus 0% financing for up to 48 months with approved credit on select new HVAC systems. Enter to win now at happyhiller.com.
Call the Happy Face Truck today.
Flash sale just for mom. Flash sale May 8th through May 12th at King Jewelers. This Mother's Day, show mom some love with sparkling jewelry from King Jewelers. Don't miss out on this 1 week only sale from May 8th to May 12th. Just for mom. Everything in stock is on sale just for mom. Choose from select loose diamonds and stud earrings. Diamond stud earrings a whopping 50% off from May 8th to May 12th. Just for mom. Everything in stock is on sale just for mom. Just for mom. And that's not all. All jewelry 30 to 70% off and watches are 10% off. Give mom the gift she deserves this Mother's Day. It's a flash sale. May 8th through May 12th at King Jewelers, 16B Conrad Drive, Jackson. Just for mom. From May 8th to May 12th. Just for mom. Everything in stock is on sale just for mom. KingJewelersJackson.com.
CWA Development is a reliable and experienced company that provides a wide range of maintenance, restoration, and renovation services for both commercial and residential customers. Fire and water damage restoration, plumbing, drywall insulation and repair, gutter and roof cleaning, power washing, fence and deck repairs, and a whole lot more. CWA Development. They emphasize their commitment to customer satisfaction through integrity and excellence. Licensed and insured for their work. CWA Development are available for calls Monday through Saturday from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. and on Sundays for emergencies. CWA has a combined experience of over 80 years, commercial and residential maintenance, as well as restoration and renovation. CWA strives for your satisfaction with service focused on integrity and excellence. Call CWA today at 731-503-9598. Call CWA today, 731-503-9598.
Advertisement there, and I started reading over all the symptoms, and I went down the list. They all pertain to me. My experience with Miss Kim Nichols, my case manager for BioT, was great. She was very informative, put me at ease, went through everything step by step, knew exactly what to expect and what the outcome was going to be in the end. After BioT, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. I can get off work, go home, catch my second wind, and I'm off to the races again. It doesn't matter if I'm working, selling cars, or if I'm on the boat fishing a tournament, I'm back to my old self again.
Give us a call at 731-318-5827 or visit our website at advancedrehabjackson.com for more.
What I know about courage, I learned from my adoptive mom. She said sometimes you just gotta hold on and know we'll get through this. Mom, we are so high up. Hold my hand.
No, you hold my hand.
Here we go.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more. This message is brought to you by Adopt U.S. Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Will Mayor Conger retain his position as mayor of the city? Find out first on News Talk 96.5 FM. Listen or watch at newstalk965.com and across our social media platforms. Election return coverage presented by Sports Orthopedics Inspired. World-class care focused on you with Dan Reeves, Gina Langley, Chuck Walker, John Avery Emerson, and Gabe Hart at the Election Commission headquarters. News Talk 96.5 FM election return coverage Tuesday, May 2nd, presented by Sports Orthopedics Inspired, with locations in Martin, Dyersburg, and 111 Stonebridge Boulevard in Jackson. SportsOrthoSpine.com. Election return coverage Tuesday, May 2nd. Listen on News Talk 96.5 FM. Listen or watch at NewsTalk965.com or by downloading our free mobile apps that fit Apple and Android products. Presented by Sports Orthopedics Inspired, Tuesday, May 2nd, beginning at 6 p.m. only on News Talk 96.5 FM and NewsTalk965.com. Not too expensive, nothing too fancy, just an authentic Italian family recipe served up piping hot, just like a pizza pie should be. Locally owned and operated Carico's Pizza, home of the $8 lunch special. 2 slices and a drink for just $8. Buy the slice or the 28-inch monster. Perfect for the bowl game. Carico's Pizza, 1370 Union University Drive. For catering, call 731-240-1033. For the full menu, visit caricospizza.com.
Is your office or home office in need of a new printer, copier, fax, or multifunction machine? Do you need business cards, envelopes, or office supplies? Are you looking to upgrade to new office furniture? Office World Incorporated in Trenton has been serving all of the Gibson County and the West Tennessee area for over 65 years. Office World is a franchise partner of OfficeZilla. Call today, 731-855-9131, or email officeworldinc@gmail.com.
Pansies, poppies, and daffodils aren't the only spring things popping up all over West Tennessee. Beautiful deals on new 2023 Ford cars, trucks, and SUVs are blooming right now at Gene Langley Ford in Humboldt. Hi, this is Sarah Beth Langley. Come by our lot at 3500 Easton Drive in Humboldt or visit us online at GeneLangleyFord.com. You'll see our personalized service, guaranteed financing, and lifetime powertrain warranty make buying your new Ford a bright and sunny experience. Or customize your new Ford car, truck, or SUV and apply for financing online at GeneLangleyFord.com, and when it arrives, we'll deliver it right to your driveway. In the market for a pre-owned vehicle, we have a huge selection on all makes and models, updated daily at GeneLangleyFord.com. And as everyone knows, if you ever have any service needs, our service department is known area-wide as the best in the business. Regardless of your make or model, we'll get you back on the road in no time. Whether it's a new Ford, a used vehicle, or service, you really should try Gene Langley Ford before you buy. The dealership service bill.
See dealer for warranty details.
Award-winning Watson's Cleaning Service specializes in commercial and residential cleaning. Watson's cleans huge commercial buildings, West Tennessee Agriculture and Education Center, the Federal Court Building in downtown Jackson. Watson's also specializes in residential cleaning services, stripping and waxing floors, buffing, pulling trash, sweeping and mopping, vacuuming, household cleaning, baseboards, walls, dishes, dusting and organizing. Call 731-293-3808. Family owned and operated Watson's Cleaning Services. 293-3808.
96.5 FM. Home of the Dan Reeves Show.
Weekday afternoons, 3 till 6.
BEERUN. I don't know about y'all, but we've been talking about all this beer in these garage fridges. I think we need to make a beer run. Like Garth Brooks and George Jones said, BEERUN. Let's go. While we were on break, some of these came in on the Advanced Rehab text line, 731-800-8398. It said, I'm pretty sure whoever said my nickname was Wasabi Ball probably grew up in Crockett County and rode in the back of an El Camino. And his best friend is Rick. This one came in and said, Big Rick wears Crocs with socks. I could see that. Before that, they said people are really taking this mayor race personally. I don't support any of the candidates, to be quite frank. And we all know the mayor doesn't control anything in the city. Everyone, calm down. People are getting wild about it. This came in and said, keep it handy to do a different kind of dab. Go to the international food section and get the tube of wasabi. It's about $2. So what other kind of dab are we doing with this wasabi? A different type of dab. I need to know about that. I'm going to have to get on the Googles. Figure it out. I bet Big Rick goes out and he works in his yard in a pair of Crocs with socks on. I can totally see it. Because I can't think of any reason other than gardening to wear Crocs. So you can wear them, get them dirty, and throw them away. How did such an ugly shoe become such a staple? Ugh. I can't stand them. I remember when Harper was a little girl, like little, my mom came in from the Dollar General in Decaturville, yeehaw, with a pair of pink Dora Crocs with like a wool inside for Harper. And I was like, oh, no. We're going to stop this right here. This is not acceptable. And we don't do this. And I've stood by that. Poor Jackson Press. They'll never know what it's like to put in some aerated shoes with sports mode straps on the back. They don't need them. They're a terrible shoe. Ugh. A terrible shoe. And I've seen so many people in the summer when they'll convert back to their flip-flops for the summer and they got all these little circle tan lines on their feet. Like, what have you been doing? This came in on our Advanced Rehab text line. It said Crocs got famous again on the movie set of Idiocracy. Who was in that movie? I've never even heard of that movie. I'm so behind. If it's not Paw Patrol at this point in my life, I'm probably not seeing it. Idiocracy. Well, I mean, if that doesn't go hand in hand with Crocs, I don't know what does. If hating Crocs is wrong, I don't want to be right. Ugh. I hate Crocs just as much as I hate the speed mountains on Channing Way and Chickering. Does anybody else out there have to go over those every day? I would do anything to get rid of them suckers. I'd run for city council to get rid of those suckers. Keep the one in the curve, the real sharp curve, But the rest of them, let's put on our Crocs, get some jackhammers, and take them suckers up. Ugh. If you fly over them, they're better. If you have to go 10 over them, I feel like it's tearing up my shocks and everything, and I already do a good enough job of that on my own. I don't need any help. That car out there came with 4-wheel drive because I'm supposed to be allowed to run over stuff. My husband says that's not true, but I think it is. This came in on our advanced rehab text line. It said, please watch Idiocracy. Owen Wilson is in it. Owen Wilson is in it. Now that's somebody with a nose right there. What does he always say? He's kind of like Matthew McConaughey. You know, he's all right, all right, all right. But there's something that he says. Is it wow? Wow? He's a strange character, but he's made a lot of money. Oh. This came in on the advanced rehab, and it says that I am psychologically abusing my children by not letting them allow the experience of Crocs. Is it though? Is it? Or am I teaching him, and all of them, that we can do better? That we can do better than Crocs? Oh, I hate a pair of Crocs so much. This came in on the advanced rehab text line. It said, yes, it is. Wow. This came in and said, Luke Wilson is his brother. You're right. You're right. This came in and it said, Idiocracy is a very pointed and prophetic warning about the direction of our society. It's not Owen Wilson. It's his brother. Okay. Okay. So it's Luke. Okay. I do believe. Okay. So Idiocracy, is it talking about how we have become literally attached to our phones and social media and instant gratification, entitlement? Because I feel like every day it's getting worse and worse and worse. There's something I hear, I see, and I'm like, we're gone. We've gone too far. Way too far. This came in and said Terry Crews is the president in the movie. Terry Crews. That's not the big buff black man that's hilarious, is it? Him as a president? Interesting. The Old Spice guy. Yeah. He's the president? Is he serious? Is it a serious role? Because I can't imagine him being in like a comedic role all day long. But a serious one, I don't know. This came in from our brother in Poland, and he said, keep me and my unit in your prayers. We were supposed to rotate home next week, but things have changed. Please tell my wife Linda that I love her so much, and I will do my job to the best of my ability to get back to her safe. Hey, we're praying for you. We're praying for your unit. We thank you guys for everything that you've done. We love you. And you just keep us in the loop so we know what's going on with you. We want to know. And Linda, if you're listening, he sure does love you. Sure does. This came in and said, Idiocracy. This word. The movie, Idiocracy. Wait a minute, where'd it go? There it went. Is a complete completely adult comedy. Not recommended for kids. Okay, cool. I won't let my kids watch it. This just came in. It's a picture of Terry Crews. President Camacho. That's awesome. He's dressed in like a red and white striped get-up with blue suspenders, and it looks like a Flava Flav gold chain hanging around his neck. I got to watch this. Chris, this is what we're doing. It's definitely not... Oh, here comes another picture of him. He's got like the seal of the United States on a wife beater. Oh. With all this patriotic stuff tied around his biceps and his wrist and like a do-rag. This is awesome. Okay, I'm down. This is going to be on my to-do for the weekend. We're going to do it. Not recommended for kids unless they're totally jaded. You know, I never in a million years thought that I would have a child as sweet as I do my 9-year-old. She is the sweetest. She doesn't have a mean bone in her body. She loves to read. She's all these things I'm not. And then we messed around and we had 2 more. And that little girl, that twin little girl, I can't even go into words about this child. She is terrible. We got to take a quick break real quick. And then we have a special guest coming in. We will be right back after just a few minutes and the top of the hour news. So we'll see you in just a second. If this ad will quit playing so I can play a song to leave. Come on.
I got a little drunk last night. Something about a midnight rain. Staring at the ceiling fan. I couldn't get you off my brain. I guess I wasn't thinking straight. I couldn't tell wrong from right. I went ahead and called you up. I got a little drunk last night.
This is WBFG 96.5 FM, 96.5 FM, Parker's Crossroads, Jackson.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Rich Thomason. A key inflation barometer, it's closely watched by the Federal Reserve, remained elevated last month, keeping the Fed on track to hike interest rates next week for the 10th time in just over a year. He says it's all about the children. Former President Trump at a campaign rally in New Hampshire.
On day one, I will sign a new executive order to cut federal funding for any school pushing critical race theory, transgender insanity, and other inappropriate racial, sexual, or political content on our children.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis shrugging off Disney's lawsuit targeting him.
Disney is suing after the Republican governor's appointment of a board of supervisors in its self-governed theme park district, alleging DeSantis waged a targeted campaign of government retaliation.
I don't think the suit has merit. I think it's political.
Disney has opposed a law in Florida critics call Don't Say Gay.
Part of having a vibrant market economy is that you're not picking winners and losers.
And that report from correspondent Ed Donahue. Some tense, very tense moments along a busy commuter rail line in Tarrytown, just north of New York City.
There's a little kid off of track 3. I don't know if he fell off the wall or something, but he's a little kid.
Dispatch sound from the MTA. That little kid, a 3-year-old boy, wound up on the tracks dangerously close to the electrified third rail. That's where conductor Marcus Higgins enters the picture, sprinting onto the tracks, scooping up the youngster who was promptly smothered in hugs and kisses by his mom. And watching Wall Street ahead of this morning's opening bell, stock futures are in negative territory. Right now, the Dow futures down 131 points. NASDAQ futures off 15. The S&P futures 13 points in the red. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Thank the pain relief that's natural, pain relief that works, and pain relief that attacks the source of the pain. That's the experience of tens of thousands of Americans who are taking Relief Factor right now. See their incredible video endorsements at relieffactor.com and then order your 3-week quick starter pack for just $19.95. That's less than $1 a day. Find out if it can work for you like it works for me by ordering your 3-week quick starter pack today. relieffactor.com, relieffactor.com. Be the next success story.
Foreman is the heavyweight champion of the world.
Now, experience the movie based on the miraculous story of George Foreman.
George Foreman ain't no new champ. He is the new chump. Foreman is down.
I'm not going to box anymore. I'm going to follow God. It's the greatest comeback story of all time.
There's only two things I know how to do. Box and preach and won't pay the bills.
Foreman's 45 years old. The risk isn't losing, it's surviving.
How can you beat that man?
I'm going to do this my way. Big George Foreman, now playing exclusively in movie theaters. Rated PG-13. May be inappropriate for children under 13.
There's a job opening at the BBC, and it's the top job. The British broadcaster's chairman has stepped down.
The publicly funded national broadcaster has been under pressure after it was revealed that Richard Sharp, a Conservative Party donor, helped arrange a loan for then Prime Minister Boris Johnson in 2021, weeks before he was appointed to the BBC post on the government's recommendation. Sharp says he's quitting to prioritise the interests of the BBC after making an inadvertent breach of the rules. A report on the incident by senior lawyer Adam Heppenstall is due to be published. Charles de Ledesma, London.
Not the best way to win friends and influence people. Climate activists are staging a 10th straight day of protests in Berlin, blocking key roads during rush hour, bringing parts of the German capital to a standstill. News and analysis, townhall.com. State environmental regulators in California set their sights on the rail industry.
The Air Resources Board approving a first-in-the-nation rule to cut emissions from diesel-powered trains. Now, the goal of that rule is to ban the use of locomotive engines more than 23 years old by 2030 and increase zero-emissions technology to transport goods through ports and rail yards. Supporters say they hope it benefits communities. Opponents say they're not so sure. Jason Walker reporting.
Some Medicaid recipients say errors and confusion are causing them to lose their federally and state-funded health coverage. Apparently, there are some glitches as the states undertake an unprecedented review of the 84 million Medicaid enrollees nationwide. So again, on Wall Street this hour, Dow futures are down 103 points. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Hi, my name is Scott Conger. When I ran for mayor, my commitment was to make Jackson the best it can be for us and future generations. I want Jackson to be a place that my children will want to call home. Over the past 4 years, we've restored fiscal responsibility, reduced our debt by $33 million, and produced a budget surplus of $21 million. We've increased funding to fire and police departments, and we've had a 19% reduction in crime. We've made historic investments in infrastructure and quality of life, and invested $3 million per year in street resurfacing. The mayor's race is nonpartisan, so that we can focus on what matters in Jackson, not Washington. Our schools, our jobs, our people, our neighborhoods. That's what matters. Party politics too often focus on what divides us. By putting people over politics, we build a stronger community for everyone. We've accomplished so much, but now it's time for us to dream even bigger for our city. I need your help to build a better tomorrow, and I'm asking for your vote for me, Scott Conger, for mayor on May 2nd. Paid for by Scott Conger for mayor, Lonnie Harris, treasurer.
Hey y'all, this is Mary at Mulligan's. Come see us soon before the new wears off. Hard to believe, but we're coming upon an anniversary in our locally family-owned business at Union University Drive. We still have our daily lunch specials, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m., which will remind you of Grandma's cooking. Or try our Irish dishes, fish and chips, Reuben's and shepherd's pie, or everyone's favorite, the Mully Burger. And how about brunch on Saturdays and Sundays? Yep, every weekend, serving Jackson for over 25 years. See you soon at Mulligan's.
Pansies, poppies, and daffodils aren't the only spring things popping up all over West Tennessee. Beautiful deals on new 2023 Ford cars, trucks, and SUVs are blooming right now at Gene Langley Ford in Humboldt. Hi, this is Sarah Beth Langley. Come by our lot at 3500 Easton Drive in Humboldt or visit us online at GeneLangleyFord.com. You'll see our personalized service, guaranteed financing, and lifetime powertrain warranty make buying your new Ford a bright and sunny experience. Or customize your new Ford car, truck, or SUV and apply for financing online at GeneLangleyFord.com, and when it arrives, we'll deliver it right to your driveway. In the market for a pre-owned vehicle, we have a huge selection on all makes and models, updated daily at GeneLangleyFord.com. And as everyone knows, if you ever have any service needs, our service department is known area-wide as the best in the business. Regardless of your make or model, we'll get you back on the road in no time. Whether it's a new Ford, a used vehicle, or service, you really should try Gene Langley Ford before you buy. The dealership service bill.
See dealer for warranty details.
News Talk 96.5 FM weather, presented by Dustin Ring. Dustin buys houses fast for cash. Call Dustin today, 731-200-1362. Friday brings clouds in the morning, then partly sunny in the afternoon. Highs in the upper 60s, northwest wind 5 to 10. Mostly cloudy overnight, low near 50. Dustin buys houses fast for cash. DustinBuys.com. For weather 24/7, visit newstalk965.com.
News Talk West Tennessee includes newstalk965.com and News Talk 96.5 FM, covering local news, sports, and weather on an extensive network of platforms, including radio, social media streaming, digital TV, live stream, podcasts, all on your devices. Our local and live weekday lineup includes Daybreak with Greg Wood and G-Unit, Walker Talks with Chuck Walker and Julie Holt, The Dan Reeves Show with Gina Langley and Larry Newman, Dave Ramsey, Jackson-Madison County Schools Game of the Week, UT Vols Sports, and the Memphis Grizzlies. Local, live, News Talk West Tennessee and newstalk965.com. Hear it first on News Talk 96.5 FM. We might be talking about you.
Trying to find a thought that's escaped her mind. She says there's the one I love the most. But life's not far behind. She never lets me in, only tells me where she's been when she's had too much to drink. I say that I don't care, I just run my hands through her dark hair. Then I pray to God, you gotta help me fly away and just let her cry. If the tears fall down like rain, let her sing. If it eases all her pain, let her go.
Welcome back to Julie Holt Said It on this dreary Friday. I wonder if there's some people crying because the charter schools did not get approved. But if they are, we're about to tell you why, because we have the man with the plan in the house. And it is a Dr. Marlon King. And I even brought in my buddy Chuck Walker. We're going to dissect it, and we're going to do some grade A journalism on here for you today. Dr. King, how are you?
Good morning. I'm doing very well. How are you?
I'm good. I'm so glad you came in.
Thanks for having me. Excited about being here with you.
Yes. I'm super excited. I'm sure that you've had a busy night, a busy morning.
Did you get to
How's
watch any of the
morale?
draft? Did you miss the entire NFL draft?
I missed the entire draft, all of it.
I see. It's been obviously a scheduling conflict. It's very terrible.
Yeah.
Always, you all. Always.
So let's start wherever you want to. Let's dive in. I know that there was a vote made last night. One person passed.
Right.
One person, Mr. Walden, voted no.
Correct.
And then we had everybody else voted yes.
Yes, that's correct.
To resolve this.
Right. Right.
So what does that mean? Can they file an appeal? Can they try to come back? Where are we at?
So the next step is that ACE has an opportunity to respond to the resolution. So there were 51 items recognized in this resolution, but that doesn't mean that there weren't more items that could have gone into this resolution. We stopped at 51 so they can address those as well as other things that they see in the application that would warrant attention. So they get an opportunity to appeal this and bring us a corrective action around what some of the things that were identified in the resolution.
So when I look over this, there's a certain one that automatically stands out to me.
Okay.
Because I'm a taxpayer.
Okay.
And it says there's evidence that the establishment of the proposed charter school will have a substantial negative fiscal impact on the district.
Right.
And it's an estimation of $1.28 million negative fiscal impact to our district.
Right.
That's huge.
Right.
Is that taking that from
absolutely
all our other children?
Absolutely. Yeah, this is taken from the budget. When you think about it, there are fixed costs. And if 300 students are removed from our school system, that doesn't mean that these 300 students are coming from one particular school. So if you think about the number of elementary schools we have, and you take 10 students from each school.
Right.
Or 20 students from each school, that's still not enough students that will put us in a position where we will have to lose personnel. We still would have to have a teacher for that classroom, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And so we still have those fixed costs that we must support on our budget, even though those students would have been removed and gone to another school. So when you think about that, that's the rub when you're thinking about, when you're bringing another option in to support you. And I think one thing that's important, I don't think that as a community, I don't think we are against options and opportunities and choices, but I think we want the right choice. And that's what's important. I think the board is very clear about we're open for choices and we're open for collaboration and partnerships. But we want the right partnership that's going to be for our kids. And so that's so important. And so when you look at the indicators that were identified in the resolution, they just didn't sit well with the board. I don't think they sit well with this administration. And so, of course, we have to give some pause to that and give them an opportunity to address just these 51, but there are more.
Dr. King, let me ask you, because we know Olivia Abernathy had a guest column on the Jackson Post earlier in the week, and she brought to the point, she said, look, I'm not anti-charter school, I'm anti-bad charter school. I'm not pro-charter school, I'm pro-good charter school. And she brought this, and I think most people are like me out there. I didn't know I knew what a charter school was, but I was under the impression that it was like a reduced private school. It was, privately funded and publicly funded.
Right.
And I think a lot of people probably had misconceptions about it. This is not the only charter school option out there, right? There's a whole lot of,
Absolutely.
So it's not like if we don't do this, nothing could ever happen again in the future.
You're exactly right. We have an opportunity as a school system to develop a portfolio department, and I talk about having a diversified portfolio as a school system. I think about the school system from a business lens and from a business model. And so what you want for your families and for taxpayers is to have a diversified portfolio. For example, when we returned back to school during the pandemic, we launched a cyber school option. I knew that would be something that families would feel comfortable with, but also long term, when you think about our homeschool families and you think about families that are not comfortable, or students who are just not comfortable with brick and mortar, that we provide this option. Well, we're one of the systems around that's still moving forward with this cyber school option. We have 612 at JCM. We have that option. We have Montessori option. We have early college option. We have Madison option. So we have various options to keep our portfolio diversified. And so when we think about charter, hey, that's a good mix in our portfolio. And so creating a portfolio department to lead our portfolio of schools and creating a district, strength through portfolio is important.
And I want to speak on this because sometimes Julie and I will get phone calls and they'll say things like, well, you can't run a school system like you can a business. Mm-hmm. Well, that's not necessarily the case, because you do speak to having these different ways to educate all within one community. and why that would be important. A lot
Right.
of towns around here, they have one. Like I went to Crockett County High School, graduated in 1999. I bet it's very similar as far as the way that you learn there, right?
Right.
You go to school every day. If you don't go to school, you get in trouble. You know, if you're like me, you get in trouble just for being there. But regardless, that's another point. But there are different options here, and some people I know push back on the whole when you say you have to run it like a business,
Right.
But you really do. You have to run
You
it
have
like an a la carte system because we're realizing now as more studies come out, there's a lot of different ways that kids can successfully be educated. And
Right.
it's not just the same way you were or I was or Julie was necessarily.
Right. Speaking of how I was educated, one of the really crucial people in our school system is, besides you, Melissa Spurgeon, and she was my 7th grade teacher, has been one of my favorite teachers throughout my entire life. And I love her. She's also on the phone with us. She is at a conference and not in Madison County, so she's called in. Miss Melissa, you there?
I am. Good morning.
Morning. Has your phone been blowing up since yesterday?
It has. Yes, it has. But I don't know that I can add anything that Dr. King is not adding, but I think it's important to know that it is all about the right combination for our students and for Madison County as a whole. It's not a political thing. It's about does it meet the measure? Is it going to serve our kids in a way that we are not presently serving them?
Absolutely. And I mean, it's kind of hard to, when you look this, just number 2 on the list of things, it shows a negative $1.28 million fiscal impact. So for me, it's like, how many kids is that going to negatively affect for these other ones to get a positive? Is that fair? Is that right? What does that look like?
Right.
It's hard. And that's just looking at number 2. There's 51 reasons right here.
Right. Chuck, I want to go back to the business approach. You know, what gets me, and I think the paradigm shift in leading schools and businesses, I think one thing that comes to mind, when President Trump was running for office, I think the thing that attracted a lot of people is that his approach to business. He was not a politician. He wasn't in government, and he was this great businessman, and he's going to run the country on a business model. And so if you run the country on a business model, and we know that, some benefit to it, what is wrong with running the school system on a business model to make sure that we get a return on investment? And that's investing in students and making sure that they get what they need to be successful citizens.
Oh, yeah. I have said, and I've said to you when you called in last Friday, so when I first saw the release of everything, I was like, oh, wow, these are big numbers. But I saw it out of context. It's like if I just see one verse in a Bible, but I don't read the rest of it, right? And so, but then I thought, you know what? I'm a big believer. There's a guy that I like to follow on his social media feeds, and he's a business guy. His name's Marcus Lemonis. And Marcus Lemonis says the 3 keys to any business person out there: people, policy, and procedure. Make sure you have the right people first, and make sure you take care of them. What's your policies? What's your plan of action? And what's your procedures? How are you going about that? How are you checking on that? And those are really the 3 keys. And I think that, once you realize everything doesn't always have to be the exact same way it's been for 60 years or 70 years. Like, there can be progression. There can be adaptation. There can be growth. We can embrace technology.
Oh, yeah.
And like I don't know why anybody would pay for a homeschool system. And I don't even know if you do pay for homeschool systems, but when there's the virtual option.
Right.
What I mean? You're not worrying about getting the state required education. You know what I mean? Make sure you're reading for the right curriculum when you've got that option. So yeah, I agree with it. I wanted you to address it because it is something that we get as talk radio hosts on our show. Because and again, I think most people, if you don't have context, and you just see something or you just hear something, then that can become truth, because most people are out there living their day 8 to 5 at their particular job. They hear something. They're not an educator. They're not an administrator. So you hear something, you don't do the research to really think about it on your own, then that just becomes the truth.
That is so true. I always tell people, oftentimes people put a period before a conjunction, and it should be a comma.
Quit using all these big words. Julie, translate that for me.
Julie, you got that
No,
right.
I know.
You know
who taught me that?
Melissa.
And then after
you putting a period before a conjunction, it's a comma, and
we
it's
got a whole
more.
other thought that's got to go after it. Absolutely. Yes. I'm digging into this, and I'm reading. This doesn't even provide tutoring or summer learning, which is required by state law.
Right.
Number 9.
Right. But I think if you back up, Julie, let's back up to number 3. They referenced the school system as Montgomery County first. And what was also very stunning to me is the fact that our most recent test scores were not even considered in terms of the analysis when you talk about, hey, we want to help you all based on your results. People always talk. So they compared our older results, old test scores, not the most recent. And so what that says is that we don't give our teachers and our leaders and families and students the credit of what they just did recently when we were talking about 12 reward schools 9 reward schools, 12 level 5 schools. We're talking about 90% grad rate. None of that was considered. Teachers are trying. So, and they're trying to get it right. And what they've done in terms of academic improvement, it wasn't even considered in this application. So
and they didn't even consider, an attempt to engage with the community in a target population. They don't even know where they go.
Yeah. And
this is kind of a mess.
Yeah, and like number 5, they had mentioned that they had engaged nonprofit organizations, and when the team reached out to the nonprofit organizations, they hadn't even spoken with this charter.
The one that was in the application, I believe that Commissioner Abernathy said it was like a 508-page application, but they made reference to Boys and Girls Club in Illinois,
right?
And then Commissioner Juanita Jones, who does phenomenal work with Keep My Hood Good,
right?
There was something that sounded like that, like My Hood is Good or something like that,
right?
And so Commissioner Abernathy thought, okay, well maybe that's who they meant. So she reached out to her, and she said the same thing. She's like, no, I haven't heard from them yet. So I don't know if that was an error in supplementing, if there's another organization that sounds like that somewhere else, or if that was just, a possible intention later, but didn't come to fruition.
Right. And also, what's scary is when you look at number 41 and you think about like the safety and the crisis that we're seeing in America in public education, with the gun violence in schools and just with school safety, not having a school safety plan. When you think about contracting out your students, because that's essentially what you're doing. You're contracting out your students without a safety plan to make sure that these students are safe. That's concerning to me, because I think these families are expecting the leader of the organization to make sure safety is a priority.
And let me ask you that, because we had Representative Todd on with us yesterday in here, and we were talking about these new mandates that were coming out next year. SRO officers in every single public school in Tennessee, some private partnerships with the private schools, like grant money,
right?
Potentially, what would happen in a situation like that? Would there not be a state standard to require something there, or would charter schools kind of get to do their own thing?
Well, charter schools have a lot of flexibility in the way they operate. So I don't know if they will be given some type of provision to bypass that. But I think when the board and when we're considering something like this, that has to be a priority. Families, they want their babies safe.
Amen.
When you send your baby to school, you want that baby to return back home every evening. And when you look at this and there's not a safety plan in place or a crisis plan in place, that's very concerning to me, and I think as well as the board.
They don't even have a realistic and viable projected budget and cash flow summary. Nothing.
Correct.
So, they're just going in here all willy-nilly.
It was...
You could say that.
So, I can. I sure can.
Let's talk about...
This is pathetic. They're not even lining up, like most of these, they're not even lining up with state law, state requirements. They don't know where they want to go. They want to be open in like 2 years. They want 5 schools in Tennessee, but have never even opened a one. Do they know what? I mean,
I go back to this. You know, the board is very open to options, but we want the right option. We want a good application. We want a good applicant to make certain that our students, they're getting even something better than what we're already doing. And then when you can't provide something better than what we're already providing, you know, it raise a red flag, and you have to be very cautious in terms of proceeding.
Julie, let's go back to this list and let's explain to everybody out there who may have just tuned in or may not have caught it in the beginning. This list is essentially a list of concerns, right? And the reasons for voting down the charter school by the school board yesterday. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
And just 51 items.
They got tired of writing after that?
Y'all, they listed $10,000 in year one for student computers. What are they buying? Are they buying them little Leapfrog tablets at the Walmart? $10,000?
$10,000.
For how many students? What would be?
I think 340, 320 or 340 was what they were projecting.
They need to go to the Best Buy and walk down the computer aisle. Because we've had to buy tablets and we've had to buy computers. They're 10,000. Hold on, let me do some math.
And what was the total student body? The
320 to 340.
Okay, the projected student body for this particular school if it had been approved. Now, the next thing that will happen from here, and I want to get back into these reasons. Some of these concerns from the.
That's $29 a student.
Oh, you should be able to get a laptop for that.
A computer for $29.40.
Maybe they're going next door to Krasner's, Julie. You don't know. You don't know where they're going to get these laptops. Let me ask you this: there are still steps in place, right?
Yeah.
They could appeal the charter school, ACE, or American Classical Education, if I remember right. They could appeal this to the board again.
Correct.
And then the next step after that, if the appeal went, the same way it did the first time, they could go to the state of Tennessee. And this is something I found a little concerning when Olivia Abernathy was in with us Monday, because I didn't know this existed. I'm learning for the first time, just like I think a lot of people are. There's an appointments made by the state of Tennessee who could hear an argument and make the final decision. Did I understand that correctly?
That's correct. You're
and those aren't
absolutely
elected officials for the state of Tennessee. That's just an appointed body.
That's right.
I want to get into some of these texts that have come in just to kind of see your response. One in particular came in, and it said on our advanced rehab text line, 731-800-8398, it said, budgeting and running anything in a business-like manner is just showing thoughtful planning and the desire to spend your dollars in a wise manner. It would be irresponsible not to run the school system in a business-like manner.
Right.
This one comes in and says, charter schools, as you can see, operate a low cost of doing business model for maximum profits, even though they're hiding under a nonprofit. What a lying scam. They don't care about the children, only the money, but public schools have a lot of work to do, though, because it's totally dysfunctional. Let's fix our public school systems, please. And then this also says, keep hammering that, Chuck. Unelected bodies don't get to overrule the people, and that goes for the Planning Commission, too.
Yeah, I do have a problem or a question, and maybe there's some things I don't understand, but I do have a question. Let's say when we have an elected school board,
right?
For a school district, and we know each district is very unique, right?
Right.
Challenges in Madison County are different than Williamson County. They're different than Knox County. I mean, they don't all look alike. Well, heck, even Crockett County, Madison County, very different, very different with what those challenges are. So you have elected officials here to make the very best decision for your district, and then somebody in Nashville. Which I have no idea like. If I moved to Nashville tomorrow and put my kid in public, I don't know which one I would pick. I don't keep up with Nashville public schools, and I would assume a lot of these people on the board may not keep up with what's best for Madison County. It's that part I have the hardest time with, because once it gets to that point and someone could overturn it, I'm like, well, gosh, why do we even do all this other stuff? Why is all this other research made with people who are actually here?
Right. Right.
Just a question I have. I don't like big government. What am I going to do? What do I say?
And also they also mentioned the fact that they needed to contract services with us. So they needed to contract services for food, transportation, special services. So you're thinking about, look, I'm already contracting out students, and then I have to contract the services for the students that are being contracted, which creates even more problems like on our end, because it's basically I'm running two separate systems. When
it was presented to me, I had Phil Schwank on our show, Julie. You remember this when he called in from Ohio? He was on there, and he talked about the way it was presented to me, and tell me what I'm missing. He's like, one of the problems is if you've got 55 kids on a school bus, and then 20 of them all of a sudden in the charter school, the school bus still has to run the same route for the 35 kids, but there's less dollars in there. He said, what if we had a program where we would work with the school system to keep those 20 kids on the bus, but you would still have to make another stop at two different schools to pick all the kids up, I guess,
right,
after school to get them there. So it would be creating a little bit. He said the same thing about the cafeteria food. He's like, look, they already have these services in place. What if we just buy the food from the cafeteria system and deliver it to the school? So when it was presented initially, it seemed like, okay, this could be almost like a partnership is the way it sounded. But you think the functionality of that could be tricky?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
It would make your life any easier, would it?
Absolutely would. Yeah, when you're dealing with contracted services, it's always nuance, and so you got to just it requires intentionality. It requires you to be very deliberate in how you move forward, and the logistics of it is very important.
Well, and I know we all know because we've heard ads on the station and other stations. I mean, bus drivers. We're looking for bus drivers, right?
Absolutely.
And that seems like something really simple until your kid needs to ride the bus.
Absolutely.
But to make another stop at another school and to pick up, even if the route's the same, what time school get out? School get out at 2:30? And this school get out at 2:40. You got to get everybody loaded up. You got to be there at 2:40 so the kids aren't standing around. I mean, I could see the potential challenges. And then what does that extra 15 minutes do for the last kid that gets dropped off the bus or the first kid to get picked up in the morning? I used to see kids waiting on the bus when I lived in the neighborhood. They would be, sitting there at 5:45 in the morning. Well, now if that bus has to run 15 minutes early to make two stops, even though they're getting paid, is he sitting there at 5:30 in the morning now?
Right. And think about bus rules. So will they have a different set of rules for their school in terms of students on the bus and using transportation versus what our rules are? Because we're operating two different organizations. So, I mean,
so you couldn't say it's my way or the highway?
That's right.
Oh, that's not fun. Julie can be in charge of that for you. If you wanted
let
to.
me handle that. This came in on the Advanced Rehab text line, and it said, I want to personally thank Dr. King and all of our wonderful board members, staff, and teachers that do so much for our children. As a community, we need to come together and support these people. These children are our future. I'm tired of hearing the phone calls and the Facebook posts that are nothing but negative. Instead of negativity, let's provide the solutions.
Yeah.
You got some fans.
Look, I love this community. I love these students. I love the employees. I love just all parts of Jackson, Madison County. And what I think is important is that we rally around the public school system.
Yeah.
I mean, don't run from the public school system. We are taxpayers. So we can run from the public school system all we want to, but we are taxpayers, and we still will be contributing to current property tax, local option sales tax. Why not take a stance and say, this is what we want? And I want to hear from people. I want people to tell us, look, how do we get better? And that's how we get better, when people say, hey, look, we need athletics. Parents said we need middle school baseball. Guess what we have now?
Yeah. Middle school baseball.
Middle school. Parents said we need something for our smaller kids to do in elementary school. Now we have elementary basketball and cheer.
That's awesome.
And we're going to start soccer in the fall. We want to be a community school system. We want to hear your voice. I don't know what has happened in the past, but I like to hear what people are saying, and we want to work in tandem to make it work. For example, this community was very bold and brave during the pandemic, and the community said, we're ready to go back. Some of us are ready to go back to school, and some of us just want an option still, but we want our kids in school. We want our children in school. People met on work teams, y'all, at 7 o'clock in the morning, this community. I mean, hundreds of people in different work teams, and even after work they came. We brought students back to school sooner than a lot of school systems around us to be our size. Many people were really afraid. That's because we listen to the people. 66% of the people who surveyed on this charter said, we don't want that. We listen to people. So we want to hear what people have to say. We want to make sure that we're being very thoughtful and very deliberate about our decisions. And that's why we're seeing successes. Now, we are not where we should be and where we want to be. But every day we're getting better.
Let's talk about that. Because this is the negative connotation. This is the thing. And I'm curious to how you don't wear this and stay so positive. Because I know it's got to be hard. You took this job 3 years ago. It ain't like you took it and we had 40 years of a great run and you're just, you're the new placeholder, right? I mean, you know what you got into. Right. And I know it's got to be challenging to not wear it. I feel getting beat down by it. And I tell everybody, I don't work for the school system. I don't work for the school system at all. But I do want to try to get the truth out there, the best what that looks like. Right. I'd like that. Number one, how do you not wear it? Because they're Madison County, being honest, and everybody knows it's had its struggles from lawsuits to poor vision, bad implementation, whatever you want to say. I know it's not your job to talk about your predecessors, but all of us who have been here for 40 years, we know what's happened here. What's a reasonable expectation for change? Because I can see that big wheel turn, and we all can see it turning. Now, the problem with some of us is they want you to roll that thing overnight. And
overnight.
And I know that.
They want me to turn water into wine, and I just
that ain't you.
I can't do that. I wish I could, but I can't.
Let's be real though, for a little. Okay, I have a third grader, and I have twins that are early education. I went to private school. I graduated from private school. My mother, at one point, got enrolled in private school, graduated from private school. We have been a family that has been in the private school system. That's what we know. I would, if you would have asked me 3 years ago if my kids would have been in the public school system, I would have told you no, absolutely not. I have sat back and watched, and I'm thinking to myself, what am I doing? Well, what am I doing? And now I've put in our stuff, and we're leaving the private school system, and next year we start in the public school system.
And we are so excited for you to be joining this membership. And like I tell parents, like you who are coming over,
that's how much you've changed it in 3 years.
But this is what I always say too: when you come, the same expectations that you had for the private school, have those same expectations for us. See, what happens is...
Can my kid get challenged? Can Harper get challenged at Madison County? She's 9 years old.
Exactly. I mean, you have to come in, you have to say, look, when I paid for it, this is what I expected. You're taxpayers. You say the same thing
You're
to
already
us.
paying.
You're already paying regardless.
Yeah.
So you say, hey, look, this is what I expect. We have the conversation with our teachers. But what happens in public schools, we just throw our hand up like, well, it didn't happen. I'm leaving. I'm going to private school. No. You stay in the private school and you say, this is what we're going to have. And this is what we want to see. And this is what, let me give you an example. The parents at Arlington Elementary School, which was a school that was on the state takeover list.
Okay.
And
what does that mean?
Meaning that you're performing at the bottom percent of schools in the state of Tennessee. You're a high priority school. Parents like Bob Sparks, Olivia Abernathy, Matt Marshall, those parents said, we're not leaving this school. We're going to stay right here. We're going to expect this from these teachers. We're going to expect this from these leaders. We're going to expect this from the school board. The school came off the list, hosted the very first public school VEX robotics tournament. Students advanced to state. That's what I'm saying. As a community, we have to put a stake in the ground and say, this is what we demand of the public school system. Not talk about the system. Just say, we are taxpayers and this is what we demand. And this administration is listening. We want to hear. The only way we're going to get better is through all of us working together, not us working separately. We have to work in concert to make sure that we do what's best for our community. And I tell people, everything that happened in the past, it's not my fault, but it's my fight now.
Yes.
And I have no problem fighting it. I have no problem fighting and correcting things that weren't kind of some of the best processes or protocol. And how do we manage to put the right things in place? Oftentimes leaders come into organizations, and particularly superintendents come in, and they want to have their own flair and they want to do their own thing. Well, one of the things I didn't move anybody my first year. And guess what? I kept doing some of the things that were in place. They were talking about Loop. We expanded Loop. We didn't change Loop. I didn't need a new name. People knew about Loop, so let's keep Loop going. Now Loop has grown to West Tennessee Healthcare, JEA. The system talked about providing options and opportunities. I'm still today saying we're going to provide options and opportunities. The system placed a reading curriculum in place, CKLA, teaching phonics, teaching reading in a different way. We're still doing that. We've done some modifications in terms of walkthroughs and things like that.
So we do still have phonics.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I don't know if you've heard it. I know I got the text on my show from the screenshot.
We've always had phonics.
Melissa.
We got a message the other day, Melissa, and again, it said, well, one of the reasons, and 12 years ago, 15 years ago, we quit teaching phonics.
Yeah.
It was a screenshot from a social media post. We quit teaching phonics in schools, and that's when the numbers went down. And now we just teach sight words. And I thought, well, words like honor needs to be a sight word. All right, so that's not necessarily the truth.
Let me say a couple of things. I've been just been listening. It's been so good. I want to tell you that I've been in Jackson-Madison County school system for 15 years. And in those 15 years, Dr. King is the 7th, I believe, maybe the 8th.
Wow.
Superintendent I've worked for. And so we have made these mass improvements, historical improvements in this short amount of time because of stability. He offers stability, transparency, and a different way of looking at treating his employees like a business, because I've been in education my whole career, and I've often looked at the business world and thought, that would be nice to be rewarded for my performance, like that. When my kids did good on their end of the year test, that would have been nice, because you see all that in business. And so, but I've always taught reading. That's my whole career, and I've taught elementary reading, and we have never not taught phonics. We have always taught phonics.
Is that a foundational base of learning? Is that that's not this isn't a new concept to not teach phonics. Every principle of reading teaches some phonetics, right?
So let me tell you what has happened in I guess this whole evolution of teaching reading. Reading is very complex teaching. So when you look, let's spell the word READ, but it's pronounced two different ways.
Read and read.
That's right.
Good job, Julie. Look at you, Melissa. You did so good.
It's not
Yay,
2
Julie,
plus
I'm
2.
so proud.
2 plus 2 is always 4.
Absolutely.
All right. And so what happens in this, you all, is very complex. And so you've gone from a whole language concept. So people want to teach whole language, balanced literacy, phonics. And so they got all these different pieces over time that educators have experienced. And one thing that holds true teaching the science of reading, and that is including phonics, vocabulary, fluency, comprehension, and phonemic awareness. Those 5 components in teaching reading will help students read. Why? I know that because my dissertation is in reading. And look, it is not because I loved reading. I knew reading would be an out. I knew reading would take me to the next level. 9 times out of 10, boys are just not into reading.
Amen.
And the text that you have in school, the text not geared towards boys. We want sports illustration. We want something that's going to be action oriented. That's not
about batting averages in math, things like that.
You're not going to
completely change it up for them.
So I knew that I had to get a grasp on, hey, let me really think about reading and what it can do. And I like to give my testimony to guys and say, look, that's key. That's key. You have to do it. And so I did my dissertation in that and just talking about the impact and the effects of reading. And so understanding that whole phonics piece, it is the history of it has changed and it's gone back and forth. But those 5 components with phonics included will help students read.
It's tough, and I hate.
Yes, it's tough.
I hate when we have to, call you up or Melissa up and ask these questions, because what do they say? A lie can run around the world before the truth gets its shoes on. When you hear things like this about a school system, Mayor Conger said something one time, and I thought it was very astute. He said, guys, it's okay to expect good things in this town. It's okay.
Right.
It's okay to not always say negative things about a school system unless there's a reason to. But if there's something that is improving, but I saw the same thing, we got it sent to us, and I don't know how to comment. I was like, surely we still teach phonetics. Surely we don't just teach sight words. You can't learn however many words there are in the English language. You can't expect to just remember all by sight. You got to be able to sound it out and go with the next one. So I thought, surely this isn't true. But then I don't know. And then all of a sudden, you guys have to come in and react to an accusation or to a lie. And I know that's got to be frustrating. We apologize for that here. We just try to get the best information out possible.
Right, and it's only fair to the community. I just think that when we do have those inquiries, that we reach out to teachers, we talk to principals. We don't run with beauty shop gossip.
Right.
Yeah. We engage teachers and give them the respect, of asking the teacher to say, hey, look, explain this to me more, because our teachers, you all are working really, really hard and engaged in this work every single day.
Mm-hmm. There is always this one, if you will, beauty shop gossip thing that gets called in. And it is literally nailed constantly in this phone call, in the text, however it's coming through, that we are the number one in the state for illiteracy.
Mm-hmm.
We are not.
No.
Do you know where we're at?
I don't know that number, but we that is not the case. And this is another thing that really is very alarming when people say, "Oh, kids can't read." Kids, and I think the number. Now, don't get me wrong. We do have students who struggle with reading. But we have students who struggle with reading when I was in school.
There are kids struggling at private schools reading.
Absolutely.
There are kids struggling in every county to read. I mean, that's just part of the beast.
Right. It's part of the beast. And what we have to do, we have to put some systems in place, like responsive intervention and after school tutoring that we have offered.
What's responsive intervention?
So let me break this down.
Is a student identified like not able to read or comprehend? I know comprehension's a big thing. I've got a son. He's in the Gibson County. He's 11.
Mm-hmm.
He's in 5th grade, and I can't. Maybe he's already taken his reading test, or next week he's doing TCAP essentially, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's his thing. He's a really, really smart kid in math and science, and he can read fine. But sometimes, if it's 4 or 5 paragraphs and it's talking about something that first paragraph, he won't necessarily. He had to go back and reread it a couple of times. It's comprehension. It's not as astute as his other skills.
Right. So let's response to intervention. So let me break it down this way. When we were in school, so our teacher taught whole group, everybody.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to teach this reading. But remember, I'm teaching you inference. I'm going to teach you about prediction, how to predict something from a story. After I teach you that for the first 30 minutes, and you start on your own to do your independent practice, if you didn't get it, that's when you get intervention. Let me give you 30 more minutes of what I was teaching, or 30 more minutes of this particular skill to help you understand reading. And those skills, in terms of helping you understand reading, are those 5 tenets that I talked about earlier. You have to have those strong foundational skills in order to grasp comprehension and in order to infer and things like that. So that's what, in terms of, it's an extra dose of support in terms of giving you foundational support to be stronger in reading. Just kind of football practice. Like, before game day, you have to practice. You have to do that additional work that's leading up to the game. Like Mr. Miyagi in the Karate Kid.
Wax on.
Wax on, wax off. Wax on. You wonder what it has to do with karate, but in the end, you'll see the outcome. And that's how it is with intervention. Hey, look, I'm working on foundational skills, but in the end, I'm going to teach you how to read.
Yeah, it's going to build up all these others. This came in on our text line and said, as a parent, I'm grateful to this administration for their hard work, standing up for the few on a witch hunt. Don't let them run you off like they are known to do. It's obvious to those of us who stand back to look at the big picture. This is about a couple of people in county government abusing their power and intentionally attempting to sow discord in our community against the school system. Taxpayers should hold, and there's 2 people. I'm not going to say that.
Good girl, Julie. Look at you.
Taxpayers should hold someone accountable. Thank you, Dr. King, for increasing morale for the employees, as it makes a world of difference for our students and community too.
I appreciate that. One of the things I shared and talk about the business model. The book by Michael Fullen, and I shared that with Dan earlier this week. The Six Secrets of Change.
Love that.
And yeah,
Looked it up.
Number one, I mean, it's an amazing book. I encourage everyone to read that book and the 4 disciplines of execution. So the 4 disciplines of execution also shares how you operate and how you execute on the strategies. You can have strategies all day, but if you don't execute the right way, you're not going to get outcomes. So that is the thing.
We do. Do you want to take a phone call? We've got somebody waiting to talk.
It's up to you. I don't have a problem.
Thank you for calling. Julie Holt said it. How are you?
Oh, good morning. I'm great. Dr.
morning.
King, you had a young lady appear before the school board last night, and she did a dissertation about the 90% of students walking out of the Madison County school system not prepared to educate themselves, not prepared to carry on with whatever aptitude of reading and comprehending. 90%. Now, I came back to this community in 1995, and at that point in time, federal data showed that only 3 out of 10 students, after 12 years of Madison County public education, could read to the 3rd grade reading level. Over the last 6 years, I helped a young man enter the military. At that point in time, the federal data showed 2 out of 10 of your students could do that. So my question to you, you've been in the job for 3 years. Do you know where we rank in the state of Tennessee for illiteracy?
So when you look at our data, there is not what you call a poll from the Tennessee Department of Education accountability system ranking at this point. What I can tell you, let me just back up and address a couple of things that you mentioned earlier about the 90%, if that's okay with you. The 90% students, our grad rate has improved to 90%, which is at expectation for the State Department. Students, and what was said by the lady last night who addressed the system, one of the glaring things is she said that her kids attend a Jackson area school. So that means that they didn't attend our public school system. It's in Jackson area school. And what was said was that these students are going out, we're graduating 90% of the kids, but the EOC is showing XYZ. But keep in mind that students cannot graduate without passing the EOC. They have to pass the EOC. That's a requirement. And also the EOC, we have to be very thoughtful about our conversation when we say who's proficient and who's not proficient when you're talking about standardized tests. Because a student is not demonstrating the level of proficiency on a certain or test. I mean, I think there are so many of us, if given that 3rd grade test, I wonder what we would do as adults. So we have to take in the factor of all of the questions that's on that test. That test is not a test to saying, hey, once you pass this test, you're going to be successful in the world. That test is saying, do you understand some of the prerequisites in terms of standards that are being taught in this particular grade or this particular subject? So, but what I would offer you this suggestion right here is that if you look at the Tennessee Department of Education website and Google Tennessee Department of Education report card, and go to the report card section, and on the right hand side, choose Madison County, and then when you pull up the Madison County, I would scroll through and look at the different statistics that it's going to give you about Madison County and Madison County proficiency. Will I say that Madison County proficiency is where it should be? Absolutely not. And I will not say that. But will I say that our teachers working hard over the past 2 years and including our 3rd year to get better? I would definitely say 125%. They're working to get better, to do better. And if there's something that some statistics that you have out there that you would like to offer me, and then I would love to look at and see the validity of it, I welcome you to share that with me. And I would appreciate that, because I think working together, if there's data out there that you have and data that I have, this data must sync to see where we are, because your data is coming from somewhere and the data that I'm looking at is coming from somewhere. But I would like to sync, because what we want to do overall is find the solution. We want to find a solution, like how do we get better, but how do we address this data? And that's why I'm excited about the children's cabinet that Commissioner Abernathy launched, that's bringing so many different departments together to address some root causes. And this could be like a root cause. So I will offer you that, and would love to just sit and talk with you about, the data that you have, and we figure out, what is the baseline that we're going to look at as a community, because we can't have someone looking at this piece of data, I'm looking at this piece of data, and that person looking at this piece of data. So what conversation are we having with people in terms of how do we make progress? We all have to be in one bucket and say, this is what we're going to look at, and this is going to be the baseline data for us. And then we're going to, come up with a plan moving forward on how we're going to address this particular data right here.
Okay. So based on your financial insight, what is it going to take for Madison County School to identify children that are lacking to achieve at the grade level and place them into a tutelage program, Dr. King?
Okay.
And the reason why I say that, you're talking to an old man that within 6 weeks of a summer reading program opened the door to an outstanding world travel career. So I know what is needed, and also know what has not been performed, because now we've got in the data of Tennessee, identifying Madison County as the last state rated for illiteracy, the very last one, came from Mr. Marshall's office and was published in the Jackson Sun on the front page.
It was, Rick, slide him down real quick. It was, but it's very important to note when Olivia Abernathy was in here, she's commissioner here in this town. You called in and spoke with her, and she explained this to you. She also works with the United Way. This report was comprised, each with equal weight, of more than that. It was poverty levels, health wellness levels. I think there were 5 different components that all carried an equal weight. That wasn't just illiteracy. That wasn't not 95 out of 95. That's a misuse, out of context application of that report. She literally works for the United Way, right under the gentleman that you said. She is an authority on this. I asked her 2 or 3 times on air. You asked her on air. I talked about her on her with a break. That's it.
This is WBFG 96.5 FM. 96.5 FM. Parker's Crossroads, Jackson.
That is a misrepresentation of that report, saying that it's just talking about literacy, because there were other components that were comprised in that report as well.
This literally just came in on the advanced rehab text line while we're talking about that. It said so-called failing schools are magnifying glasses into our communities. It's about money and lack of money. Helping the poor families and the dysfunctional families would help solve most societal ills. Not only would the schools be good, but the society would dramatically improve. All of you know where the money is. It's so-called successful schools will be. So basically, going back to that, when that magnifying glass that was put in that article was looking at a lot more than just our reading level.
Right.
Okay, so essentially, if that information wasn't correct, then Mr. Marshall should own what he published in the newspaper and retract and correct that damning information, because.
Yeah, it's no, you can't. Again, it takes in a lot of different components. It wasn't talking just about the literacy. Now, Mr. Marshall probably didn't get to pick out the headline that the Jackson Sun ran with. I doubt they gave him that kind of autonomy. but it took in lots of different variables. And in the report, it explains each and every single variable. It's not just literacy, right? It was comprised of health care, child wellness. What are some other things she said? There was some socioeconomic impact. There was a whole lot of things that came up where Madison County did end up after their research, however it is they do this data, at 95. But it was not just, it was economic well-being, family and community, education, and health. Those were the other components, and they were all weighted equally. So even if they were, 5 things, if they were 20% in literacy, but 0% another thing, it very well could end up there. So it's just not a fair representation of a report. But what it speaks of is sometimes, and we're probably all guilty of this, we can weaponize a headline. We can weaponize a word. We can weaponize one small little thing and assume that it speaks to the voluminous of everything, right? This is the totality of it. Well, no. We're only talking about the literacy in this report. We're not talking about the health and well-being. We're not talking about the other things that are listed there that are all weighted equally.
Well, we've reached the end of this. It's been a interesting ride, a very informative ride.
Thanks for the invite.
Thank you for taking time out of your
we always
crazy
appreciate
day.
seeing
I
you.
appreciate it. Thank you all so much for having me.
So we can put it down and put it to bed that we are not at the bottom of the list for literacy. It is a wellness check. It was fake news. I know what you're doing. I'll see y'all Monday. Y'all have a good weekend. Have a drink for me. Relax. And be good and be kind. Love y'all. I'm out.
Love.
What you're doing, yeah. I could never sing it like you. I know what you're doing, yeah. You're the one to blame. I know what you're doing, yeah. I know why you can't forgive me. I know why you say what you're doing, baby. I know why you call my name. I know why you say you love me, but I can't say the same. I can make
There it is. Welcome in to Walker Talks. It has been a very, very busy day. We appreciate Superintendent of Madison County School System, Marlon King, stopping by on Julie Said It. She keeps saying Julie Holt said it, but I like Julie Said It better. So Julie Said It, Dr. King stopping in with us. Bob, I'm so sorry to make you wait, my friend.
I'm good. No problem.
Yeah, really interesting conversation with our superintendent. Last night, there was a vote here in Jackson, Madison County school system, for a charter school, potentially a charter school. And there were 51 reasons why the board did not vote to accept the application yesterday. So he was coming in just talking about some of that. Charter schools are a hot topic around here. I'm assuming it's that way in Ohio, too.
Well, yes, they were for years. Of course, charter schools are publicly funded through taxation, and they're operated by privately owned management companies. Then I had a really good friend. I think he was a lobbyist for charter schools. There was a big blow-up. One of the schools went haywire, blah, 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 And, but we have them. But, they are controversial. And I don't know.
I think it's important. We had a lady on here, and I'd love to get her on here sometime when you're on her. She works with United Way, but she's a county commissioner. And Bob, sometimes you may feel this way when you're on the phone with me. Have you ever just felt the greatness of somebody else, right? Just a huge personality, somebody that's very genuine. Her name is Olivia Abernathy. It's the first time I got to meet her. She penned an article that I'm going to forward to you in the Jackson Post that raised some concern. She was on an ad hoc committee, which no one still has explained to me what in the world that really means, but I like to say the word. She was on an ad hoc committee, and it just researched charter schools. And so they looked in some other charter schools in Tennessee, made some phone calls, and what do you guys like? What do you not like? Some successful ones, some ones that were not as well received. And one of the things that she was so that I thought made so much sense is she's like, I'm not pro charter school or anti-charter school. I'm pro good charter schools and good fits in communities, and I'm anti-bad charter schools and bad fits in communities. But there's lots of charter school options out there. So it's not like if you don't get this one that you could never, ever have another one.
All right. Now, see, in Ohio, and it would have been 4 years ago, the U.S. Department of Education told Ohio in 2015 to put a hold on $71 million in federal grants to pay for more charter schools. We were told officially put it on hold. And there was a nationwide charter school scandal, and the Department of Education was trying to do something about it, so they tried to put everything on hold. And so that kind of stirred things up, I think, at the time, in Ohio. And then, like I said, lobbyists got into it, representing the charter schools, and on and on. Yeah. But some of them were okay, and some of them weren't.
Right. And that's that way. And there are some districts that are better performing than others, and so it's a hard thing for sure. And I'm usually the kind of guy who falls on the private side is usually more efficient and oftentimes better than the governmental side. Now, there's some things that we have out there that would argue that, prison systems being one, the privatization of prisons versus, when they were government. Right? I mean, there's some examples you can give, but I think by and large, the private community can do many things more efficiently and oftentimes better at a lower cost than government institutions. But that doesn't mean that's every single thing that we should do. The more I've researched into the charter school thing since it's been a big deal in our community, you can find a lot of negative impacts. And the thing about it is a public school can be doing really, really poorly. The state can step in, take it over, do different things to it. Whereas with a charter school, they just leave town. And then there's your kids. They may have wasted 3 years of their time there.
Right.
Yeah, it's an interesting debate. I know that there are, Governor DeSantis is a big proponent of it. Our governor here in Tennessee, Bill Lee, is a big proponent of it. And Bob, let me explain this to you. I know this is not what we call to talk about today, but it is interesting.
Anything you want is what we're going to talk about.
I love this man. It's why Bob's my best friend and not y'all's best friend. He's my best friend. But the way it's set up, all right, so there's an application process. Last night, right? People spoke for and against, and the school board voted. Okay, one person abstained, one person voted yes, and then the rest said no. We're not going to accept this application. Now, this school.
Can I ask what was the nature of the abstention?
Yeah, that was the very first question I had last night. I asked Superintendent King. He did not have an answer for it. He didn't know. Essentially, I don't know if maybe this particular school board member didn't know if they had enough information on it. They didn't come out and say what it was, but that was the first question I asked too. It's like, I wonder why somebody abstained. But anyway, regardless, they denied it. Now they can appeal it. This American Classical Education System, ACE is what they're referred to here. They can appeal it, and it'll go before the board again. They can address some of these issues. I think there was 51 negative issues that they came up with. And I say negative, but reasons they thought it wouldn't be a good fit, essentially. All right. They can appeal it. Goes to the school board again. School board can make another decision on it. At that point, I would think, okay, well, they had their appeal. The decision remained. They could address these concerns, and if they didn't address them to liking, then it's okay. But at that point, they can appeal again, and there's an appointed oversight committee by the state of Tennessee in Nashville that is not elected officials that could overrule the appeal.
Okay.
I don't particularly like that because you know how big states are, and every single school district is a little different. I wouldn't like a big government body being able to overrule local elected members of a school board. That doesn't seem right. I wonder if that's a common practice in other states.
I don't know. You're talking about the state overruling?
Yeah, the state could overrule the school board, essentially.
No, that can't happen in Ohio unless they have done something contrary to state law.
Yeah. See, and this whole thing is relatively new here in the state of Tennessee. And there are some really well-performing charter schools in some districts, but there are some underperforming, kind of over-promise, under-deliver deal. It's not like the students aren't graduating and things like that, but it's this was the promise when they came in, but this is the reality. There are some that are like that as well here in the state of Tennessee.
Well, and in Ohio, what ended up happening, they did a study and they found that charter schools perform worse than public schools. Some argued that it was a few bad charter schools that pulled all the learning curve down. Now, we can relate that to public education.
Right.
Cleveland, Ohio, at one time when I was a state legislator, 50% of everybody went into Cleveland dropped out. 50% dropout rate. Our dropout rate was 6% in Appalachia,
Right.
So if you look at the statistics, Cleveland was dragging us down. So I don't know. There's a complicated way to look at these things. Now, the Ohio legislature, because charter schools got in some problems a few years back, did make it harder to just shut them down because they wanted to try to keep them going and see if they could repair some of them. So,
right.
Yeah. So we went through a lot of that controversy in Ohio.
What's your opinion? Because you were a congressman forever. Are there some things that shouldn't be? I mean, obviously, private schools are fine because people go to private schools for lots of different reasons, from religious reasons to, they have the money to do it and there may be better facility. People make those choices for whatever reasons. But if you were in office and you were making this decision today, what would your feelings be on it? Knowing what the government is and, for federal education, but then these charter schools popping up. What would your feeling be?
I would tend to not be for charter schools. I would tend to be for trying to reform the public system. If somebody wants to start a private school on their own, like a Christian school, then that's not a charter school in the sense. They're not taking government money. Now, I was also against vouchers. I was against the voucher system.
Okay, explain that to me, why you were against that.
Well, I'll tell you why on that.
Okay.
I was telling, at the time, my alma mater, I went to Catholic school. I didn't go to public school. And my alma mater came out, and they're like, how can you, be against this? And here's what I told them. Do you want the fingers of the United States, besides taking buses, because the Supreme Court rule, you can take Catholic schools, can put Catholic kids on buses, and it's not violating church and state. But I said, do you want the fingers of the United States government in the form of a voucher that money goes to my hand, I put my child in St. John's School, and that voucher is the reason the child went there, and that technically the feds now have an ability one day to come in and say, well, we're going to evaluate your curriculum. I said, why, if you have your private school, have it function, but why do you want that to happen? I took the point of view, I don't want the government, in my opinion, to be able to get into private schools, Christian schools. That was my opinion.
That's a good point.
Now, voucher system to go to other schools, I didn't like that either. I'll tell you why.
Okay.
You got a really bad school, and they say, well, if you got a car and you can take your kid across town. You can go to another school here. You go ahead and go do it. And then there's a drove of kids that leave the bad school, and the bad school gets worse. Nothing gets repaired. So I'm for open enrollment where you can have some mobility between schools, but to just the old thought was to get a voucher. I take that, and it moves to another school system,
right,
30 minutes away.
Right. Well,
So
I could see that.
I never was sold on all those.
It's a big thing where, and again, it is contrary to what I normally believe that, again, private companies probably function more efficiently at times, but with something like this, it may be such a big cog in the wheel of our success as a country. It may need something with intentional government oversight, as long as that part's running well, which we know that doesn't always run well, but assuming that part runs well, it probably does.
Now, I'll tell you what I did in Ohio, and I got, attacked for it, but I actually campaigned on it, and I was proud of it. I personally am the reason that tests, the mandatory test scores, school testing.
Right.
I was personally the reason. I stopped that for almost 14 years in Ohio.
Really?
I did.
How did
Yes,
that
I
happen?
did. I chaired the Senate Finance Committee. I was on the Controlling Board, and I was on the Rules Committee. But one way or the other, you had some contact with me.
You were getting it through.
Yeah. And so they came to me, the people did, and they wanted testing, proficiency tests. They wanted and a Democrat and a Republican got together, Dan Troy and Senator Watts, and they came to me, and I told Gene Watson, you're going to have to wait till I leave the legislature. I'm not doing it. And I said, if schools want to have proficiency tests for judgment purposes and guidance, no problem. But I said, then schools like Cleveland will say, oh, look, our kids are doing worse. We're going to take money from the Appalachia schools. We need it in Cleveland. That's what was behind that. That's why big city people wanted that proficiency test. But here's the other thing. Oh, yes, I knew it, and I had Appalachia schools. So it was vested interest. I won't deny that. But here's the second reason, and what I said came to being in Ohio. I said, you make these proficiency tests. The teachers are going to be teaching far less curriculum because they're going to have to gear to the test, because if they don't, the school looks stupid. It's in the headlines. A levy's coming up. People won't vote for it. This school's bad. This school's good. Here's a proficiency test. I said, it will make the schools teach more and more and more to the test and take away flexibility of teachers and flexibility of superintendents and flexibility of school boards. That's how I believed. So I head to Congress, and Senator Watts and Representative Troy, both friends of mine, licked their chops and got it through when I was going out the door to Washington.
Wow.
And just about everything I said came true.
But you're so right. Yeah, these big city schools who the money's equally distributed out, probably, I guess it's proportionate per capita, something like that. You're right. They would go. They would want the money.
Well, sure.
Back in
And
the
Cleveland will say Belmont County, Stephenville, Ohio, Blair, Ohio. Your schools are doing much better. You have a lower dropout rate. Your kids are testing better. We need more money in Cleveland. And then what are you doing you're taking money away from the schools. They were trying to micromanage and shift the money is what they were doing.
That is crazy. Bob, you're very smart. That is why.
No, I just when you just hang around long enough,
you figure
you see it all.
I was going to use the word jaded, but I changed it there at the end. Because sometimes I too can be cynical. But you're right. That's exactly what was going to happen. And you've been around point. You've been around the block long enough to know how governmental bodies work. See, now I've gone back. I'm back to privatize everything. I've changed my mind again. These governmental bodies. No, but we do need somebody to protect that, because there are some mechanisms in our country that are just so big, and public education being the number one, and for communities too. Let's talk about this for a second while we're on here. We're going to get to McCarthy and Biden in a second, but
whatever you want.
When you were bringing in, but when you were recruiting new businesses, when you're an elected official, and it's the number one thing, and Jackson has had huge successes over the past couple of years with huge investments from Georgia Pacific, which is the largest investment in our town in history. There's a new battery company that's coming here. Some of the existing industry that we have are expanding. The thing that they do, these companies don't just throw a dart at a map and say, oh, we'll just move here, we'll live here, open up a business here. They look at things probably the most common thing they look at would be the public education system.
Correct. And also attitude. And this is important. We had a business going down the tubes, and this smart guy came in from New York, and I lured him in, and I was a state representative, and I said, hey, I want to take you here, and I took him there, and, we just rolled the town out for him.
Right.
And all of a sudden he said, well, I'll be back. I said, you want us to come with you? No, I'll be back. They went uptown. They went to the coffee shops and things. Just walked in and started talking to people. What do you think of your city? Well, if they ought to drop a nuclear bomb here and redo the city. I hate this place.
Oh, yeah.
There was this bad attitude, and the guys came back and said, we don't think the attitude's right here. Wow. And they left. So yes, the schools are important in it. And then you just said something that, I said it one time, I just got lambasted down home, but you said something very important. They didn't throw a dart. I had this one town that called me up. I went down. They said, how come this other town in Belmont County, how come the city gets everything and we don't? I said, well, we don't just say, we're going to write a check and send it to you. I said, they put a program together, and they do this and they do that. And people will, if a small town, a smaller town, 10,000, 12,000 people, but if they want to keep their town, people living there, you need, a good school system. You need garbage. This is going to sound trite. You need garbage picked up regular.
Right.
You need a good police force, good fire department with access, and emergency squad access. You need that. And then, obviously town leaders and council people is good. People have disputes, but try to keep a decent attitude where you're not throwing chairs at each other during council meetings.
Right, English Parliament.
But you wouldn't believe how important that is when you want to lure somebody, like I said, in town. I was big on development. In my 24 years in the government, I was big on development. I'd bring people in, and I had a guy on staff that did nothing but development on the congressional staff.
Well, and probably now when you're looking at homes to invest in and flip and stuff like that, you may be looking, okay, this is a good buy, this is what the average sell is here, but all those are derivatives of everything you just listed.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, you also got to watch the Field of Dreams things. I funded a ton of highways that exploded development in Licking County. I funded one. The development exploded to this day. But I went down to a community one time. They wanted to build like an interstate down from Zanesville, Ohio to Morgan County. Great county, by the way, Morgan. Loved that county. I took probably 80% of the vote, right? But I told them this isn't Field of Dreams. It's not building, they will come. Putting an interstate down there would do nothing. It wouldn't do anything, It wouldn't make businesses, come there. Right. Now, we did improve the road because they had some bad road conditions, but I also call it Field of Dreams, where all of a sudden people get invested in a project, a highway project in particular, and you look at it and you're like, it's never going to happen. But, sometimes legislative leaders won't want to tell them no. So they'll egg them on. And, oh, yeah, let's look at that. Maybe we can do some engineering and design. So local communities really need to think carefully about what they want to ask for, I think.
Yeah, and that's a great point too. Yeah, because you can't put it in the middle of nowhere that's not close to a main, interstate or something. Because whatever industry that's going to come there, that's another thing they're going to look at. Okay, how easy is it for us to get product here for us to assemble or whatever and get it back out? Yeah, that's going to make a lot of sense too. Well, Bob, let me ask you another thing. Since we're completely ignoring the notes that you compiled, this is a big deal in Tennessee right now, and I want to pick your brain because my show yesterday, the majority of it was talking about this. We had Representative Todd in with us again yesterday morning, came on Julie's show with us, and as we were talking with him, we talked about this bill, right? And he is calling it, Governor Lee is calling it, and he's called an emergency session, but he's calling it a temporary mental health order of protection. Now, when I first read it, when the story dropped on at the Tennessean, or on the Tennessean, our statewide paper, and I first read it, I said, this seems like something we can all agree on. This seems like it would be bipartisan. I knew as soon as I said it that obviously it wouldn't be, but essentially from what I gathered, it was going to say that people who are one of the issues that we have in the state of Tennessee, and I bet this is nationwide, is when there are these background checks, a lot of these different governmental agencies don't communicate well enough with one another, right? There may be something that would flag a particular person, but if it happened in one town and they're buying a firearm in another town and, you know, they don't have a central database for that information to go to, it may clear no problem. And the governor's suggestion was to have the TBI, the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, have them be the central office for all of this. So everybody would report to them. They would make the decision kind of on the background check. If there was, you know, if they were on any kind of medication, there were some different caveats in there that were going to make it different. But the idea was we were going to keep people who had some mental illnesses. We were going to, you know, make it harder for them to legally purchase firearms. Okay. And even addressed, well, what if there's a bad breakup and the ex reports you and says that, you know, you've been going to therapy and counseling, and there was even something in place there where you could, the person who filed the false report could get in trouble, right? It's going to be actually a felony. So that would kind of deter some of that going forward. And I thought, well, this seems to make sense. The Republican House, instead, they refused to vote on it. They left legislature last Friday, I believe. They refused to vote on it. I asked Representative Todd about it, and he answered me. He said, look, we only had 3 days. When we received this bill, we only had 3 days on it. It's not enough time for us to learn about it, to go back to our districts to see what our people think about it. That was kind of his thought with it. I'm getting emails, screenshots from listeners right now. They sent 3 or 4 in from this thing that we have in Tennessee called Tennessee Firearms Association, right? They're a lobbying group, or I think they call it something different, but essentially that's what it is. And it's telling you how these red flag laws, even though Bill Lee calls it a temporary mental health order or protection, how bad it is and how you got to, ask your representative to stop it. My question is, in your opinion, at a state level, how powerful are these organizations and how influential are these organizations?
Well, in particular, like Gun Owners of America and the National Rifle Association.
Right, but at a state level, how influential are they?
Oh, very. Absolutely. No question. By the way, in the Lee amendment, the governor's amendment, they do have, correct me if I'm wrong, they've got some felony in there. If you call in fake information,
that's right.
You can get charged a felony.
That's right.
But yeah, my criticism of the red flag laws is they haven't worked. I mean, red flag some of these people, and then they just gone and done what they wanted. But the groups are very powerful because, and let me clarify this right off the bat. I was the only A+ rating in the United States Congress from Ohio by the NRA. I was the only A+.
Wow.
Not A+. Now, but the Gun Owners of America, and Craig was a friend of mine, the guy that ran it and everything, but he would get angry at me because they were, touch nothing. Nothing. Don't talk about anything, So they actually, Gun Owners of America looked upon the NRA as a bunch of progressives run by AOC type.
Oh, you're kidding me.
Oh, no. No.
I've got to read more
now,
about
the Gun Owners
people.
of America like me, but they would write in massive amount of letters and things in like that. But the NRA itself, is powerful too. And so, yes, they can start these letter writing campaigns, et cetera, et cetera. Now, I still think, there's, and I've told groups that I've dealt with that, have supported me, but then they get a little bit mad at me. But I've told them there's nothing wrong with discussing some of these things. There's nothing wrong with it. And I think that, if somebody has a certain order against them. Now, there's another part of this. I've talked about this on your show. I'm not allowed to have a gun. And I think, I did my time, and now I can't have a gun. Like I said, I'm only dangerous if you have a fundraiser,
right.
'cause that's what I got in trouble for. But I can't go out and target shoot. I can't hunt.
You can't protect yourself. Like, depending, I'm a Second Amendment believer. I'm a proponent of the Second Amendment. Okay, so let me ask you this, because yes, some laws do need to be changed, adapted, grown with. We change as people. Technology. We know about the word progression of thought. Now, I'm so nervous every time I use the word progress now because it has a negative connotation to it, especially around here. And I'm like, no, I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking being progressive like politically. I'm talking about just the word progress, which is, not a 4-letter word. We have all kinds of rights in our Constitution that we have adaptations for, right? Amendments. That was one of Representative Todd's things. He's like, we have to, more so than anything else, protect the constitutional right of everybody. And I get that, but then we also have some things that I know that politicians on both sides like to use the word common sense. We have some things that do appear to be common sense, right? So if I'm buying a firearm or large capacity magazine and there's an extended wait period on it, and I know that going in, and because there has to be a deeper, more in-depth background check that maybe takes 7 to 10 days to come in, is that a violation of my right to not get a gun the same day at a gun show?
Yeah, I don't think it is a violation. That's where, for example, Gun Owners of America, although, again, they liked me, they would get angry at me. And the NRA would be more understanding. I would say, you don't have to, if you want a driver's license, you actually have to take a test. You just can't walk up and do your eye test and say, give me my license. And, it doesn't have to be instant. Right. I mean, it's not like you got to buy that gun today or your life is ending. So, I think that there's reasonable discussions on these things. And I think the red flag laws are really good things to discuss. And I think what the governor's trying to do is something that I really wanted to do a long time ago. And I talked to the NRA about it. The NRA, people within the NRA, people put policy together. They would love to find a way to tag mental health. They would. They'd like to find a way to do it because it's tough to do it.
Right.
You're violating HIPAA laws, you're violating privacy, et cetera. If there was a way to do it, I've always thought if there is a way to do it, because a lot of people that this one young guy had done so many crimes, but he was given probation and given this and given that, and he walked in and got a gun and started shooting people, and he had a rap sheet a mile long.
It doesn't make sense.
He didn't get the right felonies,
It doesn't make sense. Like, I don't understand why we would feel so. Like, right now, today, if you go buy a car, and I'm licensed, right? I have a driver's license, Bob. I carry automobile insurance. There are car lots in town, though, that if I go buy a car, I may have to wait for it. They may have to get it from the manufacturer. Like, there's car dealerships. Gene Langley Ford is a huge sponsor at our station, and we broadcast from the Gene Langley Ford studios. They advertise right now, come in today, order your car, pick out the color, pick out your interior, it may take some time for that car to come in, right? My constitutional rights aren't being violated. I don't understand why. And then I want to say, okay, well, what about the 11th Amendment? How do you feel about? Well, no one ever wants to talk about that, or maybe they're not. Everybody just quits talking after 2. And I have to look up the other ones myself, too. I'm guilty of that as well. But we kind of quit talking after the first 2. You know what I mean? The rest of them are just kind of there.
Well, you know what I used to say when I'd be out on the campaign trail? There's a reason it's the Second Amendment, not the 9th.
What do they say? They put it first. They put them in order, right? That's what they say.
Well, yeah, and I'd get a round of applause. So.
Yeah, well, you know how to play the room. A couple of texts real quick if you've got a second. This says NRA's been caught lobbying stricter gun laws to increase gun sales from U.S. gun manufacturers. We're being played. I haven't heard of that.
I've never heard of that. I mean, I will tell you this: when Obama got elected, because my son tried to go get ammunition, it was gone. So it was just his election. Of course, nothing ever happened, even when it was a totally Democrat. I point that out to people too. Right. Now the Democrats are more inclined to go further with this, obviously, with any Second Amendment stuff than the Republicans would. But even when the Democrats had total control of the government, they would not dare bring up gun control votes. They wouldn't do it.
We have a texter that sends in all the time. He talks about prohibition and the mass shootings and other wealthy nations across the world, how these school shootings don't happen at the same clip. And he's like, the only difference is guns. And I tell him all the time, I was like, even if I agreed with you, okay, we have 400 million guns, over 400 million guns in the United States legally that we know about. We have more guns than people. What does it look like when you say the words, Bob Ney's back in office, he's in charge of everything, he said, all right, guys, we passed this legislation, I'm back, and we want you to turn all your guns in. Come on.
Mhm.
There's no. I have 2 firearms, one in my house, one in my son's house. I'm not turning them in, and I told Representative Todd this, until I'm sure that the rest of y'all have turned y'all's in, and then I'll think about it. But like, there's no way it's not even practical at this point, is it?
Oh, you mean with confiscation of guns?
Yeah, it wouldn't even happen. I think all you would do is create mountains of police work with everybody calling in saying someone's stolen my gun or I dropped it off my boat into the lake.
Oh yeah, well you could. It can't be done in America. It cannot be done in America. That's like people say to me, well, you don't have these mass shootings in India. You don't have mass amount of guns in India. You don't have a constitution in India that says you have a right. So India doesn't have tons of shootings. They'll have them once in a while, but it's not like like us.
Right.
But then again, you look at other countries that here's something to chew around. Other countries, they have guns, but they don't have the crime rate we do. So, like Canada, what makes the difference in America? That why is this crime rate so high?
I don't know, Bob. I don't.
And then
know.
again, I've told people that I have gun control friends, and I've told them, the guns. I said, listen, there's certain things can be debated. Automatic weapons, and do you need them to hunt? I understand all that. That can be debated. Mental health issues can be debated. But I've told my friends, you really can't debate that you're going to take guns away, because if people don't have them the way our society is, the bad guys are going to have them, and then you're toast. I mean, that's a fact of life.
It is. I mean, at some point we have to be adult enough to say, okay, here is the problem. We're addressing it here, right? This is the problem. We can't just say, well, if we wouldn't have done that. I mean, you can say that, but usually you have to fix those problems first. And then once they're fixed, maybe say, okay, we can't get back into this situation again. But it doesn't make sense. There's a lot of stuff going on. Well, Bob, we are going to miss you like crazy next week when you are going to be up in the mountains. Are those the Himalayas?
Yes, I'll be in an area called Ladakh and Leh. And if you type in LEH and LADKH, I would say Ladakh. It's a gorgeous area of India, and so I'll be there. See, I'll be out of range, but I'll be back with you the following week.
Well, we hope you have a great time. Your pictures and videos are amazing. What's the best thing you've eaten so far?
Oh my goodness! chicken
really
rice.
Good the other day.
I went into a Burger King today because my friends wanted to go there, which I went with them. Went in the burger, and they have curry chicken wings. They have. Then I went to a sports store, which was incredible. I got a jacket because I'm in the mountains with a hood on it, 2 pair of gloves, and what else did I get? Oh, a hat to cover my head with, for the weather.
Right.
At $28.
Get out of here. Get out.
Wow.
I had a new barbecue place to open up in town. I got like 4 slices of brisket, very average green beans and baked beans last night, and a drink. It was $23.
Right.
I mean,
right.
Get out of here.
And by the way, the Radisson buffet is $19, full buffet. So Radisson.
But it's also $19 to stay there, isn't it?
No, it's $50. But
okay.
But it's the same Radisson, same quality. The employees are great, and everything's cheaper here because people won't pay the prices.
That's what you need to bring back with you. Bob, we'll miss you next, brother. Stay in touch with me. Send me pictures when you can, my friend.
Thank you.
See ya. Bob Ney, former U.S. Congressman, author of the book Sideswiped and Calling from India. What about that reception? Julie can't call me when she's on Van Drive. If she wants to call in the show, her cell phone won't work. Bob just called from India. This comes in our advanced rehab text line. 731-800-8398. We're going to let her hair down a little bit this Friday. This comes in advanced rehab text line 731-800-8398. It says, no question, they are influential. Talking about the NRA and lobbyists, money rules. And I knew they were. I was curious at a state level how influential they were. That was my question to Bob. Bob says, #Barry. This comes in Advanced Rehab text line 731-800-8398. Says this is a factoid. The brain was not designed to read. That's why reading is awkward and difficult. The brain was designed to talk. As we can see, babies start babbling and then trying to say words they hear from parents, siblings, etc. at 1 to 2 years of age. We have a primitive brain in the information age. Speak for yourself. This comes in our Advanced Rehab text line. The number is 731-800-8398. 731-800-8398. Says, for Todd to say they didn't have time to study, it's a bunch of bull. There were several of them that came out and said they'd never vote for it just as soon as Lee proposed it. Yo, I don't want to give up any rights, and I don't like bigger government. But I think if this bill doesn't get manipulated later and things like that, if it just says, look, we need to make sure crazy people don't have access to guns, I think I can wait a week on my, whatever gun I buy, my 410. What do you kill ducks with? Whatever that thing is. 270 Benelli, I don't know. I have a 38. Don't mess with me. From like 5 foot and in. You're listening to Walker Talks. NewsTalk965.com. News Talk of West Tennessee. 96.5 FM.
Kiss that tastes like a honey, and I got a little bit of big money tonight, baby.
Hi, I'm Terica Smith, a local attorney and proud JMCSS graduate, but I'm also a JMCSS parent. We chose Jackson Madison County Schools for educational options that are innovative and challenging. Whether it's the Academic Academy at Northeast or early college and career opportunities at JCM Early College High, JMCSS offers classes and programs that will prepare my son for college and beyond. Plus, JMCSS is a Level 5 district and tuition free. It just makes sense.
Hi, I'm Greg Hammond, Chief of Public Information for the Jackson Madison County School System. With an increased focus in the fine arts, athletics, workforce development, and early career opportunities for students, there's never been a better time to choose us. Tuition free, Jackson Madison County Schools. Visit jmcss.org today to schedule a tour or call 731-345-7011.
Let's face it, people want to feel loved, appreciated, and pampered. Beauty to the Bone has a mission and a purpose to help you look and feel beautiful inside and out. From facials to Botox, fillers, lasers, IV therapy, functional medicine, and all in between, we've got you covered. Book your appointment today to feel your very best tomorrow.
Book your appointment today. Call 731-300-9103. That's 731-300-9103.
Hey y'all, this is Mary at Mulligan's. Come see us soon before the new wears off. Hard to believe, but we're coming upon an anniversary in our locally family-owned business at Union University Drive. We still have our daily lunch specials, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m., which will remind you of Grandma's cooking, or try our Irish dishes, fish and chips, Reuben's and shepherd's pie, or everyone's favorite, the Mully Burger. And how about brunch on Saturdays and Sundays? Yep, every weekend, serving Jackson for over 25 years. See you soon at Mulligan's.
Will Mayor Conger retain his position as mayor of the city? Find out first on News Talk 96.5 FM. Listen or watch at newstalk965.com and across our social media platforms. Election return coverage presented by Sports Orthopedics Inspired. World-class care focused on you with Dan Reeves, Gina Langley, Chuck Walker, John Avery Emerson, and Gabe Hart at the Election Commission headquarters. News Talk 96.5 FM election return coverage Tuesday, May 2nd, presented by Sports Orthopedics Inspired. With locations in Martin, Dyersburg, and 111 Stonebridge Boulevard in Jackson. SportsOrthoSpine.com. Election return coverage Tuesday, May 2nd. Listen on News Talk 96.5 FM. Listen or watch at NewsTalk965.com or by downloading our free mobile apps that fit Apple and Android products. Presented by Sports Orthopedics Inspired. Tuesday, May 2nd, beginning at 6 p.m. Only on News Talk 96.5 FM and NewsTalk965.com.
Are you tired of the stresses of everyday life? Do you need a break? Indulge yourself at Bogey's Dream Studio. Experience the very best massage therapy. Shane specializes in hot oil stone massage, which will melt away your tension and leave you feeling refreshed and rejuvenated. Self-care is important. Regular massage will strengthen your immune system, decrease joint inflammation, and help you enjoy better quality of sleep. Bogey's Dream Studio will help you achieve a relaxed mind and body. Why wait? Call now. 731-402-0172. That's 731-402-0172 for the very best massage experience you'll ever have. Let Bogey's Dream Studio of Massage take you to a dreamy state of relaxation. Call 731-402-0172. That's Bogey's Dream Studio of Massage, 401 Federal Drive, Jackson.
Pansies, poppies, and daffodils aren't the only spring things popping up all over West Tennessee. Beautiful deals on new 2023 Ford cars, trucks, and SUVs are blooming right now at Gene Langley Ford in Humboldt. Hi, this is Sarah Beth Langley. Come by our lot at 3500 Easton Drive in Humboldt or visit us online at GeneLangleyFord.com. You'll see our personalized service, guaranteed financing, and lifetime powertrain warranty make buying your new Ford a bright and sunny experience. Or customize your new Ford car, truck, or SUV and apply for financing online at GeneLangleyFord.com, and when it arrives, we'll deliver it right to your driveway. In the market for a pre-owned vehicle, we have a huge selection on all makes and models updated daily at GeneLangleyFord.com. And as everyone knows, if you ever have any service needs, our service department is known area-wide as the best in the business. Regardless of your make or model, we'll get you back on the road in no time. Whether it's a new Ford, a used vehicle, or service, you really should try Gene Langley Ford before you buy. The dealership service bill.
See dealer for warranty details. Looking to add a little spice to your love life?
Nothing adds spice like gunpowder.
Jackson's only indoor shooting range, date night at the range. Here's what you lovebirds get: a shooting lane for two targets, 100 rounds of ammo, eye and ear protection, and a $30 gift certificate to Texas Roadhouse. All for just $99.99.
Now that's firepower.
Perfect for a gift card from the range. The Range, 2310 North Highland Avenue in Jackson.
Go to therange.com.
96.5 FM. Home of the Dan Reeves Show.
Weekday afternoons, 3 till 6.
I've never seen a diamond in the flesh. I cut my teeth on wedding rings in the movies, and I'm not proud of my address. In a torn up town, no postcode envy, but every song's like gold teeth, gray goose dripping in the bathroom, bloodstains, ball gowns, trash in the hotel room. We don't care. We're driving Cadillacs in our dreams, but everybody's like crystal, Maybach, diamonds on your timepiece, jet planes, islands, tigers on a gold leash. We don't care. We aren't caught up in your love affair, and we'll never be royal. It's a run in our blood. That kind of luck's just ain't for us. We crave a different kind of buzz. Let me be your ruler. You can call me Queen Bee, and baby I'll rule. Let me live that fantasy.
Now, you may be asking yourself,
My friends and I, we've cried.
is Chuck a grown man? The answer is yes, the law would say so. That's why I don't commit crimes, can't handle the time.
And everyone who knows us knows that we're fine with.
Then you may ask yourself, why is he playing this song?
But every song's like gold teeth, gray goose dripping in the bathroom, bloodstains, ball gowns.
This is one of my guilty pleasures, a song that I actually enjoy, but I don't want you to know that I enjoy this song.
Tigers on a gold leash, we don't care. We aren't caught up in your love affair, and we'll never be royal.
I don't know. I don't know why I'm playing it. I don't know why I'm letting you into this inner part of my mind. This is something that brings me great shame. The fact that I like this song by Lorde called Royals. Yeah, I do like the song. Try not to tell anybody. I don't want it hurting my street cred when I'm out and about in this fair city. I don't want people coming up to me and say, "Are you the radio guy who likes that song Royals?" I don't want to hear that from you people out there when I'm out and about. You just come up and get your autograph and be about on your way. You don't have to make fun of me for liking this song. But I do think it bumps a little bit. If you want to get in with us, our CWA Development phone number is 731-265-6496. Coming right to these phone calls here. Our advanced rehab text line number is 731-800-8398. We got a couple of texts to catch up on, but no reason to make anybody hold. We'll say good morning and welcome in.
Right, good morning.
What's up, buddy?
Well, buddy, as we found out during your interview today, I don't guess Dr. King has a data sheet on the number of children in Madison County school system that cannot read the grade level.
You talking about the actual number, like 100,
Yeah,
200,
the
300?
percentage. Yeah, the number.
Yeah, I
See,
don't know
those
that he
babies-
walks around with that.
Oh, well, he should. He's the superintendent.
He is the superintendent.
Yeah, that's his JOB.
That is one of his JOBs for sure. But he talked about
No,
he
no,
talked about
that
the
is his
literacy.
job.
No, he has
No,
he
no,
has
no.
other things.
That-
He has other things to do besides walk around with a number in his pocket talking about kids that can't read. But he did explain when he was on with us earlier. He explained the importance of that. He explained the way that they go about that. He explained some of the programs that they have, some of the intervention programs that they have in place to try to get those numbers up. He also said, look, you can pull us up on the Tennessee Department of Education under the report card section, which is something I'm going to do right now during this phone call, and you can look at our proficiency scores. Now, he also said, am I where we want to be? No, we're not where I want to be. I want to be higher than that. He said all of those things. What were you looking for exactly? Just an exact number?
Where are you? If you don't know where you are, how in the world are you going to move from that position, Chuckles? Come on. Look, don't half-bake the cake, all right? First of all, you have to recognize the problem. Then you have to institute programs and activate those at the highest.
He talked about those programs that have been activated. Do you just call up and ask a question and then stop listening? Do you put your fingers in your ear when the other person starts talking? He did talk about that literally 30 minutes ago.
He talked
30
around
minutes
it.
ago.
He talked around it. Yeah, he talked around it. So my question, look, if he don't know the number of kids that are behind in reading, how is he going to schedule the teachers or the tutors that he never expressed how many tutors or what type of timeline he's working on, or 365 days worth of reading tutelage?
Here we go. In grades 3, hold on, because let's get factual information. This is on a scale of 0 to 4. This is according to TDE Public Schools.ondemand.sas.com. This is from the Department of Education, Tennessee's Department of Education's website. You click on here. This is in Madison County, grades 3 through 5, third grade. On a scale of 0 to 4, Madison County falls at a 3.5 on a scale of 0 to 4. They fall at a 3.5 in grade levels 3 through 5. This says, and when you click on Tell Me More, it says achievement score is assessed based on the percent of students who met or exceeded grade level expectations, i.e. success rate on all state math and ELA, that's English Language Arts, assessments. At each school, all students as well as each of the historically undeserved student groups, i.e. Black, Hispanic, Native American, economically disadvantaged, English learners, students with disabilities, received a score ranging from 0 to 4. On this indicator and the scores across student groups are used to create achievement scores. All student groups has a 60% weight, and the average of the historically undeserved students of the group has a 40% weight. So there you are. They scored a 3.5 out of a 4.
Okay, again, I need to know how many children
You're looking at an
are
80%
being properly. No.
Yes, you are. It literally is. That's literally what that means. That is literally what that means. I just read it from you. I got it from the state website. How is that not good enough for you?
No, how many? How many?
Oh, you want to
How
know?
many
You want to know like
babies?
62 or 52? I thought you said
How many?
percentages.
How
I thought
many?
You said percentages.
No. I said how many babies in the Madison County school system for the last 2 years have not been able to achieve reading comprehension.
And I just told you that 87.5%, if you do math, which I'll do it for you, if you do math at grade level 3 through 5, grades level 3 through 5 in Madison County, 87.5%. It's going to mean 12.5%, can't, but 87.5% of the students in the public schools are doing well.
Okay. So now
So 12.5% need help.
So what programs are in place for those 12% of the population that cannot read the grade level? What has Dr. King instituted on a 365-day tutelage program?
The tutoring program. I will help you with that because when he was in here speaking with you, evidently only one of us were listening, right? Same thing when Olivia Abernathy was in here speaking to you on Monday, evidently only one of us was listening. But let me regurgitate what they said to you, all right? And hopefully you'll hear it this time. They have a reading intervention program in place. He talked about that. They have that in place, a tutoring program after school in place already for those kids who are identified who are struggling reading. That's in place. The United Way is part of their job. She told you about on Monday the work that they do with the school system to identify these kids who need more help in schools, tutoring that runs all throughout the summer and during the school year. So those are literally on Monday she addressed it, and an hour ago, Dr. King addressed it. This exact question. There are plans in place.
All right. Look, you're going to have to do your homework and tell us, have Dr. King's assistants tell us how many children are enrolled in a tutelage program.
In a tutoring program.
Yes. How many?
Why do you need to know the number? 12.5%, 87.5% are proficient. Why does it matter if the number is 200 or 162? Why would that matter? You know the percentages.
Well, all I know is that your school system doesn't identify the fact that they are doing a 365 tutelage reading program when they've been identified in
WBFG 96.5 FM, 96.5 FM, Parker's Crossroads, Jackson.
They are doing. I just told you, and not only are they doing.
Well, I
alone,
don't tell me anything, Chuck.
Well, then
Show me.
What would you like me to do? Would you like me to encourage them to have these tutoring programs at your house? Would you like them to do that in the back of your car? Like, at what point of involvement do you need other than the superintendent telling you and the county commissioner who also works at the United Way telling you the programs that they have in place here in Madison County? If telling you about these things are not good enough, would you like to host some of these things? Would you like to be involved in some of these things? What level of commitment are we looking at here?
Abernathy and your man at the United Way, Mr. Marshall, put out either truthful information or erroneous information in the Jackson Sun newspaper.
They did not. I was anticipating this call, so I have the article pulled up here by the United Way of West Tennessee. Would you like to hear it? Would you like to hear what it really says?
No.
Of course not. Of course not. You don't want to know the truth. You want to take a snippet. You want to take a snippet, you want to run with that and see how long that dead horse can lay there with you whipping it with your belt and people still hear it. Unfortunately, when people like you are out there asking questions, I do go look for the answer. Because you have exposed good stuff in the past. And by good stuff, I mean really bad stuff that elected officials in this town were doing. That was theft and was wasteful. You have done that. You have also landed upon a lot of, you have slayed a lot of fake dragons too. So I've taken it on as my personal job to do two things. To inform everyone out there that Canada is full of a bunch of sissies, right? That's the number one goal that I have. Justin Trudeau is a wiener. The second goal is I will research every ridiculous thing that you and people like you say, and then I'll combat it with truth. Now, the unfortunate thing is, once I combat it with truth and I actually give you the factual information, that still doesn't work for you because it doesn't fit your narrative. But that's kind of what I do here.
Show me.
Again,
show me.
I got it.
Show me.
You want me to text you the link? It's on uwwd.org. It's UnitedWayOfWestTennessee.org. It's the entire damn article that you keep talking about. It's the entire thing. It tells you exactly how the data was researched and compiled. It lets you know exactly how they did this research. You don't have to guess. The problem for you, and I hate this, and I even hate myself a little bit for doing this. See, the problem is I can't just let you run with this headline of somebody's line. See, you've changed it up. For a good year, you were sitting on 95 out of 95. Last and reading 95 out of 95. I've got the article here. I can prove that what you're saying is not true. Now you're riding in the boat of, well, the United Way is lying to us. No, they're not either. You didn't understand the information given. It would probably be a good idea for you to jump in on some of these tutelage classes, as you like to call them. Maybe some of these reading intervention classes, you could jump in on some of them at the Madison County Special School District. I don't have Dr. King's number, but I know someone who could get in contact with him. I will see if you could sit in on a reading comprehension class, and then when you have an article with 7 or 8 paragraphs, you could comprehend what it means, how data is accrued, and what weight level is getting it. Commissioner Abernathy, I don't know why I like calling her that. I just do. It makes her sound very political. Olivia Abernathy told you what all was in there on Monday. You didn't listen or you didn't understand. One of the two. You either did not listen or you did not understand. Because you were still, with the back end of your hand slapping that dead horse on its arse. You're still doing that. A week later. You're still doing it. So either you didn't listen or you didn't understand. I don't know which is worse, but I will call in a favor and see if I can get you into some of these interventional classes to help you.
Proof. I need proof.
I'll text it to you.
Documented proof.
Yes, it's documented right here.
No.
It is. It's from the United Way. It is literally from the United Way. I don't know what else to tell you to do. It's 100% here, documented from them. They have it. She told you. She worked there. You said, what tutelage programs are in place, Dr. King? He told you. You don't listen or you don't understand. And I know what it is because you're a really smart dude. And you and I are friends. Well, you're an acquaintance of mine. I'm probably one of your better friends. But regardless, we have met. I like you. You're not dumb. You just don't listen. You don't want to listen to this because it doesn't fit your narrative. Because you may actually have to say, you know what? Change is hard. The school system has been very broken for a long time. It's getting a little bit better now. You think that you are smarter than the people that run Georgia Pacific? I don't think I'm smarter than the people that run Georgia Pacific. But I do know when they decide to invest millions and millions of dollars in our town, they're not doing it with a failing school system. Because guess what? We're not the only town in Tennessee looking for a huge industrial investment from a firm like Georgia Pacific. It's a huge deal. Bob Ney, who's been a politician for 27 years, I believe he said earlier, he told you and everyone else out there how important that was. It's okay to say our system was really screwed up and it's getting better. It's okay to say that. The person who runs the system was in here an hour ago. He told you it's not where I want it to be. Change is hard. Change takes time. This is the plan to do it. He told you, I run it like a business. I know that you don't like that, but you do, conversely, like the way that President Trump tried to run the country like a business. You know why? Because there was abundant success when he did that. There were huge economical advantages when he did that. When he took government money and ran it like a business, we all shared as Americans collectively with our retirements, right? That's inarguable. You can't argue that. Dr. King told you he used the same parallel. He's like, that's what I'm trying to do with the school system, right? Want to run this like a business. Here's what this data says. Here's what this CEO does. Here's how you change a culture. You don't have to use my words. If you listen, you can use his. The struggle that you're having right now, unfortunately, is this doesn't fit your narrative of this town sucks, local yokels, dummies, idiots. You're never going to be anything. Anybody that lives here is a moron but you. This doesn't fit that narrative for you right now because things are changing. Every single day, things are getting better and improving. It doesn't fit your narrative. So it's not that you don't understand it. It's that you're not listening to it because you're going to have to start changing up your phone calls. You've had them for years and years, and I've enjoyed them. I enjoy our conversations every single day. But you're not a dumb man. You're a smart man. You know that I have this data in front of me. And you're like, oh, no, show me. I'm like, okay, cool. I'll show it to you. I'll text it. No, text it to me. I mean, I don't know what you want to do. He told you about the intervention classes they have in place for reading. I just pulled up the state statistics. Where grades 3 through 6, it's 87.5 clip, right? 3.5 out of 4 is where they scored. I don't know what else you need to hear.
Oh, I need to see how many children are in a tutelage program.
Do you understand percentages, how they work? Do you understand how a percentage works? Because I can explain that to you if you need me to.
I just need to know how many babies are in reading tutelage programs so that they can be successful. And you haven't been able to answer that.
No. The only thing I've been able to... You're right. You are right. The only thing I've been able to do is explain to you exactly what Dr. King said over an hour ago on our program. I've been able to explain to you and retrieve the article from the United Way that you've referenced for over a year falsely, purposefully misrepresenting that article, or you never read it and you went with a headline. I don't know which is worse. If you were dumb enough to run with a headline, which I don't think you are, or you intentionally understood the article and purported a bad narrative out there for our community on purpose, intentionally. It's not that bad here. It's not perfect, but it's not that bad. You're not surrounded by idiots and bumpkins. You're not. Do we have our share of idiots and bumpkins here? Some people would say yes. But are you surrounded by them? No. You've got ridiculously talented people who are invested in this community. Georgia Pacific, I'm using one example here, right? There's been dozens over the past 4 or 5 years. Georgia Pacific is spending millions of dollars coming into Jackson, Tennessee. They didn't say, you know what, guys? We need a write-off. Let's build a plant where all these bumpkins and idiots are. They didn't say that. They know what's here. You are not smarter than the decision makers at Georgia Pacific. I am not either. All right? But I do know how business is ran. And I do know it was like, oh, well, they're coming to Tennessee because they have changed up the tax codes for the business. Yeah, that's great. That's great. We need more industry in the state of Tennessee. But we're not the only place in Tennessee looking for more industry to come here. So you know, and I know you know this, your narrative of doom and gloom is being stomped out with truth all the time. And I'm very sorry for you, but you can find other things to complain about.
Oh, don't be sorry for me.
Okay.
Because we don't believe you.
Well,
we
I
don't believe
understand.
you.
You're the kind of guy that walks out sad and gets rained on and assumes someone's peeing on you. No, man, it's just rain. The world does not care that much about you to urinate on your head. It's just rain.
Yeah, just go ahead and go down the garden path, Chuckles, because you can't even come up with a workforce to handle your McDonald's and all that other plastic crap y'all eat.
Right. Did you hear in Colorado and Iowa and I believe Idaho, there's 3 stores now that are McDonald's stores. They are 100% operated by robots. Already 3 of them. I think that's a great idea.
Yeah, because you have a lazy workforce. They don't want to work.
The nation, yes, of course, I agree with you. Now we have found common ground. I am the best mediator in this town, evidently, because you and I have found something we can agree on. Absolutely. But I would say it's not just this community. It's a national problem. It is a national problem. Not enough people want to go to work. And the people that do don't work real hard. That is a societal problem that will assuredly increase. Assuredly increase the need for robots. Yeah, you and I are on the same page with that. I say bring them on.
So we'll see how your labor force, I don't believe the local yokels will get these jobs. You might be a magnet, and be rest assured, Chuckles, you and Julie girl are going to find out when you sow, whatever you sow, you reap. And so all these outsiders that y'all sing kumbaya with till they get here,
right? I'm
going to have a big belly laugh.
Oh, you're talking about when they bring in other people to our community? Is that what you're saying?
Look, your little rinky-dink community is not prepared for the groundswell that's going to slap you silly. You can't fix your stinking roads.
Mm-hmm.
And you're bragging about, oh, we're going to be gazillionaires. No, you're not.
Bragging about billionaires.
No,
Listen to me.
not.
This is out there. There are people, they have formed groups on social media. I want all of you to know this, and I want you to hear me right now when I say this. Are things perfect in Jackson? Hell no. Are you kidding me? Of course things can be better. You kidding me? You don't think I get frustrated driving down the road, seeing people without a license plate weaving in and out of traffic, cutting it off, making it dangerous for me and my son to be on the road? My son just bought a motorcycle. You think I'm excited about him driving in this town with the way people drive? No, I'm not excited about that at all. There are things that really frustrate me here. But I will tell you this. Community's not going to hell in a handbasket. We have had hard, challenging times. We have had people in leadership positions for 30-plus years who want to stop the growth of this community to remain in power because they don't think both things can happen at the same time. Rick, if Georgia Pacific comes here and says, oh, my Lord, all of you are bumpkins. We should have done our research. We should have called this angry old man and to see what he thinks about it. Okay? And then they bring in hardworking individuals who do come to this community and work hard and do their job well and grow this community. Guess what? No one cares. That's a win too. We get to win there as well. That's a win too. Not everything is a loss. Not everything's a loss, Rick. Bring them on. Bring them on. As long as they're not from Canada. I don't want those sissies down here. But I don't care. I don't care if we can't. Look, Olivia Abernathy told you what was comprised in this United Way article that was done 3 or 4 years ago. She told you. Dr. King had the information, told you as well. I pulled the article up. Dr. King told you about the programs in place, the intervention programs. Told you. Olivia Abernathy on Monday told you how, at what level the United Way steps in to assist with tutoring. They told you. There are plans of action in place. There is momentum in this town. There is a shift in this town. Sometimes that can be scary. I get it. I am very set in my ways. I mean, I don't like to talk about this on air, but there's only one pillow I will sleep with. I take it with me on vacation. I know that change is hard, and being comfortable is nice. But guess what? We're growing and we're going. Things are not perfect, but you've never heard anyone say things are perfect. You want to hold us back because if you're stagnant in your life, but nobody else moves, guess what? You haven't lost position. But if you're stagnant in your life and things and boats start to rise with high tides and you don't rise with it, you feel like you're drowning. I get this. I get it. You're not telling me anything I don't know. I understand what's going on here. I understand change is scary. It's been certain ways your whole life. It's not that way right this second. It's scary. I get it, man. I take my pillow with me when I go on vacation. I know it's fine to be comfortable, but everybody here is not stupid. Everybody here is not a bumpkin. Everybody here is not lazy, living off the government. It's not that kind of Friday. I gave you some facts from some of the most talented and smart people in this town. I'm going to tell you something right now. Olivia Abernathy blew me away on Monday. I told Dr. King that when he was in here on the break. I was like, it's the first time I've ever interviewed her. I want her to be a regular show contributor. You know why? She's an important person in this town. She is somebody who will make sure this town doesn't get left behind. Dr. King told you about the work that her and a handful of other parents did at Arlington to completely change that school, which is about to be taken over by the state. This show's not about me. I can tell you that. I'm not very smart and not very talented, but I can identify people who are, and I'm going to bring them to you. We're going to have legitimate conversation. We're going to have legitimate criticism. We're going to have legitimate discussion. We're not stopping that. We're not going to stop that on this program. I'm going to bring you the people who can do that. But what I'm not going to let you do is just tear apart an entire community because you've been lying for a year about the report. I got the report in front of me right now. You lied. You're a smart man. You're a smart man. It's not that you didn't understand the report. It's that you wanted to fit a narrative. You wanted to slow the growth down. You wanted to push this one thing out there. Again, you found people that agree with you on this, that this whole town's going to hell in a handbasket, nothing good could happen. But there's people out there that know different. And you know why they know different? It's actionable. It's because they do different. There's people out here contributing to making the change. And again, I feel you being uncomfortable because I take my pillow with me on vacation. I am comfortable with that one particular pillow. I think it's a Tempur-Pedic, by the way. It's very nice. I don't like to brag, but I have a Tempur-Pedic pillow. This comes in and says, our advanced rehab text line. Yes, I'm playing this song twice in 1 week. Don't worry about it. This comes in and says, could the fact that we spend more money on the prison system Then we do education. I've heard that too. This comes in Advanced Rehab text line 731-800-8398. 731-800-8398. It says, if you want to feel more manly, play the Struts version. But Lord is fire too. Okay, yeah. I did give you guys a guilty pleasure earlier as I played Royals by Lord. Now I'm playing Madonna. Don't get it twisted. I used to be a large man who could bench a lot of weight. Now not so much. This comes in Advanced Rehab text line 731-800-8398. Says, now Rick is being a fool. Dr. King answered everything and gave the website to get the number. I love this part of the song. This comes in our Advanced Rehab text line 731-800-8398. It says, Rick must love a miserable life. To be that negative about everything blows my mind. If he can do better than go teach, get on the school board, do something besides B-word about everything. All he and his cronies can do is complain and do nothing. They just hope Ray Condrey can solve crime, solve the school's problems, make Bud Light not gay, and I guess run the whole damn city. This comes in our Advanced Rehab text line 731-800-8398. Says, do you realize Rick is using the same tactic that Donald Trump used to become president? No, Donald Trump actually had business skills to use it. I do believe that Rick was in the military, and I do believe that he is well-traveled, but I don't believe he is Donald Trump. This comes in and says, Chuck, what city is perfect or close to perfect? The city of denial will be my answer, Alex, for 200. This comes in on our Advanced Rehab text line. That number is 731-800-8398. It says, Chuck, I listen to all talk stations in Jackson. I've been listening for decades to one station and to 96.5 since my friend Dan started it. In all those years, I believe this morning in your answer to Rick was the very first time I've ever heard any host say that things are getting better. Though far from perfect, they are getting better. But talk radio all over America seems to do better when they just keep yelling that the sky is falling. Be afraid. Thank you for speaking truth to a man who refuses to listen. Yeah. I'm going to be honest. Anybody's ever met me, and certainly Dan when he hired me here, I was going to come on, I'm going to tell my truth. I'm going to tell my truth and what I know to be true, and I'm going to bring you ridiculously talented people on here to entertain you and inform you. And I'm going to fill in those gaps when I have to. This town is not burning down. Now, I can tell you this. Chuck Walker doesn't have anything to do with that other than stomping out bugs. He doesn't have anything to do with it. You got some rock stars that live next to you. You're probably a rock star yourself. I've said this before. I want everyone in the entire state of Tennessee to listen to me every single day, man. If you listen to me from 10 to 1 every day, I'd be so happy. And it's not the money thing. It's not the money component, although I do like money, don't get me wrong. But it's not the money component. It's fun. I've always enjoyed things like this. I've always loved listening to talk radio. I'm not going to do a show that's false and fake. I'm not. I need money, but I don't need money that bad. I'm not going to come in here and purposely lie to you. Now, will I get tricked sometimes by some of the crap that's out there? Yeah, that could possibly happen. It's tough to wade through the mud and sometimes not get dirty. I'm going to do my best not to, though. That's why you get Tom Scuteri and Bob Ney every single day on this program. That's why you get Brandon Shields, Julia Ewald weekly. Except Brandon didn't come in this week. Julia's sick. Brandon didn't come in. He didn't come in. I'm not mad at Brandon. I don't want y'all to send Brandon Facebook messages saying, why aren't you on Walker Talks? Y'all don't have to do that. You can, but you don't have to. I bring you people like Olivia Abernathy. Julie brought you. What about Julie, by the way? She's been doing this 4 weeks. You kidding me? She brought you Dr. King today. I tell you, this is a new way to do it. This is a new way to do it. We are not perfect, but the sky's not falling. And I believe this with all of my heart, with every single fiber of my being. because I know these people, and there's probably been times in life where I've been this person. If you're stagnant for whatever reason, divorce, bad relationship, economic reasons, poor friendships, you've been lied to, whatever. There are times in your life where you can become stagnant. If you're stagnant, the last thing you want to see is other people rising, other communities rising, because you feel like you're being swallowed up by all that water. I know what's happening. Look around. Don't believe me at all. Look around. See what's happening. Look at who's always been in power and in place. Look who's making the complaints. The numbers are inarguable. Georgia Pacific is not stupid. They didn't come here because you're bumpkins and yokels and cronies. They did not come here because Scott Conger has good hair. They came here and they spent millions and millions and millions of dollars because they know this community is doing better. It's okay to say it. We're doing better. We're getting better. We're getting there. I've had real bad times in my life, just like all of you had. We have. We don't have to live there. Misery can encompass you or it can motivate you. It's very rare that it can do both, right? It's going to do one of the two. You don't have to be miserable. You don't have to be miserable. Jackson, West Tennessee. You got it. You're doing it. You rock. This is Walker Talks.
Flash sale just for mom.
Flash sale May 8th through May 12th at King Jewelers. This Mother's Day, show mom some love with sparkling jewelry from King Jeweler. Don't miss out on this 1 week only sale from May 8th to May 12th.
Just for mom.
Everything in stock is on sale just for mom. Choose from select loose diamonds and stud earrings. Diamond stud earrings a whopping 50% off from May 8th to May 12th.
Just for mom.
Everything in stock is on sale just for mom.
Just for mom.
And that's not all. All jewelry 30 to 70% off and watches are 10% off. Give mom the gift she deserves this Mother's Day. It's a flash sale May 8th through May 12th at King Jewelers, 16B Conrad Drive, Jackson.
Just for mom.
From May 8th to May 12th.
Just for mom.
Everything in stock is on sale just for mom. KingJewelersJackson.com.
Is your office or home office in need of a new printer, copier, fax, or multifunction machine? Do you need business cards, envelopes, or office supplies? Are you looking to upgrade to new office furniture? Office World Incorporated in Trenton has been serving all of the Gibson County and the West Tennessee area for over 65 years. Office World is a franchise partner of OfficeZilla. Call today, 731-855-9131, or email officeworldinc@gmail.com.
Vintage doesn't always mean long-lasting. As your home systems age, your repair costs, utility bills, and breakdowns rise. During Hiller's Vintage Showdown, we're giving away a free new system to the owner of the oldest HVAC unit. Submit a picture of your old equipment online to see if you qualify as the winner. Everybody wins with trade-in credits plus 0% financing for up to 48 months with approved credit on select new HVAC systems. Enter to win now at happyhiller.com.
All the happy-faced truck today.
Hi, I'm Terica Smith, a local attorney and proud JMCSS graduate, but I'm also a JMCSS parent. We chose Jackson Madison County Schools for educational options that are innovative and challenging. Whether it's the Academic Academy at Northeast or early college and career opportunities at JCM Early College High, JMCSS offers classes and programs that will prepare my son for college and beyond. Plus, JMCSS is a Level 5 district and tuition free. It just makes sense.
Hi, I'm Greg Hammond. Chief of Public Information for the Jackson-Madison County School System. With an increased focus in the fine arts, athletics, workforce development, and early career opportunities for students, there's never been a better time to choose us. Tuition-free, Jackson-Madison County Schools. Visit jmcss.org today to schedule a tour or call 731-345-7011.
Number 45 steps on the plate. So far, he's batting 1,000. The pitcher delivers. But wait, that's not the ball. It's the taxes. 45 Automart takes a swing, and they're gone.
At 45 Automart, we're making your taxes go dark with Grand Slam savings out of the park. That's right. For a short time, we're going to whack your tax up to $1,500 on anything you choose, so there's no way to lose at 45 Automart. Go to 45automart.com. Check out our bullpen that's stacked with more clean Carfax Southern rides than you can shake a bat at. Mustangs, Silverados, Wranglers, Altimas, F-150s, Camrys, Tacomas, Rogues, 4Runners, Avalanches, Cadillacs, Equinoxes, Cobalts, Caravans, Grand Cherokees, Lexus, Mercedes, Siennas, CRVs. You get the picture. We're ready to whack the tax on all of them. Why strike out with Mr. Mega Dealer's base cash stealing stunts when dealing at 45 Automart is as easy as a lob, pitch, bunt? Check us out at 45automart.com today, where you're knocking the taxes over the fence with deals that save dollars and make tons of sense. Dealer!
Award-winning Watson's Cleaning Service specializes in commercial and residential cleaning. Watson's cleans huge commercial buildings: West Tennessee Agriculture and Education Center, the Federal Court Building in downtown Jackson. Watson's also specializes in residential cleaning services: stripping and waxing floors, buffing, pulling trash, sweeping and mopping, vacuuming, household cleaning, baseboards, walls, dishes, dusting and organizing. Call 731-293-3808. Family owned and operated Watson's Cleaning Services. 293-3808. Wake up with Wood. Daybreak with Greg Wood. Weekday morning 6 till 10 on 96.5 FM and Newstalk WTN.com.
You know, there's no particular good reason for me to be in a good mood today. I watched the draft last night with Bass, and our Colts took Anthony Richardson, which I thought was a stretch at 4. Not real happy about that. I did get a good night's sleep. I'm happy about that. But I was prepared to be in a very poor mood today and take it out on all y'all. But I feel really good. I appreciate Dr. Marlon King for coming in today on Julie Said It. If you're not listening to Julie's show, I'm getting very nervous because we discovered yesterday, we broke the news here that I'm being pistol whipped in entertainment by Daybreak, by the people of Daybreak, Greg and G-Unit. They're amazingly awesome and funny, informative, and the appropriate level of inappropriateness. Everything you want in a morning show that you haven't gotten is now available to you from 6 to 8. It's the only reason I wake up before noon, is to listen to Daybreak. Julie Holt, my protege. She couldn't speak before I met her. And in 8 short weeks, she has her own show. She's killing it. Phenomenal guest. Phenomenal commentary. First female talk show host, solo, in our town. Think about that. Ridiculously talented. You got me coming in here, doing the best I can as I'm quickly being beat up by younger and better talent, depending on you guys to carry me through. This comes in our advanced rehab text line. That number is 731-800-8398. 731-800-8398. It says, you're doing just fine. Don't let Z-Rick or anyone get you to speak in a preacher's voice, please. Okay, yeah. That's fair. That's fair. Every now and again, I feel like I should, yes, that's right. I should not be preaching or using the preacher's voice. I apologize. That's a problem. And that's a me problem. I do have it confirmed. Our good friend Olivia Abernathy, she is going to be here Monday at 11:30. She's with the United Way. They do a ton of good work. I learned today about some of the work that her and her husband did at Arlington. She didn't talk about it. Dr. Marlon King talked about her and a group of other parents, her and her husband and a group of other parents that got involved. That school system was struggling. It was on the state watch list, I believe is what he said. That's not a good thing to be. And instead of just leaving the school system, they said, no, we're going to make it better. Arlington just hosted a robotics program. Kids are going on to the state level. People are investing in this community. You have rock stars around you. You are probably a rock star yourself. If you're not a rock star now, you've got everything in place to make you one. It's a great time to be alive in Jackson, Tennessee. Other than it's overcast. Expecting a high today of 69, right? Hopefully it's going to be a nice weekend. Is it going to rain tomorrow? I've seen on my phone where it says no rain. And I've also seen or listened to Greg and G Unit this morning on Daybreak. And they said it's going to rain tomorrow. But Knox has a tournament. My son has a tournament at the ballpark. So I am rooting for no rain. If anybody out there could make that happen, I'll need to check in with Larry Newman. This comes in our advanced rehab text line. That number is 731-800-8398. 731-800-8398. All right, this is the one a day. I'm not going to give you many because I think you're a crazy person. You should be at work. But I will give you this one. It says, Chuck, don't let this guy text you with news from the sky. Listeners may not be ready for Jubilee. No, I'm sure they're ready for it. It's me who's not ready for it. I'm the one that can't handle the Jubilee. I'm sorry. I cannot. Let's not get there. Let's not get there. Let's not do that. Let's not do that. I had sent in, I found this. Let's see. All right, I sent that in. All right, that's it. I'm trying to find. Yeah, the last day of early voting, DTRB, what's that final number? Is it 4,700? No, that's not it. It's not that high. Hold on. Let me find the number for the last of the voting. All right. After yesterday, early voting ended in the city of Jackson. 4,287 people early voted. 4,287, that's the number. So now your next time to vote is going to be Election Day, May 2nd. The polls are open. The polls are open until 7 o'clock, I believe. Till 7 o'clock. So you still have time to vote till 7 o'clock. We'll have election coverage. I had agreed to do election coverage, but then I got invited to Julie's reception, her winning reception. So I may blow that off. I haven't run that by management yet, but I don't think I'm getting paid for the election coverage. I may do a call-in election coverage from Julie's winning announcement, whatever you call those things. Like when you get invited to one of these announcement parties. I've been invited to one of those. I may go to that instead. I haven't decided. But regardless, Dan's going to be here. Gina's going to be here. John Avery Emerson is going to be here. Gabe Hart's going to be at the election committee reading the live results. 3 contested races in this town. 3 of them. City council race between Tara Skinner and Frank McMean. I believe District 2. District 5, Larry Lawrence and Byron Elam. That's contested for city council person. And, of course, Jackson City Mayor. You know the candidates by now. You've made your mind up on who you're going to vote for and why you're going to vote for that particular person. 4,700 votes. I'm predicting 6,800 total. That's my prediction. I was messaging with a friend last night. They think it's going to be over 7,000 total votes. I don't know. Very well, maybe. Hopefully more. Maybe 10,000. Maybe that 4,700 doubles and we get around, 9,400. I think that would be great. The more informed people out there voting, the better, because we have the opportunity to be great. Now, other than the draft, which was great if you're a Texans fan, I mean, they did real well. I mean, how about trading back up and getting Will Anderson there after they just took C.J. Stroud? Good Lord, that upset me. They're going to be real good. But the draft was last night. But also last night, the JMCSS board voted on whether or not to accept ACE's charter school application. This article, it's from the man who should remain nameless. His name's Brandon Shields. I'm very upset with him as he has not had time to come hang out with me this week. But he did give me a mention yesterday, so I do appreciate that. But this article's from Brandon Shields. He was at the meeting last night. You can find it on jacksonpost.news. Jacksonpost.news. Article is a look at why JMCSS board rejected ACE's charter school application. It says, Dale Thomas's time speaking during Jackson-Madison County School Board meetings usually isn't that long. His time reading the resolution up for a vote during the board's special called meeting on Thursday was an exception to that trend. The recommendation from the Charter Review Committee came with 51 paragraphs of inadequacies, 51 paragraphs of inadequacies in the application to bring a charter school to JMCSS from American Classical Education. And it took Thomas, the attorney for the JMCSS, and the board a total of 17 and a half minutes to read it. Ooh. Deputy Superintendent Ricky Catlett got a round of applause from the crowd of about 70 packed into the boardroom when he got up and brought Thomas a bottle of water near the end of the reading. Can you imagine reading something for 17 minutes? Like, I am loquacious, as you may or may not know, but that's a lot. After a question from board member Harvey Walden and a statement from a board member, Debbie Gaw, it was time to vote. A yes vote accepted the resolution and rejected the application. A no vote rejected the resolution and accepted the application. So that's a little confusing. They voted no, they wanted the charter school. They voted yes, they didn't. Gaw passed. Walden voted no. All 7 of the other members voted yes. That means not getting a charter school. Now, they can still appeal and things like that, but not on the first round at least. The vote came after 7 people spoke during a rare time of public comments in the meeting not governed by the board's executive committee's regulations regarding public comments. ACE CEO Phil Schwenk was the first to speak and made himself available to answer any questions from the board, which there were none. Another official from ACE spoke as well. Among the other 5 who spoke, most spoke in opposition to ACE, but not all, as Brandy Lynn Taylor read a statement within her 3 minutes calling out the district for metrics recorded at the state level that don't reflect measurements as favorable as those reported by the district last year, saying a charter school would help improve those metrics. Other community members spoke against the charter school, questioning ACE's methods, purpose, and how much funding it would pull from the district as a whole. Here are some highlights of the resolution Thomas read that led the supermajority of the board to reject the application. All right, so here's some bullet points here. Go ahead and put on your seatbelt. First bullet point, the services it would provide do not match or exceed those offered by the district. That was always the big question, right? Do we already offer schools with these emphasis, Madison Academic, so on, so on. Next it goes on, it says a projected negative impact of the $1.28 million. This was the subject of Walden's question, asking where that number came from, which was pulled from a study done by a group, paid for by a group that opposed charter schools, as mentioned by Gaw. All right. Third bullet point, incomplete or inaccurate information, such as referring to Madison County as other counties in Tennessee. ACE applied for schools in 5 counties. A lack of proposed location for the school within the 500 square miles of Madison County. Well, come on. It can't be 500. I mean, what's 480 miles from here? It's still a Madison County charter school? Get out of here with that. I don't even know what that means. Brandon, call in and explain that. This comes in and says a lack of engagement with the community and even a lack of affirmation from a couple of groups the application claimed to have engaged with. Olivia Abernathy brought you that. She has the story pinned as a guest columnist in the Jackson Post, jacksonpost.news. You can read. She talked about that on Monday. Bullet points going to say curriculum standards don't line up with the state standards. It's interesting. Intervention plans and plans for special population students aren't confirmed. Well, that's a big one too, right? Public schools have to take everybody. Private schools don't. If this charter school is not a private school, would they not have to do this, operate the same way public schools do and take everybody? It says intervention plans and plans for special population students are not confirmed. No tutoring or summer school opportunities provided to keep children on track to read on the 3rd grade level before they get to the 4th grade. There you go, Rick. That's your charter school. They didn't have a plan for that. Numerous deficiencies in the academic plan that are either required by state policy or are less than required by the district. Not enough money planned for laptops of all students. Too many interruptions in instructional time during its daily schedule. Numerous deficiencies regarding special population students. IEPs wouldn't be required for every gifted student, which a lack of an IEP for students deemed to need one is illegal. Lack of planning for specific areas such as funding, technology, and school safety. Oh. I don't know any members on the school board personally, I don't believe. But I mean, this seems to be a thorough investigation and thorough concerns. Says the rejection does not end ACE's application process. They have 30 days to file an appeal with the Jackson-Madison County Special School System, or JMCSS. How about that? Article goes on to say, we are going to discuss this evening and in the coming days what our next steps are, Schwenk said right after the meeting. Obviously, there's a detailed list of things we need to address in the application if we appeal. So we're going to look at that list and go from there. Well, that's a good response too. You know, something that Olivia said on Monday that I thought made a lot of sense is, look, we wanted to make sure she's on this ad hoc committee, which I have no idea what that means. Hopefully Monday I'll find out. She's on this ad hoc committee. She said, you know, when we talk to these other people that do have charter schools in their towns, they said, make sure it's a good fit for your community. Even if this charter school, this particular one, ACE doesn't pass, it doesn't mean we couldn't find a better fit for us potentially. Dr. King told you that today. Very good article there by our good friend Brandon Shields at the Jackson Post, jacksonpost.news. Couple of these come in. Yeah, I'm not reading anymore. I told you I was reading one. That's it. This one says, what about... Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I know that Julie Holt is doing her own thing. Sometimes I'll come hang out with her because I miss her, but she sure as heck doesn't need me. Yeah, I'm very proud of Julie. It's a big deal. To my knowledge, to be the first female solo talk show host in this town, it's a big deal. You gotta know how to do it. This comes in, it's a reminder here. I said, hey, want everyone to know, today, April 28th, Relay for Life has their biggest fundraiser for fighting cancer. It's a free community event and a fun night coming together. It's tonight, the Jackson Amp Farmers Market from 6 to 9. There's going to be food trucks, vendors, music, activities for the kids, and giveaways. For more information, email nicole.russell@cancer.org. Thanks, Brian Seach, with the fine people at Southeastern Termite Pest Control. And Brian is a cancer survivor. We're very happy and proud of him. Thank you, Brian, for sending that information over. You are listening to Walker Talks.
Hey Jackson and West Tennessee, Dustin Ring here again with Dustin Buys Houses, and I'm still buying them fast for cash. Doesn't matter the reason or condition, I can make you a cash offer and close in as little as 30 days. I'll even pay your closing cost. Doesn't matter what type of property, I'll buy them all. Single family, multifamily, mobile homes, mobile home parks, vacant lots, farmland. Hey, are you going through one of those icky divorces and need to sell the house? I'll buy it. Are you going through a foreclosure and about to lose it to the bank? Give me a call before it's too late. Call or text me today at 731-200-1362. You can also visit DustinBuys.com. I can make you a cash offer and close in as little as 30 days. The phone number, 731-200-1362. DustinBuys.com. Really doesn't matter what type of property you have. Give me a call and I'll make you an offer. Call or text me today at 731-200-1362. I'm Dustin Ring and I buy houses fast for cash.
Welcome to Hampton Inn & Suites of Jackson. Make yourself at home in any of the 83 rooms or suites. Hampton Inn & Suites exit 83 at I-40 is minutes away from all Jackson destinations like the West Tennessee Healthcare Sportsplex, Casey Jones Village, Jackson-Madison County General Hospital, and many industrial complexes. Enjoy free Wi-Fi, free parking, and free hot breakfast. Also a 24-hour fitness and business center. Welcome to West Tennessee. Make your reservations now by calling direct at 731-427-6100 or visit hampton.com.
Pansies, poppies, and daffodils aren't the only spring things popping up all over West Tennessee. Beautiful deals on new 2023 Ford cars, trucks, and SUVs are blooming right now at Gene Langley Ford in Humboldt. Hi, this is Sarah Beth Langley. Come by our lot at 3500 Easton Drive in Humboldt or visit us online at GeneLangleyFord.com. You'll see our personalized service, guaranteed financing, and lifetime powertrain warranty make buying your new Ford a bright and sunny experience. Or customize your new Ford car, truck, or SUV and apply for financing online at GeneLangleyFord.com, and when it arrives, we'll deliver it right to your driveway. In the market for a pre-owned vehicle, we have a huge selection on all makes and models, updated daily at GeneLangleyFord.com. And as everyone knows, if you ever have any service needs, our service department is known area-wide as the best in the business. Regardless of your make or model, we'll get you back on the road in no time. Whether it's a new Ford, a used vehicle, or service, you really should try Gene Langley Ford before you buy. The dealership service bill.
See dealer for warranty details.
My name's Tommy Bland, and I just received the BioT hormone replacement therapy. For BioT, I was just not hitting on all cylinders. I didn't feel like myself. I was constantly fatigued, brain fog, lack of energy, searching for something natural, something that I could use to help benefit my body and help maybe take me back to where I once was. And while I was waiting in the waiting room, I saw a pop-up advertisement there, and I started reading over all the symptoms, and I went down the list. They all pertain to me. My experience with Miss Kim Nichols, my case manager for BioT, was great. She was very informative, put me at ease, went through everything step by step, knew exactly what to expect and what the outcome was going to be in the end. After BioT, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. I can get off work, go home, catch my second wind, and I'm off to the races again. It doesn't matter if I'm working, selling cars, or if I'm on the boat fishing a tournament, I'm back to my old self again.
Give us a call at 731-318-5827 or visit our website at advancedrehabjackson.com for more.
When the game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Pick up Bud Light at your local convenience store today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Central Distributors, Jackson.
Welcome back in to Walker Talks. Just a couple of minutes before the top of the hour, before the lunchtime hour. A lot of fun last night Dan had. I went up there for a minute because I had to get a haircut yesterday. Went up there for a minute to Bourbon and Barley. He was setting everything up. That place was rocking and rolling last night for the draft. Hopefully you had time to go by and see everybody, say hello to them, meet the crew. I know G-Unit made an appearance. Gina Wood, Langley was there. Who else was there? Greg Wood. I don't know if Greg showed up or not. I know that he was having legal review his contract. I'm not sure if he was there or not. Melissa was there. I do know she was there. I was saving the best for last. Oh, there was Dan Reeves too. There's him. Now Dan does great work. He's been a guy that's been in this radio business for a long, long time. Doing a great job for a long time. And put together what I would suggest to you is one of the most entertaining collection of radio personalities who are very different all across the board. But everybody does care about one another here, which is a good thing. Everybody does care about each other here. That's the only way this thing works. Because radio people, I will let you in on a little inside information. I'm not a radio person. I have my own business. Julia's not a radio person. She has her own business. But most of the time, G-Unit has his own business. Greg works hard. Other than Dan, everybody here does other things as well. Most of the time, radio people are crazy. It's something that makes you crazy. I've worked at a couple of different stations now. I love everybody I've ever worked with. I have nothing bad to say about anybody I've ever worked with at all in this business, at all. But they are different. Radio people are different. I had dinner last night with Bass, and then he and I went to watch the draft for a little bit. I mean, he is a wonderful human being. One of the best people in this entire town. He's different. He's crazy, right? It does something to you over time. I'm refusing letting it happen to me. Although I think it's probably already happened. Had the vote last night on the charter schools. Not completely dead, but there are 51 things that ACE needs to reply to. 51 problems that the board came up with. Questions, if you will. We also had the NFL draft last night. Will Levis, the mayonnaise eating and coffee, mayonnaise drinking and coffee person, the guy that eats banana peels. Yes, you heard that right. Banana peels. That Will Levis. People knew what I could have told them. He is not a leader of men. You don't eat a banana peel and then go lead men on the field.
Have you ever tried that?
No.
It's not bad.
I have not tried that, Tony. Our Catholic consigliere is hopping in. Eat the banana peel. Eat the peel.
You want me to do it on air?
Yeah, eat the pill. Come on. Come in here and eat it. You eat the pill.
No, you got to eat it together.
You got to eat it together.
It's like
Yeah. Tony Niehoff says he'll eat a banana peel. That's what I heard.
It's really not that bad. It's weird texture, though. Ready?
Go, Tony. This is live on air. Oh, my God.
It's not bad.
Yeah, it's something about these weird Kentucky people.
It's really not bad.
You're not a leader of men if you eat a banana peel, Tony.
It's just extra fiber.
Yeah. Yeah. That's not what's making you sick.
Now, the mayonnaise in the coffee is kind of gross.
They knew that he is not a leader of men. He eats the pill. Are you still chewing that thing?
No, it's good. I've already swallowed it. It's good.
Tony, you're not how you get to go in heaven. This comes in and says Youth in Revolt cover of Royals is pretty good too. All right, I'm going to come back to one of those. Tell me which one I need to play. Send in an Advanced Rehab text line, 731-800-8398. Do I need to play the Struts version or the Youth in Revolt cover of Royals? I like that song. I started the show with that today. It's kind of that's like my guilty pleasure song, one of them. You know, okay. I don't want anyone out there to know that I like that song. Never be royal. I don't want any people to know that.
You've got a different side to you that a lot of people don't know, right?
This is a softer side. Like I told you, I was prepared to come in a bad mood today. But unfortunately, I'm in a good mood.
You have to feel bad for Will Levis, though. I mean, they invited him to the green room.
Yeah, I saw that hottie he had on his arm. He's okay.
I mean, they said it was cocky in his interviews.
I'm sure he is.
Which he is. He's kind of a cocky kid. You know, I'm friends with the kicker's dad, so like they're friends.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I've got some insight. He's a good dude. He
Yeah.
played hurt last year.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't give him some credit for that.
He
His
do-
shoulder was messed up.
All those pills digesting your body. You're listening to Walker Talks.
This is WBFG 96.5 FM. 96.5 FM. Parker's Crossroads, Jackson.
Breaking news this hour from townhall.com. I'm John Scott. President Biden's job approval rating hits an all-time low in the Gallup poll. White House correspondent Greg Cluxton with that report.
According to the Gallup organization's polling in April, only 37% of Americans approve of Joe Biden's job performance. That's down 3 points from March and 5 points from February. As the president launches his re-election campaign, the poll also finds that the public has a dim view of the economy, with just 16% saying it's good or excellent, and nearly half of respondents describing the economy as poor. Greg Clugston, Washington.
Also at townhall.com, Russia firing more than 20 cruise missiles and 2 drones at Ukraine in attacks that killed at least 22 people, 3 children among the dead. Most of those victims died when 2 cruise missiles slammed into an apartment building in central Ukraine. The attacks included the first one in the capital in nearly 2 months. The Kyiv government said Ukraine's Air Force intercepted 11 missiles and 2 drones, and no hits on any targets in the city were reported. In consumer news, while most U.S. airlines lost money in the first quarter, they're all eagerly looking ahead to a summer full of planes and high fares.
American Airlines and Southwest Airlines say they expect to be solidly profitable in the second quarter. They joined Delta Airlines and United Airlines in giving an upbeat outlook for the April through June period, which includes the start of the peak travel season. Southwest lost $159 million in the first quarter. American eked out a $10 million profit.
Correspondent Jeremy House. Stocks are higher as the market winds down from a week of sharp swerves, with another batch of corporate profit reports that mostly topped expectations. The Dow is up 219 points, and the Nasdaq adding 32. More on these stories at townhall.com.
People ask me sometimes, Lance, I'm worried about my finances and I feel bad because I shouldn't be worried, right? I realize that inflation is going to be eating up money. I've got to do something to get around this crazy stock market and Biden's spending spree. Gold has, since the beginning of time, been the resource that God's people have relied on. The silver is mine and the gold is mine, is what the prophet Haggai said during a time of great shaking. To protect your retirement, I recommend that you diversify your 401k or IRA right out of paper assets and into physical gold. And the best way to do that is with Gold IRA from the Birch Gold Group. I want you to text the words FAITH, F-A-I-T-H, to 989898 and get a free info kit on gold IRAs. There's no strings attached to this, so just text FAITH, F-A-I-T-H, to 989898 and see what I've discovered here about gold and its ability to stabilize your investment and create a storage of wealth for you in unsteady times.
Australia's oldest coal-fired power station is closed down as the country moves toward renewable energy sources.
Liddell Power Station, north of Sydney, operated for more than half a century. As the last turbine powered down, there was some emotion from the people who'd worked there. Once the giant structures are demolished, the site will be used for a clean energy project. Australia no longer needs coal for power like it once did. Renewable energy, including wind and solar, now supplies up to 2/3 of its electricity, but coal is still economically important. Australia is the world's second largest exporter.
BBC correspondent Michael Bristow. Climate activists staging a 10th straight day of protest in Berlin. They blocked key roads during rush hour and brought parts of the German capital to a standstill. Some German politicians are now calling for tougher police measures and sentences against the activists. Breaking news and analysis at townhall.com. It's been almost 2 months since Sayreville, New Jersey Councilwoman Eunice Jumfor was shot and killed, and there have been no arrests.
Jumfor's daughter, 11-year-old Nicole, remembers the day her mother was shot and killed.
We were waiting for my mom to look for a parking space, and then she was taking a lot of time, so we started calling her over and over again, but it wouldn't pick up, and then we heard gunshots and we started calling the police.
On February 1st, neighbors saw a man in dark clothes argue with Jumfor at her driver's side window, then open fire before running off. I'm Donna Warder.
A landslide after torrential rains in Southern California has closed a historic cultural center, shut down rail service in the area, and forced the evacuation of nearby residences. The slope on the western side of the Casa Romantica and Cultural Center and Gardens in San Clemente dropped about 20 feet on Thursday. More on these stories at townhall.com. I'm John Scott.
Attention all motivated sellers. Are you ready for a more exciting career in radio and digital marketing? Look no further than News Talk 96.5 FM. Join our team and tap into the world of multimedia marketing, radio, and event sales. We're looking for individuals who are passionate about helping local businesses grow. We provide best-in-class sales tools to ramp up sales quickly and help you achieve your goals. Don't miss out on this incredible opportunity to elevate your sales career. Call Gina Langley at 731-800-6397.
Hi, my name is Scott Conger. When I ran for mayor, my commitment was to make Jackson the best it can be for us and future generations. I want Jackson to be a place that my children will want to call home. Over the past 4 years, we've restored fiscal responsibility, reduced our debt by $33 million, and produced a budget surplus of $21 million. We've increased funding to fire and police departments, and we've had a 19% reduction in crime. We've made historic investments in infrastructure and quality of life, and invested $3 million per year in street resurfacing. The mayor's race is nonpartisan so that we can focus on what matters in Jackson, not Washington. Our schools, our jobs, our people, our neighborhoods. That's what matters. Party politics too often focus on what divides us. By putting people over politics, we build a stronger community for everyone. We've accomplished so much, but now it's time for us to dream even bigger for our city. I need your help to build a better tomorrow, and I'm asking for your vote for me, Scott Conger, for mayor on May 2nd. Paid for by Scott Conger for mayor, Lonnie Harris, treasurer.
Not too expensive, nothing too fancy, just an authentic Italian family recipe served up piping hot, just like a pizza pie should be. Locally owned and operated Carico's Pizza, home of the $8 lunch special. 2 slices and a drink for just $8. Buy the slice or the 28-inch monster, perfect for the bowl game. Carico's Pizza, 1370 Union University Drive. For catering, call 731-240-1033. For the full menu, visit caricospizza.com.
They say consistency is the key to success. They weren't wrong. So how about grabbing a beer that's consistently smooth, consistently refreshing, and consistently light? You might just find that the road to success can be pretty enjoyable. Michelob Ultra, the perfect balance of taste and refreshment, and only 2.6 carbs and 95 calories. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Central Distributors, Jackson.
News Talk 96.5 FM weather, presented by Dustin Ring. Dustin buys houses fast for cash. Call Dustin today, 731-200-1362. Friday brings clouds in the morning, then partly sunny in the afternoon. Highs in the upper 60s, northwest wind 5 to 10. Mostly cloudy overnight, low near 50. Dustin buys houses fast for cash. DustinBuys.com. For weather 24/7, visit NewsTalk965.com.
Take us with you wherever you go. Download our free apps for Apple and Android. Visit NewsTalkWTN.com. Then click to download.
I don't hate it. I don't hate it. Maybe it's not the best version I got there on YouTube. I think I'm going to go with the original in this one. Yes. Okay, this comes in advanced rehab text line 731-800-8398. And I agree because these guys are great. Pentatonics did the best version of Royals. Okay. That is something I can live with. I agree with that. They did do the best version. I agree with that. I'll 100% ride with you there. The Pentatonics version. This comes in, and it's a picture of... Oh, yes. I remember meeting you. Yes, that was when we had our company meeting, and then it was Dan's birthday celebration. A picture of me and... Yeah, you mean you and Dan. Yeah, I think I may have gotten a bad YouTube version. Every now and again, you'll get one that sounds like it was recorded in your basement. You know what I mean? With bad acoustics. This comes in our advanced rehab text line, 731-800-8398. 731-800-8398. This says banana peeling hack. Open the banana from the bottom instead of the top with the stalk. You're welcome. That is true. I have done that before. I have seen that on the TikTok. I have seen that before. Totally get that. The problem with Will Levis and the reason he cannot be a leader of men is because he eats the banana peel with the banana. Will Levis is from the University of Kentucky. Tony Niehoff, our Catholic consigliere, county commissioner, he just came in here. He is also from the University of Kentucky. He ate a banana peel live on air. I don't know that it's a Kentucky thing, but it certainly has that feel, wouldn't you say? We have people from Lexington, Kentucky, eating an entire banana like someone hasn't explained to them the right way to eat the banana. God only knows what these people from Kentucky do when they see a watermelon. Do they chew on the rind? If someone makes a rack of ribs, are they choking the bones down? What else do these people do? That's my question. I don't know. I don't know why Tony on air, in hopes that some general manager from some team was listening to the program this morning, and Tony's like, yeah, it's no big deal to eat the banana peel too. Yes, Tony, it's a huge deal if you eat the banana peel. Are you eating the orange peel? How do you eat an orange? That would be my question. I never want to see you get after a watermelon. I don't want to see you eat the rind of a watermelon. Now, I have been known, if I bake a potato, get it nice and crispy, put a little olive oil on it, some salt, a little bit of pepper, put it in the oven for a minute, hot minute. You know, if we let the outside potato get crispy, I will eat that. I can live in that world. I don't think that's as weird as eating a banana peel. I mean, but I'm very hard to deal with. I like people to peel grapes for me. I like my grapes to be peeled and then sliced up to reduce the choking hazard. So maybe I'm not the person to ask here. I don't know. Got a lot of things going on this weekend here in Jackson, Tennessee. One of the big things, the big events is tonight. Relay for Life, celebration of cancer survivors. That's going to be downtown at the AMP and the Farmers Market. Downtown tonight. What are you guys doing this weekend? I'm hoping it stays dry enough so we can play some baseball. My youngest son's got a game tomorrow. I think 4 and 5:45. I need to check the schedule, make sure that hasn't been pushed back. But 4 and 5:45, barring rain, we'll be playing baseball tomorrow at the Jackson Sportsplex. I know there's a ton of local bands playing all around the Jackson area. Thinking about maybe going to the movies to this weekend, maybe going to the movies tonight. Haven't been to the movies in a hot minute. Couple of messages that come in here on the Advanced Rehab text line, 731-800-8398. 731-800-8398. It says, I bet Rick eats little puppies. I can't read that. I cannot read that. He does not eat puppies. That has not been confirmed. See, I'm not going to let it go live if it's not been confirmed. I'm not going to read it. It's not going to get past me. I don't think he eats puppies. I don't think that's what happens. This comes in, Advanced Rehab text line 731-800-8398, 731-800-8398. It says, one secret about eating the peel of an orange or any fruit is the shell of it. Listen, it represents the pain or the challenge that we must face and choose to undergo and find the pleasure inside. Days of the New. No, it's not. That is not true. We do not need to live in a world where people are out there eating the rind of a watermelon. If I see you with a head of broccoli and you're eating it from the wrong side, you know, the stalk, not the florets, I'm going to say, man, that's gross. Why are the people eating the outside of fruits and vegetables when you're not supposed to?
Only miss the sun when it starts to snow. Only know you love her when you let her go.
Why are you doing that? Why are you doing that? Why does Will Levis put mayonnaise in his coffee? And then wonder why he doesn't get drafted in the first round. He eats the peel of a banana. Oh, okay. I don't need to hear anything else. I'll pass. I'll take this huge project from the University of Florida, who's 20 years old and only started 1 year and didn't complete 56% of his passes in college. I'll take him because he at least knows the appropriate way to eat fruit. See, it's not that hard to be a GM in the NFL. I could do it. I could do it and still do this talk show and probably still run the pest control business. No, that's not how you eat that. What do you people out there do with a watermelon? That's my biggest question. Of course you would only eat the rind. It's weird. What are some other weird things? Like, I'll eat the outside of a potato if it's cooked, a baked potato. I'll do that, no problems. Matter of fact, I prefer it. Don't mind that a bit. What are some other things, though? Eating a banana peel. This did come in our Advanced Rehab text line earlier. Made a lot of sense. I've done this before. A banana peeling hack. Open the banana from the bottom instead of the top with the stalk. You're welcome. Yes, I've seen videos. That's how like monkeys and stuff do it. Chimpanzees. Whatever those things are called that we supposedly came from. That's how they do it. They eat it from the bottom. But Will Levis and Tony Niehoff, they don't eat the entire peel, do they? They peel it. No, I've seen them peel it. They don't eat it that way. This comes in and says, Chuck, if you only knew what the text was saying. The pleasure is the fruit. The challenge is the peel. Yeah, man, I get that. I totally get that. I knew what you were saying. You don't have to go through the challenge of eating the peel. It's not that hard to open a banana. If you can't get to the fruit without tormenting yourself and giving yourself the challenge, I don't know what to tell you. This comes in our Advanced Rehab text line. That number is 731-800-8398. 731-800-8398. It says, oh, no, this is not true, is it? This says, I have known people who eat shrimp or eat shrimp not peeled. Wow. Weirdos out there. There's weirdos among us. Never mind. Rick was right. I changed my mind.
Only know you've been high when you're feeling low. Only hate the road when you're missing home. Only know you love her when you let her go.
Vintage doesn't always mean long-lasting. As your home systems age, your repair costs, utility bills, and breakdowns rise. During Hiller's Vintage Showdown, we're giving away a free new system to the owner of the oldest HVAC unit. Submit a picture of your old equipment online to see if you qualify as the winner. Everybody wins with trade-in credits plus 0% financing for up to 48 months with approved credit on select new HVAC systems. Enter to win now at happyhiller.com.
Call the Happy Face Truck today.
News Talk West Tennessee includes newstalk965.com and Newstalk 96.5 FM, covering local news, sports, and weather on an extensive network of platforms, including radio, social media streaming, digital TV, live stream, podcasts, all on your devices. Our local and live weekday lineup includes Daybreak with Greg Wood and G-Unit, Walker Talks with Chuck Walker and Julie Holt, The Dan Reeves Show with Gina Langley and Larry Newman, Dave Ramsey, Jackson-Madison County Schools Game of the Week, UT Vols Sports, and the Memphis Grizzlies. Local, live, News Talk West Tennessee and newstalk965.com. Hear it first on News Talk 96.5 FM. We might be talking about you.
When the game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Pick up Bud Light at your local convenience store today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Central Distributors, Jackson.
Watch Tennessee Championship Wrestling every Saturday morning at 11 a.m. on NewsTalkWestTennessee.com.
See all the Memphis legends, Jerry the King Lawler, Dangerous Doug Gilbert, Superstar Bill Dundee, along with stars of today.
The Mid-South Prodigy Bam Bam Bundy, M.J. Davis, Mr. Marvelous Mike Mayo, Insane Dane, Big Gravy, The Rocket Josh Benson, Lucky P. Larson, and many, many more.
You can also view TCW on the News Talk West Tennessee app for all your Apple and Android devices. Catch Tennessee Championship Wrestling every Saturday at noon on NewsTalkWTN.com.
Looking to add a little spice to your love life?
Nothing adds spice like gunpowder.
Jackson's only indoor shooting range, date night at the range. Here's what you lovebirds get: a shooting lane for two targets, 100 rounds of ammo, eye and ear protection, and a $30 gift certificate to Texas Roadhouse. All for just $99.99.
Now that's firepower.
Perfect for a gift card from the range. The Range, 2310 North Highland Avenue in Jackson.
Go to therange.com.
News Talk 96.5 FM weather, presented by Dustin Ring. Dustin buys houses fast for cash. Call Dustin today, 731-200-1362. Friday brings clouds in the morning, then partly sunny in the afternoon. Highs in the upper 60s, northwest wind 5 to 10. Mostly cloudy overnight, low near 50. Dustin buys houses fast for cash. DustinBuys.com. For weather 24/7, visit NewsTalk965.com.
News Talk West Tennessee includes NewsTalk965.com and Newstalk 96.5 FM, covering local news, sports, and weather on an extensive network of platforms, including radio, social media streaming, digital TV, live stream, podcasts, all on your devices. Our local and live weekday lineup includes Daybreak with Greg Wood and G-Unit, Walker Talks with Chuck Walker and Julie Holt, The Dan Reeves Show with Gina Langley and Larry Newman, Dave Ramsey, Jackson-Madison County Schools Game of the Week, UT Vols Sports, and the Memphis Grizzlies. Local, live, News Talk West Tennessee and NewsTalk965.com. Hear it first on News Talk 96.5 FM. We might be talking about you.
Something about a midnight rain, staring at the ceiling fan. I couldn't get you off my brain. I guess I wasn't thinking straight. Couldn't tell wrong from right. I went ahead and called you up. I got a little drunk last night. I brought it all up, got it all out. What is it worth to both of us now? It's off my chest, but never off my mind. 2 drinks tired to fight. Might have been and got a little drunk, brought it all up.
Welcome back into Walker Talks here at News Talk West Tennessee, 96.5 FM, newstalk965.com. That's our new website. Brand new. We updated the old website. We took it out behind the barn and shot it. Now, I think you can still get on there. It just transfers you over to the new one. newstalk965.com. From there, you can download our apps. You can read some stories that we have on our website. You can listen to some podcasts that we've been doing there. Gabe Hart's been doing some amazing interviews with local people. Told you, we got rock stars in this town. We have rock stars in this town, in this area, in this state. It's a good place to be. It's a great place to be. The only thing we don't have here is a beach. We have Beach Lake, but I mean a saltwater beach. That's if we had a saltwater beach in Jackson, Tennessee, then it would be perfect. So yes, I will never lie to you on the radio and say that everything is always perfect here. Things are not perfect here. I've asked the Conger administration their thoughts on bringing the golf to Jackson. They have yet to email me back. It would be nice if we had a beach here. I don't even like to swim in the ocean that much. I do a little bit. But just sit out there with your Diet Pepsi, watching the waves crash in off of Highland, that would be great. So, yes, things aren't perfect in Jackson. There's still improvements to be made. But it is not the end of the world. And the sky is not falling. But it's also not perfect. We don't have a beach. We do need a beach. This comes in our advanced rehab text line. The number is 731-800-8398. 731-800-8398. That's our advanced rehab text line. Our CWA development phone line number. If you want to call us, break off a phone call. I'd love to talk to you. 731-265-6496. 731-265-6496. Do want to thank Dr. King for coming in today with Julie of Julie Said It this morning, bringing the information from last night's meeting. That was you can go back. You can go to our Facebook page, News Talk West Tennessee. You can replay that interview if it's something you missed. It happened around, you have to kind of drag and slide. You know how to do it. You'll play it around 9:15 when that happened. Coming right to these phone calls here. This says, man, shrimp peel will not digest. That's getting stuck right in your intestines. Yeah, I agree. I'm not a proponent of people eating things the wrong way. When the chimpanzees don't eat it a certain way, maybe we should just, eat it the way they do. We'll say good afternoon and welcome in.
Hey, Chuckles.
Hey.
I've got some information for you.
All right.
The people of Jackson have spoken.
Okay, good.
This is what they're tired of.
Okay.
They're tired of the arrogance of City Hall,
mm-hmm.
the talk with no action, the lack of transparency,
mm-hmm.
a budget that is totally convoluted.
Mm-hmm. Does that mean you can't
drag shows in public,
mm-hmm.
increased shootings during the daylight hours,
right?
And pothole
only have the
and
shootings
crash.
at night. I'm a big believer in that.
No. Actually, you allow them during the daytime.
Right. The nighttime shootings are much better. I'm with you there.
All right. Yeah, and you're really you and your so-called leader, y'all are really not doing your job, son. Essentially, what we do want and what we demand
mm-hmm.
is fiscal accountability, because you have none in your city hall.
Right.
We want city streets repaired.
Okay. Who's we?
Yeah.
All the taxpayers of Jackson?
The people.
Yep.
We need an open door policy at City Hall.
Right. But I thought you didn't live in the city and you didn't shop here.
I thought
you didn't live in the city, and I thought you didn't shop here. Why do you care? You don't live here. You don't shop here. What?
You need to clean up. You need to clean up your little town. It's nasty.
Mm-hmm.
You need dignity in the mayor's office.
Right.
You need You need to answer the stupid telephone when people call you.
Okay, so the people, are you announcing the election results already? Are they out? Are you breaking a story on the show?
Bobby Congour. Congour. Yeah. The man that didn't get prosecuted for 3 felonies in this little community of yours.
Mm-hmm. So are you making an election announcement? Because it's good. I wasn't wanting to come in here on Tuesday night anyway. So if we can go ahead and just speed this process up, are you announcing the winner of this mayoral race?
So you and your little underlings around that radio station that y'all keep promoting. I
have underlings?
The dude did not show up for 3 out of 4 debates because he's some kind of arrogant jackass.
Right.
So, yeah, 100% grade A, little baby boy driving around drunk without a driver's license, proof of insurance.
Again, you don't have it. You're saying it. And you're saying it. Imagine if Conger people called in with some of the allegations about these other candidates and just let it spew. Why is this election so different than the one we had 4 years ago? Jerry Woods was in the one 4 years ago. Scott Conger was in there. Mark Johnstone was in there. Jimmy Eldridge was in there. There was another candidate as well. And this mudslinging didn't happen. What's the difference now? Wonder why all the mudslinging is happening now about all the candidates. What's changed? Because 2 things are similar. What are some things that aren't similar? Why is it different now than it was 4 years ago? Could you put your finger on that?
They're finally waking up to the truth.
They're waking up for the truth. They're not throwing out baseless accusations, which we've had them on every single candidate, by the way. We don't read those texts when they come in. Accusations of bankruptcies. Accusations of people not paying property tax. Accusations of, state looking into it. We don't go live with that because it can't be verified. You don't have a problem lobbing allegations out. You don't have a problem doing that. But see, we do. Now, if somebody calls in and they're talking about something, I can't control the callers. You can say what you want to on the show, right? You can say that, but you don't have any proof anywhere. You've never made it available. You said you would. You didn't. You know it would be out there if it were true. You know it would be. You said you actually have it yourself. You hadn't made it available. I question if you have it.
I told you where it's at.
I thought you said you had it. You said you had it is what you said a week or so ago when you started this mess.
I do have it.
But you're just keeping it for yourself?
Well, yeah.
Okay. All right, you've got it. You're just sitting on it. So instead of actually having any of the proof, you're just sitting on it. You're not doing anything with it.
I want you to go get the proof.
I gotcha. Now, here's the deal. It's not my job. It's not my job to run around town for you. That's not what I do. Now, I'll try to prove some of these baseless accusations that you make are true or not true. But we've had so many this campaign season, much different than 4 years ago. It's much different than it was 4 years ago. And there's only a handful of things that have changed. And it's not people waking up, because there's allegations made about every candidate, from bankruptcies to not paying property taxes to being investigated by the state of Tennessee. There's all kinds of stuff out there. What's changed, Rick? Say his name. What's changed?
Well, first of all, you finally found a true name for your mayor.
Who is it? Who are you endorsing? Say his
name.
No. Say his name. Who are you endorsing? Who are you endorsing? You're endorsing who?
Robert S. Congour.
That's who you're endorsing?
Hey, man, y'all so silly around here, you don't even know the boy's real name. That's how silly you are.
Tell me all the candidates' middle names. Go. Tell me.
No.
Tell me the candidates' middle names, all of them. I need their first, middle, and last. Tell me.
Tell me.
You don't know. You are such a blowhard about this. I'm sorry. The man doesn't like you, and you don't like him. It's honestly, it's sad. It's sad. What do you think? What do you think about not knowing? Do you know Daryl Hubbard's middle name? Or do you know that Daryl is his first name? Do you know that?
Do you?
Of course not, moron. Because it doesn't matter. My first name is not Charles. Charles is my middle name. Have I been going by an alias my whole life? Is there nefarious activity going on because I go by the name Chuck? No, dummy. Almost every man in my family's first name is William. It's why my son's name is William. About every other generation, they go by William or Will, and then the other generations off of that go by their middle name. That's it. You have candidates being taken advantage of by large groups of people that they think care about them. These people don't give a rip about these candidates, by the way. Not a rip. They're using them to be the mouthpiece so certain candidates can keep their hand clean. And these poor candidates who don't know any better are sitting there saying, well, he's going by an alias. It's his middle name, stupid. It's literally his middle name. That's how hard you're looking to be offended by Scott Conger. This is where you are set up now. Well, his first name's Robert. His middle name is Scott. Look what I've discovered. What the hell? This is what? This is where we are? This is the breaking late campaign news? Hey, Rick, here's a video for you that your daddy made you. Your daddy wanted me to play this for you. It's on his Twitter.
You voted for a better Jackson for everyone. And that's what we've been fighting for. The truth is, people are still driven by personal agendas, and they will say anything to match their agenda. They've even gone as far as to say that Scott Conger isn't my real name. These last-minute, desperate attacks by my political opponents can only mean one thing. Jackson is winning. I know that we work better when we work together. That's why I built my campaign and administration around it. And if you agree that Jackson is better when we work together, I would appreciate your vote on May 2nd.
There you go. There he is. He's holding pretty steadfast that his name is Scott Conger. He's holding pretty steadfast to that.
Things were going great till they fell apart again.
This is it.
So I listened to the preacher.
His name's Robert Scott Conger. You've all been lied to for 4 years. His name's Robert. Are you kidding me?
Sometimes we get angry, but we must.
What is wrong with you people? Let's talk real things.
You just pray for them.
Let's talk real things. There's things that could change. Open Lafayette Street back up.
I pray your brakes go out.
It's dumb to have it closed. Open it back. There's real things to talk about. But when you are blown away with the man going by his middle name, are you kidding me? This is where you are? This could only mean one of two things. You can't find anything on him, man, and you're just looking for the dirt. Or you really think, and your people out there that you're a group with, really think that the fact that the man goes by his middle name is something that could sway a voter? Woo! I mean, brother. I'm beginning to think that maybe I have been fooled this entire time. Maybe you are actually working secretly for the Conger campaign. Because this is getting so ridiculous at this point It could only mean that you're being paid to call in talk radio stations with these ridiculous allegations to shine a light on how ridiculous some of these people out there really are. And it's all part of a bigger plan. I think that's the real campaign shocker that's out there. Are you being paid by Scott Conger's office, Rick?
Clean up your little crooked
Are you a
town.
plan? That's the only thing that can make sense at this point. It's the only thing that can make sense. Are you a plant for the Conger re-election campaign? Are you being paid by them? Because everything you say is so silly, it only shines light on all the ridiculous things out there. I'm asking you, are you being paid by the Conger campaign? Yes or no?
Robert Conger needs to clean up his little nasty town.
I'm telling you guys, I think I put my finger on it because we hear how silly it is. No one says anything about Georgia Pacific. I mean, reasonable people do, right? You and me out there, like people with a modicum of sense can talk about, oh, yeah, they put millions and millions of dollars in this community. Yeah, this is it. I think I have figured it out, though. It took me a minute. I'm not the smartest person who sits behind a microphone, okay? I'm really not. And I freely admit that. There's a ton of people out there smarter than me, probably everyone listening, right? I'm not the smartest person in the world. But I think I've just discovered the only thing that could make sense. Rick is working for the Conger campaign because these allegations make no sense. People are hearing this, they're like, wait, these people support who now? Who do they support? Like, do I want to be, like, would I want to do that? Holy smokes, man. Holy smokes. This comes in our advanced rehab text line, 731-800-8398, 731-800-8398. It says, I would love to see someone eat the skin of a pineapple. Yeah, don't do that either, weirdos from Kentucky. Tony Niehoff earlier ate a banana peel in effigy for Will Levis not getting drafted in the first round. This comes in advanced rehab text line. The number is 731-800-8398. Oh, and I lied to you. I told you I was going to play this cover of Royal, so I'm going to do that. I'm going to read a couple of texts here. Y'all just bear with me. Y'all bear with me here. Live radio happening right in front of you. All right, this is an a cappella version of the song Royals, and I said I would do this to my buddy to text this in. A cappella here. A little back us out. Take us to the break. We're going to catch up these messages. This comes in. It says, Rick is obsessed with baby Conger.
I've never seen a die.
This comes in and says, our advanced rehab text line, that number is 731-800-8398. It says, Rick is We the People spokesman. He, however, doesn't speak for the majority. Rick should move since our city sucks so bad. We, the majority of Jackson, are tired of his crap. Good luck with your so-called savior, Ray, who has no clue how to run a city when he can't take care of his own. All right, now I got to read all that. We're not going to do all that. This comes in, advanced rehab text line, 731-800-8398. Says, I would vote for anyone else on that board over Ray. This comes in, advanced rehab text line, 731-800-8398. It says, since Rick is supporting Ray Condrey, I can promise that's not where my vote is going. This comes in, advanced rehab text line, 731-800-8398, 731-800-8398. It says, Rick doesn't even know what endorse means. I think that's where I tripped him up. I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to make it that tricky. This comes in and says, who goes by their middle name? Please text me back. I'm away from the radio a lot today. Yeah, Scott Conger's first name's not Scott. Boom! Boom! Dropped it down on the show. Now you know. He, like me and many of you out there, he goes by his middle name. We've been tricked for 35 years, or how old the man is. I have no idea how old he is. I don't know. I don't care what name he goes by. If the mayor of the town walks into the studio wearing that suit jacket that he normally wears with jeans on, and it's like, hey, man, my name's Jeff. I'm not going to be like, oh, I was fooled. You look like someone else I know. Who's the mayor of the town? This is what we're doing a few days before election. We're blowing up information that Scott's his middle name.
Let me live that fantasy. Oh.
God, I love politics. This is so fun for me. Like, I can't believe when I go to the Linwood Kroger and you people see me there, don't ask for my autograph. Because I go by my middle name too. My middle name is Chuck. What's actually Charles? See, that's another lie. Think about that. You've been lied to this entire time. My first name is not Charles. How does that make you feel? Campaign exposure. Get out of here.
In love with being queen, and we'll never be wrong. Don't run in our blood. This kind of love is made for us. We crave a different kind of buzz. Let me be your ruler. You can call me Queen Bee, and baby I will.
Flash sale just for mom. Flash sale May 8th through May 12th at King Jewelers. This Mother's Day, show mom some love with sparkling jewelry from King Jewelers. Don't miss out on this 1 week only sale from May 8th to May 12th. Just for mom. Everything in stock is on sale just for mom. Choose from select loose diamonds and stud earrings. Diamond stud earrings a whopping 50% off from May 8th to May 12th. Just for mom. Everything in stock is on sale just for mom. Just for mom. And that's not all. All jewelry 30 to 70% off, and watches are 10% off. Give mom the gift she deserves this Mother's Day. It's a flash sale May 8th through May 12th at King Jewelers, 16B Conrad Drive, Jackson. Just for mom. From May 8th to May 12th. Just for mom. Everything in stock is on sale just for mom. KingJewelersJackson.com.
Is your office or home office in need of a new printer, copier, fax, or multifunction machine? Do you need business cards, envelopes, or office supplies? Are you looking to upgrade to new office furniture? Office World Incorporated in Trenton has been serving all of the Gibson County and the West Tennessee area for over 65 years. Office World is a franchise partner of OfficeZilla. Call today, 731-855-9131, or email officeworldinc@gmail.com.
Vintage doesn't always mean long-lasting. As your home systems age, your repair costs, utility bills, and breakdowns rise. During Hiller's Vintage Showdown, we're giving away a free new system to the owner of the oldest HVAC unit. Submit a picture of your old equipment online to see if you qualify as the winner. Everybody wins with trade-in credits plus 0% financing for up to 48 months with approved credit on select new HVAC systems. Enter to win now at happyhiller.com.
Call the Happy Face Truck today.
Hi, I'm Terica Smith, a local attorney and proud JMCSS graduate, but I'm also a JMCSS parent. We chose Jackson Madison County Schools for educational options that are innovative and challenging. Whether it's the Academic Academy at Northeast or early college and career opportunities at JCM Early College High, JMCSS offers classes and programs that will prepare my son for college and beyond. Plus, JMCSS is a level 5 district and tuition free. It just makes sense.
Hi, I'm Greg Hammond, Chief of Public Information for the Jackson-Madison County School System. With an increased focus in the fine arts, athletics, workforce development, and early career opportunities for students, there's never been a better time to choose us. Tuition-free, Jackson-Madison County Schools. Visit jmcss.org today to schedule a tour or call 731-345-7011.
Hold me like the river Jordan. Love me like a mother. Will you be there? Scold me, when lost will you find me? But they told me I'm meant to be faithful and walk when not able and fight till the end, but I'm only human.
Yeah, I know. I play this song a lot, but you know, it's my show. I can do that, right? I can 100% do it today. I'm in here by myself. Just me and you. I felt like I needed some Will You Be There to wash over me after we broke the earth-shattering news. And I've told everybody the truth. I do a talk radio show program. If I could bring City Hall, it's my favorite part. If I could bring City Hall to its knees and break a story, a huge story about what's going on, all of this horrible, all these horrible accusations finally coming to reality, right? Finally being true. I would love to be the person to bring this town to its knees. It's good for my show. I would love to do that. I would love to be the person, because there's an opening at Fox News. Those guys make money in the 7 figures. I'm pretty sure I would go from here to there, right? It would only make sense. I already like weekly haircuts. Why wouldn't they hire me? I'm more than happy to do it. Finally today, we received the information that will propel me from this crooked little town all the way to Fox News. 7 o'clock at night, hosting on air. Walker Talks coming at you 7 to 8 every night on Fox News, because I'm the one who brought you the story. The hot take, if you will, from a caller, that Scott Conger goes by his middle name. Boom. Sit on that, Jackson. How does that make you feel? Boom. He goes by his middle name. That's right. He doesn't go by his first name, because that was his grandfather's name. And I bet if you looked at the lineage of his family, it's probably similar to mine, where a lot of the men are named William. Obviously, that means more. I'm the one who brought you that story, courtesy of Rick. Boom. You were looking for something earth-shattering, so was I. His middle name is Scott, and that's what he goes by. How does that make you feel as a citizen of this town? I told you I would do it. Be here for a minute, go straight to Fox News. Boom, gone. I brought you this story. It was on my show that we learned that what else is he hiding from us? He goes by his middle name. Do they even put middle names on birth certificates? Oh, wait, yes, they do. This is where we are. This is what we're upset about. I'm telling you, open up Lafayette Street. There's things to get on the mayor about. Open up Lafayette. Do that. His middle name being Scott instead of his first name. That's your, what, how far, 96 hours to Election Day surprise? Are you kidding me? Do I live in the same world that y'all live in? Am I asleep? Is this really happening right now? We're a handful of days from the election. And we've discovered that the mayor of this town over the past 4 years, his name is Scott. Yeah, it's his middle name. Yeah, it's on his birth certificate. Yeah, that's probably how he signs, those combs that he gives out. But that's not his real name. How does that make you feel as a voter? Now that you have learned this information, that he, I don't know, a ton of people go by his middle name. If you've ever met someone named Trey, this is going to rock your world. A lot of times they're like John Wilson Smith III. That's what the Trey's coming from. It blows your mind. Obviously, they're hiding other things. This comes in our advanced rehab text line. I knew this was not going to sit well with you guys. That number 731-800-8398. I knew I would launch my career into something much larger by bringing City Hall to its knees. Says, I need to retract my vote. I was lied to. I thought Scott was his first name. See? Boom. This is the kind of hard-hitting, earth-shattering expose journalistic show that we do here. He goes by his middle name. This comes in and says, wow, Flashback, great song. Thank you so much. I love this song. This comes in advanced rehab text line number 731-800-8398. Says you'd have to lie to be on Fox. No, would not lie. I would do the same show. I would just do it with more commas. Everything else is staying the same. You guys coming with me? Bob Nate, Tom Scateri, they're coming with me. Brandon Shields, Julia, Olivia Abernathy, you're all coming with me. We're going to Fox because I have brought City Hall to its knees with the help of Rick. We brought them to their knees. First name is Scott, or first name is not Scott. First name may be Robert. I will cripple this town with that information. This comes in, it says, my first and middle name are Paul and Theodore. I always go by Ted. I must be a really bad man. Yes. See how this works? Everything that you've ever thought about yourself is obviously not true. Because if your name is Paul Theodore and you go by Ted, you're hiding something. Nefarious behavior. Got people out there saying it's going by an alias because he goes by his middle name. Woo, baby girl. Big show today. Appreciate all of you out there. Every time you have a chance to pick us, and you do, we want you to know that we appreciate it. Dave Ramsey, 1 to 3. Dan Reeves, 3 to 6. This is News Talk of West Tennessee, 96.5 FM.